I'm really grateful to invite you, for example, to visit us on the first floor, where you will find a BRD pavilion with startups that are innovating in this social field. There is also, with pride, I'm announcing that BRD this year launched more than 30 hubs in different universities all over the country, putting a stage for discussing about sustainability and other topics. Of course, we are a bank, so for sure, this is obvious that we are more and more working to different other solutions, for example, blue financing, for giving our clients the opportunity to take the green loans and sustainable loans that will help their business. Moreover, we are that bank that for more than 30 years is investing in culture, is investing in education and in sport. And we are the proud creator of the Scenano platform, one of the most reputable journalistic platform in culture, where we are giving the voice to creators. We are that bank that has a platform in education, a journalistic one, and Școala.no, and another one, Minecraft Stories for Science. I'm just explaining you that in this way we are really believers that together, us businessmen, civil society, artists, sportsmen, all of us, we have a duty. We have a duty for our children, for the future, and we really believe that only together we can do this. So it's humbling. I will finish saying, please spread the word after the discussion. I hope you will find solution. I hope you'll find partners here. I hope we will be more powerful after this summit. Spread the word about the greener future, about a sustainable future, about all of us, that only together will make the difference. Thank you so much.
And tonight...
Thank you.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
I need you all to do a lot of things today, and I'm going to tell you later. But one thing that you can do, and I really want you to do, is later on at 6 p.m., we will have the Climate Change Summit Awards. We have 12 winners, 12 solutions from Romania and across Central and Eastern Europe that will pitch for your, not just applause, but also your support. So keep that in mind. At 6 p.m., we will have a special moment in the summit. Now, let me invite on stage our first speaker, Ms. Maria Ruseva, CEO of BRD Group Societe Generale, for the first introductory remarks.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor for me, on behalf of BRD, the founding partner of the Climate Change Summit, to open its third edition. We are here today because we know that meaningful change cannot be achieved alone or in small groups. While individual actions are vital, we must expand our attention beyond the targets of our own organizations. Tackling climate change challenges requires collaboration across society, across industries, and this is why it is essential for all of us to gather all governments, NGOs, entrepreneurs, financial institutions, think tanks, and academia. As a bank, we understand our responsibility and our crucial role in encouraging and facilitating the green transition of the Romanian economy. We bear this responsibility of financing of clients' initiatives for a more sustainable future. Over the past 2.5 years, we have granted over €1 billion of sustainable and green loans, surpassing our strategic goal ahead of schedule. These loans have not only benefited large companies, but also local entrepreneurs, municipalities, and individuals. Just in the first half of this year, we have granted more than €160 million of green loans to individual clients for housing and mobility. This is our support for their desire to be part of the transition to sustainability. While these figures are important in the local context and on the local market, they are still far from our understanding of the full potential. We must all adapt our business models to accelerate the pace of transition. In our strategy until 2027, we remain committed to continue our engagement in developing sustainable banking practices and be a leader in sustainable finance. We are especially proud to have recently announced our partnership with the International Finance Corporation. This landmark agreement will unlock more than 300 million euro in addition to fund climate-related initiatives and support women-led small companies. In our role as a large employer and responsible bank, we have introduced a comprehensive training program for our people, starting with the Climate Fresk, a workshop raising the awareness of global climate challenges and going further with more specific courses, deepening the expertise of our bankers. We are covering a wide scope of relevant knowledge. Many of our people are not only excellent professionals, but they are also deeply committed to addressing environmental issues and personally involved in very concrete initiatives. Romania's nature offers a potential for sustainable living and economic growth. But in order to thrive and grow, we need a strong collaboration and contribution from the entire society. We need to put our faith in this summit to be a good practical example of this connection and to inspire everyone, policymakers, entrepreneurs, company leaders, NGOs, students, to understand that sustainability is not just a trend or an option. It is increasingly becoming a necessity, and soon enough, a way of life for all of us. So thank you for your commitment to climate action, and I wish you all a fruitful and constructive climate change summit. Enjoy.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you to the BRD team, especially Flavia, Cosmina, Traian, and many others, and Ariana. Now, before going deep into the summit, I want to say hello to the already about 25,000 people that have been around online with our partners from We Don't Have Time. We're honored to have with us for the first, excuse me, there's always a glitch somewhere. We're honored to have with us for the third year Auchan as a strategic partner, but also MasterCard, our climate partner, and other partners like Société Générale Global Solution Center, our ESG Leaders Forum partner, PPC, our energy partner, the European Climate Foundation, Returo, Danone, Bayer, PPC Renewables, PPC Blue, Rețele Electrice, Environ, IKEA, our mobility partners from Ivans and Volvo, Regina Maria, our health partner, and our networking partner from Costa and Nazuro. Also, special thanks to the Chancellor of the Prime Minister of Romania and the many other institutional partners that we have in the summit. Our ambition, as mentioned before, has been to create the largest and most important event for climate solutions in Central and Eastern Europe. And we're on that track also with the support of the many organizations that you see here that are also putting a lot of effort in making this summit a great success. We're not just focusing on business organizations and NGOs, but we're also working in Romania, but we're also working with many organizations across the board from Central and Eastern Europe, as you can see, thanks a lot to our media partners and content partners. Now, why do we do this? We at Social Innovation Solutions firmly believe in the power of dialogue to drive meaningful change. It doesn't happen otherwise. Tackling immense challenges like climate change requires continuous conversations and co-creation of sustainable solutions. We're now at SIS, Social Innovation Solutions, a strong Central and Eastern European organization with sustainability education programs across Bulgaria, Serbia, Croatia, and Slovenia. And I could not be more proud of my team at Social Innovation Solutions. Now, what happens in the summit? We have 3 days ahead of us. And you can find the agenda for day 1 on your badge, so you can scan your badge. This is a snippet of what happens on this stage, but at 10:15 on the green stage behind you, there's many other panels and speeches that I encourage you to go to. Also, for our online viewers, you can check both stages live whenever you want. Lunch will be served at the ground floor. Make sure you have your badge square with you for lunch. If it's nice outside, we also suggest you go outside and have a conversation, not just a lunch. And please be here at 14:45 maximum. We try to start on time, everything. If you use social media, is there anyone here that uses social media? The hashtag is CCS 2024, CCS 2024. Now, again, as I was telling you, we have a special event this evening, which is the Climate Change Summit Awards at 6 p.m. Don't be late. We have 12 amazing people from Romania and many other countries winning prizes of 12,000 euros. Also, if you received an invitation, you're welcomed to also join us for the 30 side events we have also in Bucharest, but many other cities in Romania, and also Ljubljana and Budapest. We have an amazing group of organizations that are helping us making this possible across the board. Now, you can see here some of the other events for the other days. Now, we will now move to our first guests, and I'm very honored to invite on stage Ms. Alexandra Bokche, State Advisor on Climate and Sustainability, to present the message of His Excellency, the President of Romania, Mr. Klaus Werner Iohannis.
Thank you, Ciprian, and thank you to your team for making this event happen for the 3rd year in a row. And thank you all to those of you in this room that have made time to focus on climate change over the next days. I'm gonna start reading the message of His Excellency Klaus Iohannis, the President of Romania, and because it's a message from the President, I'm gonna read it as such, word by word. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is an unprecedented challenge, and its effects cross national borders. Extreme weather events take place across the world, affecting our communities and well-being. Only in the span of a few months, Romania experienced heat waves, prolonged droughts, and extensive floods. In this context, it is imperative to work together at both the national and international levels to find solutions and address climate change in an effective manner. The Climate Change Summit, now at its 3rd edition, supports the process of searching and finding solutions with optimism and determination. Allow me to congratulate you for this. The summit engages a wide range of stakeholders, among which national and EU officials, civil society and business leaders, as well as young leaders from across Europe. I want to thank you all, speakers at this event and members of the audience, for the work done on climate change and for the commitment to remain engaged on the issue. This commitment is essential in overcoming the challenges ahead. We need to accelerate the speed of our climate action. Romania has recently adopted a new national strategy for adaptation to climate change, guiding the national response and the allocation of resources to make our nation more resilient to the negative impact of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, we should not neglect climate change mitigation, and we should make sure that the green transition is fair, inclusive, and leaves no one behind. We need to involve and support all countries and all citizens, in particular those more exposed to environmental degradation. Through the Strategic Agenda 2024-2029, adopted at the June European Council, we, European leaders, committed to a stable framework and a supportive environment for Europe's manufacturing of net zero technologies and products. Nationally, we need to enhance our policy and financial support for the research, manufacturing, and deployment of green technologies that can help us protect the environment, as well as generate economic growth and new, high-quality jobs. It is increasingly clear that climate and environmental actions need to go hand in hand with measures to enhance competitiveness. Each and every sector, be it businesses, academia, NGOs, or public institutions, is essential in delivering on this. Dear friends of climate action, I want to conclude by wishing you a great reunion and every success in finding solutions and taking commitments that effectively address climate change in Romania and internationally. We need to unite our strengths and knowledge to build a safer, greener, and more opportunity-filled future for all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Vă mulțumesc tuturor.
Thank you, Alexandra. In the following minutes, let me welcome in Romanian, but we'll move after that back to English, Ms. Mihaela Frăsinanu, State Advisor and the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Romania. Mihaela, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to be here on this stage for the second consecutive year and to read to you the message of the Romanian Prime Minister, Mr. Marcel Ciolacu. Let me use my glasses because at a certain age I need it. Stimați invitați, distinși reprezentanți ai instituțiilor statului român, ai organizațiilor internaționale, ai societății civile și ai mediului de afaceri. Permiteți-mi să vă urez bun venit la Climate Change Summit. Suntem aici, împreună, pentru al doilea an consecutiv, în cadrul unui eveniment de o deosebită importanță pentru noi și pentru viitorul nostru. Este o onoare pentru mine să deschid această conferință în numele Guvernului României, într-un moment în care tema schimbărilor climatice este mai urgentă și mai relevantă ca niciodată. În ultimele decenii, dar mai ales în ultimii ani, am fost martorii unei accelerări a efectelor devastatoare ale schimbărilor climatice. Incendiile de pădure, secetele prelungite, inundațiile și fenomenele meteo extreme sunt doar câteva dintre manifestările unui dezechilibru global care ne afectează pe toți, indiferent de granițe. România, alături de multe alte țări, a resimțit deja aceste provocări chiar și în acest an. Seceta prelungită din această vară, care a generat multe dificultăți agricultorilor, inundațiile istorice din județele Galați și Vaslui din luna septembrie, viiturile din bazinul Dunării, care au afectat nu doar România, ci și multe alte state europene. Vedem astfel că schimbările climatice nu mai sunt o problemă a viitorului îndepărtat, ci o realitate pe care o trăim în fiecare zi. Ne aflăm aici pentru că știm că nu mai putem amâna acțiunile. Fiecare întârziere înseamnă costuri mai mari și consecințe mai grave, nu doar pentru mediu, ci și pentru economie, sănătate și stabilitate socială. De aceea, acest summit nu este doar o decizie de a discuta, ci un apel la acțiune concretă și imediată. Doamnelor și domnilor, Guvernul României și-a asumat un rol activ atât în prevenirea și combaterea efectelor schimbărilor climatice, cât și în adaptarea economiei naționale și a societății românești la acestea. Acest rol activ se manifestă prin două componente. Componenta de politici publice, cum ar fi adoptarea în luna august a acestui an a strategiei naționale și a planului de acțiune privind adaptarea la schimbările climatice pentru perioada 2024-2030, iar a doua componentă este atragerea de finanțări internaționale, atât pentru transformarea economiei, cât și pentru protejarea populației vulnerabile. Și aici vă pot da exemplu, adoptarea în luna septembrie anului acesta a ordonanței de urgență pentru instituirea de măsuri pentru elaborarea Planului Național Social pentru Climă, necesar României pentru accesarea de fonduri externe nerambursabile în cadrul Fondului Social pentru Climă. Iar aceste fonduri sunt în valoare de aproximativ 6 miliarde de euro. Ne angajăm să creăm un mediu propice pentru dezvoltarea tehnologiilor sustenabile, oferind susținere și stimulente pentru companiile care investesc în soluții ecologice și reducerea amprentei de carbon. Și aici vă pot da exemplu, grantul acordat pentru înființarea fabricii de PET reciclat de la Ploiești sau implementarea sistemului de garanție-returnare, cel mai mare proiect de economie circulară din România. În acest fel, ne asigurăm că România, pe lângă o dezvoltare economică sustenabilă, devine și mai competitivă pe termen lung și că putem face față provocărilor climatice globale. Eforturi fac și ministerele de resort. Ministerul Mediului, de exemplu, joacă un rol central în elaborarea și implementarea politicilor de protecție a mediului și de adaptare la schimbările climatice. În paralel, Ministerul Energiei lucrează pentru a asigura tranziția către surse de energie regenerabilă și pentru a reduce dependența de combustibilii fosili, esențială pentru atingerea obiectivelor de reducere a emisiilor de carbon. Și aici vă pot da exemplu că România are potențialul de a utiliza în premieră în Europa primele reactoare modulare mici și de a deveni un catalizator pentru dezvoltarea SMR-urilor în regiune, dar și o bază pentru asigurarea operării acestui nou tip de tehnologie în alte state. Și aș vrea să vă spun că implementarea acestui proiect va face ca 4 milioane de tone de dioxid de carbon anual să fie evitate. Mai mult, Ministerul Transporturilor și Ministerul Energiei sunt implicate în dezvoltarea infrastructurii sustenabile și în sprijinirea inovațiilor verzi care să contribuie la un model economic mai prietenos cu mediul. Este un efort complex care necesită coordonare la toate nivelurile guvernamentale, dar și colaborare cu sectorul privat și cu cetățenii. Doamnelor și domnilor, un prim-ministru are responsabilitatea de a conduce acest efort național integrat, asigurându-se că politicile de mediu, economie și transporturi sunt sincronizate și contribuie la atingerea țintelor privind emisiile de carbon. Această tranziție nu este doar o obligație ecologică, ci și o oportunitate de a genera noi locuri de muncă, de a atrage investiții și de a stimula inovația tehnologică. Prin dialog deschis și printr-o viziune clară, putem crea un model economic durabil care nu protejează doar mediul, dar și asigură bunăstare pentru români. Aș dori să subliniez în acest context importanța colaborării noastre cu Social Innovation Solutions, o organizație etalon care promovează inovația și soluțiile sustenabile în România. Acest parteneriat a deschis drumul unui dialog permanent între Guvernul României, ministerele de resort și actorii din societatea civilă și mediul de afaceri, generând alte proiecte și grupul de lucru care vizează tranziția verde și protecția mediului. Colaborarea noastră a dovedit că prin dialog deschis și implicarea unor experți din diverse domenii, putem construi politici publice care nu doar să răspundă provocărilor climatice, ci și să creeze oportunități economice. Este esențial să recunoaștem că schimbările climatice nu pot fi abordate de un singur guvern sau de un singur sector al economiei. Avem nevoie de o cooperare internațională solidă, dar și de parteneriate între state, companii, comunități locale și cetățeni, demonstrând că astfel de colaborări pot accelera dezvoltarea unor soluții reale, adaptate contextului local, dar cu impact global. De asemenea, trebuie să ne asigurăm că tranziția ecologică este una justă, care să nu lase pe nimeni în urmă. Protecția mediului și dezvoltarea economică nu sunt obiective contradictorii. Din contră, tranziția către o economie verde poate crea noi locuri de muncă, poate stimula inovația și poate asigura un viitor sustenabil pentru generațiile viitoare. Dar pentru ca acest lucru să fie posibil, avem nevoie de o voință politică puternică și de o viziune pe termen lung. România este pregătită să fie parte din soluție și să-și aducă contribuția la eforturile internaționale. Ne angajăm să colaborăm strâns cu partenerii noștri din Uniunea Europeană, cu Națiunile Unite și cu toate țările prezente la acest summit pentru a ne atinge obiectivele comune. Stimați participanți, această conferință este doar începutul și continuarea unui dialog care trebuie să se traducă în fapte. Aștept cu nerăbdare să văd ideile și soluțiile inovatoare care vor fi prezentate aici și, mai important, să vedem cum putem transforma aceste idei în acțiuni concrete, pe teren. Fiecare dintre noi are un rol important, iar acest rol începe astăzi, aici. În numele Guvernului României, vă doresc mult succes în cadrul lucrărilor summitului. Să rămânem uniți și hotărâți, pentru că doar prin colaborare și acțiune colectivă putem proteja viitorul atât de important pentru noi și generațiile viitoare. Vă mulțumesc!
Thank you, Mihaela Frăsinanu, and thank you to the Prime Minister for his message. We switch back to English for the rest of the day, but before going into the next moment, I want to tell you something. After this moment, and we have a message from the President of the European Commission, the green stage is starting. So if you want, check your agenda, see what's going on the green stage, which is right behind you on the stairs, and see who do we have there as well. Now, we're very, very honored to have received a special message from Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, stressing and giving us news on what and how is the European Commission looking at when it comes to climate. Now, let's watch the message from the President, and then we will come back.
Dear President Johannes, dear Prime Minister Ciolacu, ladies and gentlemen, the case for climate action has never been stronger. Just last month, Storm Boris submerged towns, displaced thousands of people, and claimed more than 24 lives across Central and Eastern Europe, including here in Romania. These tragic events remind us that time is not on our side. Each small increase in global temperature has huge consequences in real life. And that's why we're not standing still. 5 years ago, Europe enshrined our climate goals into law. All 27 member states committed to cut emissions by 2030 and to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. Then Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine accelerated getting rid of our overdependency on Russian fossil fuels. We sped up the rollout of renewable energy because they are not only clean, but also homegrown, and thus create good jobs in Europe and strengthen our energy independence. The results are already visible. Today, Europe generates more electricity from wind and solar than from all fossil fuels combined, something that once seemed unimaginable. The era of Russian fossil fuel dominance over Europe is over. We have taken our energy destiny back in our own hands. Central and Eastern Europe is at the heart of this transformation. In the coming years, your region is set to grow faster than the G7 average. This development is powered by investments in clean industries and sustainable technologies. And what we are witnessing here is remarkable. The center of gravity for climate action is shifting to the east of our continent. And this summit is living proof of the climate leadership emerging from Central and Eastern Europe. My priority is to support you every step of the way. And that's why in the first 100 days of my second term, I will launch a Clean Industrial Deal. This initiative will channel investments into clean infrastructure, create good jobs, and ensure clean energy is affordable and accessible to everyone. We must create the right conditions for clean businesses to flourish from our cities to our rural areas. Look at Romania, for example, where the circular economy is taking shape. Thanks to projects like Re2Ro, Romania now boasts one of the largest deposit return systems in Europe. In just 9 months, they have recycled over 100,000 tons of high-quality material. And that same sense of responsibility and regeneration applies to Romania's natural heritage as well. Viitor Plus, a Romanian NGO, has planted nearly 2 million trees to regenerate soil. They employ over 50 people, mostly from vulnerable groups, and equip thousands of Romanian school teachers with tools for environmental education. We must champion those pioneers who are going the extra mile for a sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the future I believe in. A Europe where economic growth, climate action, and nature restoration go hand in hand. This is the pioneering spirit of Europe, and it fills me with pride to be European. Thank you, and I wish you an inspiring summit.
Thank you to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, for her message. At this point, my role is slowly fading away, but I'm very happy to introduce the moderator and the host of this scene for the next couple of hours. And we have with us Theodora Tompa, journalist at Digi24, coming back like every year to host the summit. Don't forget, if you want, the green stage has, I think, begun now. There's also a great opportunity to see what's going on there. So let's give a big round of applause for Theodora.
Good morning, everybody. Bună dimineața. I'm so happy to be here for the third year in a row. I'm happy that we can be here together to talk about our future, because our planet is our home, and I am also very passionate about sustainability, but I think it's our responsibility to talk about climate change, because climate is not going to stop, it's going to change, and we need to take action. And I'm very happy that this Climate Change Summit is a very big and important event, not only for Romania, but for our region. And now I would like to invite you all to talk about a very common subject, but I think that we need to learn a little bit more about it. Circular economy. It's very important to talk about circular economy and the future of circular economy, because I think this is one of the main keys for our future. When we talk about climate change and when we talk about economy, we need to talk a little bit more about circularity. And I am going to invite now here on the stage Ladeja Godina-Cosir. It's a Circular Change MSc, co-chair of the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform in Brussels. And she stands out as a unique figure in the world of circular economy. Please applause for Ladeja Godina-Cosir. Hello, good morning. The stage is yours.
Welcome to everyone. Do you know how privileged we are? I'm standing on the grass now after Ursula von der Leyen. I'm attending a lot of events, but the energy here is so special. So one big applause for all of you first, and for the team behind the scene, because it's really unique. Thank you very much. So I will talk about circular economy. I don't know what is your impression about that. Is it about waste management, or is it something for NGOs, or is it something what makes sense for every single one in this room and beyond? But let me start first with something what is a little bit bringing us together. So I'm coming from Slovenia. I'm based there, but I work globally, and I'm quite a lot in Brussels with European Commission as well. And what we are noticing, maybe you have experienced that a lot of people do not know where your country actually is, The same thing is happening with our country, with Slovenia. Very often, we are like, oh, Slovakia? Oh, no, Slovenia. So that is what we have in common. We still have to position ourselves on the map of Europe and on global map. And this event, I believe, is contributing to exactly that people will know where the epicenter of change is. One of those is in Romania. The second thing I want to highlight, there was one word that unites us, and it was trust, right? So what is happening around the globe? Who is actually behind the scene? Who is on the stage? We see how influential some people behind the scene are, who are usually on the stage. So where the votes are coming from, who is the decision maker, who is the leader. So we can see that in this word, very often we are a little bit puzzled. Whom to trust? Who is actually the one that leads the change or transformation, and who has the influence on our choices? So what I would like to encourage you is really to stay critical, not to criticize, right? But really to use your common sense. It's about trust. Don't trust only the media. Don't trust the mainstream voice. Do trust your intuition. Do trust science. Do trust those who you feel deserve your trust. So this kind of thinking should be, I think, embedded in our daily decision-making. Why this year is so important, and why do we talk about trust so much? Because we've got elections in EU, a lot of elections are still coming, and our votes do count. So as active citizens, we can contribute to the change, to the positive change, hopefully. But what is happening regarding circular economy? This is from the Circularity Gap report. I highly recommend it to take a look. If you don't know the document yet, it is published every year, but the results are not so encouraging. So in the last years, we talk more and more about circular economy, but implementation is not taking place. So there is a lot of space for improvement. And we are moving from efficiency, okay, to be as efficient as possible, to sufficiency. We should start thinking what is good enough, what is enough, how to fulfill our needs. So only by this kind of mindset, probably we will meet the targets we have on the European level and globally. And another topic that will be discussed later on other keynotes and workshops is anxiety. When we are talking about the climate change, where we are experiencing droughts and everything what is related to this climate change, very often we are stressed. And when we are stressed, we cannot be creative, right? For creativity, for out-of-the-box thinking, we need this trust, we need collaboration, we need open space, we need support. So that is why it's important, as I said at the beginning, to keep our minds open, to find people we can trust, and then to co-create solutions. Because no one has the answer, but together we can find the way towards the future we want to live in. So today we will try to wrap up a little bit what are those pillars that can lead to this circular future. We will start with systemic change, then we will go to regional dimension, because it's very important where we are, where we can do something, and to conclude with sustainable living. So let's start with the systemic change. Are you familiar with this illustration? Elephant. Who is wrong? Who is right? If we would put the elephant in this room and we would be blind, so we couldn't see, we would touch this elephant, someone would say, oh, this part, this is the rope. Yeah, that is the rope. Someone else would go on the other side. Oh, it's a wall. And who is right and who is wrong? What do you think? Everyone is right and everyone is wrong. Because as long as we are focused only to one part, we cannot see the whole picture. And when we talk about systemic thinking and when we talk about solutions we are creating, it is really, really of great importance that we keep in mind how things are interconnected. If we take mobility, right? Electric mobility, fine, it is great solutions, but it is not the final solution. We cannot have electric cars everywhere. They're just part of the solution. But we need different kinds of mobility. And I said before, let's think about what we need. What we need is that we want and need to move from A to B. It might be electric car, it might be public transport, I might walk, I might not move at all because I can work remotely. So that is what we need, this big picture, and then to focus and zoom in the solutions. So keep this in mind, and that is about systemic thinking, about keeping this big picture and then going to partial solutions. The other thing is that we have limited resources. Very often we talk about that we have only one planet, there is no planet B. But I highly recommend, if you are not familiar yet, with the Kate Rafford and her book, Donut Economics, she's defining it very clearly. This planet is limited, we have boundaries, and what should be our goal is to operate within the boundaries. It does not mean that we stop producing, that we stop consuming. But I said, we should think about that, what is enough and what is doable. As in your households, probably, you do not consume when you produce, when you cook lunch, you can use what you have at home, right? Or maybe you would go to your neighbors and borrow something, but you have to bring it back. It's the same with our planet. We cannot just constantly consume something what is not available, and that's why it's so important to understand how to stay within the boundaries when we are planning our actions, our decisions. And another fact, Ursula von der Leyen mentioned how in Europe now we are really experiencing all the risks under which we are. It's not only about the resources that are available, but it's also about that what is actually driving our decisions and how we are planning our actions according to the risks that are becoming more important. And here we can see the report from World Economic Forum showing us that in the next 10 years, but unfortunately I would say we are very close to that already right now, the most of risks are related to the climate. And the main partner of this event, as the bank, they understand that if we want to manage risks, we should understand what the risks are and where we evaluate what are we going to invest to and what are we going to support. Those risks are of crucial importance. That's why climate is not something detached. It's very much embedded in our daily business. And in Europe, as you know, we have all kinds of guidelines, of reports, regulation is coming, ESGs, everything is in place. I like to say it's like a cookbook. Again, we are back to the households. We have the recipes, we have the guidelines, but what is happening in reality is another thing. How good we are at implementing that. That's the question. And as the co-chair of European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, I have this privilege that I have an overview of those who are working on the ground, of different organizations. So I assume that you are representing this kind of organizations, from businesses to NGOs, governmental institutions. And all of us have to collaborate in that and break the silos. Because even on the governmental level, too often it's like, oh, this is the topic that should go to the Ministry of Environment. But people at the Ministry of Environment say, oh, it is very much related to finance, so that ministry should take care. So that's why we have to learn also on the public governance, how to collaborate and how to break those silos and really bring solutions together. The next chapter, you are privileged, as I said. As long as we only take financial capital as D1, we do not recognize how rich we actually are. And this is particularly important for our region, I would say, let's say ex-Eastern Europe, because we have so many natural resources. And for the future and for surviving, what counts? Nature and social capital. and you have nature, you are one of those countries that have a lot of water, a lot of forests, a lot of diversity. And you have people, I'm experiencing this right now, these days, how collaborative you are, how supportive, how warm-hearted. So be proud of that and take a look at that you preserve that. Financial capital is added and it's equally important, but it's not the only one. So when we are going now to circular economy, just to come to the point, is this a concept that is new or is it a concept that is forgotten? I'm old enough or mature enough, as my kids always say, you're mature, you're not old, so that I remember how we used to repair things, to maintain them, to cook at home and use local ingredients. And now with circular economy, we see that on the level of Europe, a lot of legislation is coming in, like, for example, right to repair. For some of us, it's ridiculous in a sense, because we were used to repair everything, but now we need regulation for that, because in the last 30, 40 years, the consumerism pushed us into the direction that we do not repair shoes, we rather buy new shoes. We do not repair refrigerator, we rather buy a new one. So somehow we have to come back or to move to that times where we respected resources. And as I said, a circular economy is definitely not about recycling. It is much more. It starts with design, and it starts with that, with thinking. Do we need to produce something? If yes, how to then maintain it for as long as possible. And in Romania, I did a little bit of research. You have a lot of circular economy practices already in different fields. So it refers to tourism, it refers to high tech, to the digital solutions, it refers to food. So it is very good to be aware of what is there and then to connect the dots. And as I said, circular economy, this is according to Ellen MacArthur Foundation, does not refer only to the production cycle. So it's not only how we produce things and maintain them in the consumption cycle as long as possible and at the very end then recycle them, but it's also this part, the biological one, that is related to our land, to our waters, to the sea. So how to use that and not abuse that. So when talking about circular economy, it is in a nutshell, how to maintain the resources for as long as possible. So even if we take something, hopefully it will last, and when we talk about nature, hopefully we will manage to regenerate that. And now coming to the sustainable living, I use one quote here that is saying, every time you spend money, what you do, you vote with your wallet. Because, as I said now, in the times of anxiety, we say, oh, what can I do? There is climate change, there are wars, and now I should care about whether to buy a plastic bag or I drink tap water or bottled water. Yes, it matters, because when we put all these dots together, the change is absolutely visible. And as mentioned before, we are challenged every day as decision makers. Those of you who are maybe on the positions of CEOs or in management boards or maybe mayors or whoever, daily you are challenged. What are you going to sign? Are you going to sign something what contributes to this positive change, or you sign something what contributes to the old patterns that do not work anymore? And as long as we don't have KPIs, as long as we are not supported in the direction that we take decisions that lead to sustainable future, of course, we will follow that old paradigm and old mindset. So, as I said, this shift towards needs and towards understanding the connection of the needs is very much important. And basically, we can talk about few groups of those needs. They're related to our built environment, to our consumer goods, healthy food, and mobility. But there in the middle are other connections that are equally important. So this systemic view, again, is coming to the place. And as long as we do not see that living a sustainable life is something what makes us and brings us joy, we will not go for that. We people don't like to change. And why to do something what does not satisfy us, what is not joyful? But once when you start realizing that taking decisions that are aligned with sustainability is actually fun and that you are valued according to that, you have friends, you can share ideas with them, then you start changing. And as I said, in Romania, you already have guidelines for that. You have your circular economy action plan, you have a lot of examples in practice that are already paving the way, so just go and follow them. And to conclude in a nutshell, it's about, as I said, on one side, circular economy is related to business models, it is related to the governance, but it is very much related to everyday life and to our lifestyle. And try to figure out how to adjust your lifestyle. Here I'm inviting you, you can use your phones now, and take the code of the project, European one, that has the ambition to help us navigate towards more sustainable lifestyle. So you can take a test to figure out what is your carbon footprint right now, and you will get some hints how to improve that into direction of sustainability and of more circular lifestyle that you will start enjoying. So for the conclusion, just to say, our name of the organization that I founded is Circular Change, because we do believe that we can contribute to the change, but it is not an easy way, and we like to say it was and still is a bumpy road or an open sea. And we started very similar as this event in 2016 with conferences, international conferences that brought together experts on circular economy to this tiny country called Slovenia. And since then, this movement took shape, and even my personal, let's say, career or life, it is one thing, changed in a way that I become the part of a very interesting group of change makers around the globe. And we also have the privilege to have a very interesting board of people, including Janez Potočnik, former commissioner, who introduced the first circular economy action plan in Europe, and other colleagues. So you can connect with us. We are always open for collaboration, and we always say we are only the best entry point for your circular economy journey. So welcome to join us, to collaborate with us, and to conclude with another quote: don't waste your time with explanation. People only hear what they want to hear. So I hope you heard something useful. Thank you very much.
Applause. Please stay with us a little bit longer because we have a Q&A session, and we have two more questions for you. First of all, is our region, Eastern Europe, as responsible as Western Europe when it comes to climate change and circular economy?
I would say everyone is responsible, but everyone deserves attention as well. So it's not about accusing each other who should do first and who should do something, but we should step together because we are on the same planet, in the same Europe, and Europe is tiny. If we take a look at the planet, so with dividing us, East and West, it will not work.
And the second one, what actions can we take as Europeans to implement more circular economy in each country? Of course, in Europe.
Yeah, so what actions? I said, first of all, we should understand what does it mean to be sustainable, what does it mean to have a circular economy business model or other activity, and then not to be over-ambitious and over-critical, because we should start something. So, of course, now we have a lot of discussions about greenwashing or about reporting, but we should start and go and learn by doing. But
maybe invest more in education. Why
absolutely, education is one of those pillars that are super important, but if you do not do the first step, you cannot reach the goal.
Thank you so much. Thank you again for your presence and your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now we will move forward to a hard subject, inflation, but not only about inflation. From greedflation to greenflation, I will invite here on the stage Cucu Agbo-Bloa, Global Head of Economics, Cross-Asset and Country Research, Societe Generale. Please applause for him. He's going to join me. welcome. Good morning. Thank you for being here. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm based in London, in the UK. And in the UK, there's a quote about the weather, because it's always rainy and cloudy. And essentially, it says that a pessimist is an optimist with experience. So you can never get your hopes too high when it comes to the weather. And this Sunday, I was actually at a karate competition because I'm a black belt in karate. My 3 daughters also do karate, my wife as well, so we're all a karate family. My eldest daughter got a black belt this year, and my wife is a brown belt, and so by the end of next year, we're probably going to be all black belts. So the question is, why am I talking about karate? Well, it may be because of climate change. We might have to fight for resources, so hope for the best and prepare for the worst. But joke aside, it is definitely a very important topic that has huge consequences. So today in my presentation, I'm going to talk to you about greedflation and greenflation. So I'm the global head of research at Société Générale, so I oversee a team of 100 people, economists, strategists, across equity, credit, FX, commodity, multi-asset, quant research. So it's a big team. And we have a big competitive advantage, which is a proprietary crystal ball that allows us to predict the future. So that proprietary crystal ball got it wrong a number of times around inflation, what's going on with the global economy, etc. But in reality, the crystal ball is simply our ability to ask questions and debate among strategists, where diversity of opinions, views, matters a lot in trying to understand what's going on and the future. So, first of all, quick disclaimer when it comes to the future and predictions. I like this quote from John Kenneth Galbraith, who says, there are 2 types of forecasters, those who don't know, and those who don't know, they don't know. So when you have people talking about markets, bear that in mind, because predictions are not always necessarily true or easy to make. But when it comes to climate change, unfortunately, the predictions are pretty much true in the sense of the scientific data, etc. But before going to climate change, I just want to give you a quick sense of inflation and the current environment we've been in around the war in Ukraine, COVID, etc. And then we will understand the drivers of inflation today and how climate change could lead to another form of inflation, which is greenflation, and how this is going to have tremendous consequences in the way we look at asset prices, markets, and the economy. So, first of all, we publish 15,000 documents every year, 1.5 million emails. So sometimes when it comes to research, I think we're a big spamming organization, sending a lot of emails that don't get read necessarily. But there's a lot of content and insights. So I have summarized all of these research in a couple of bullet points to get you to understand the current market environment. Number 1, the reason why we had this whole inflation situation was because of the original sin. What I call the original sin, if you think about Adam and Eve, etc., it was the actions of government and central banks in 2020 by putting $25 trillion of liquidity in the economy to save human lives. And it's really important to understand that governments did whatever it takes to protect the economy from COVID, and this led to a huge amount of demand versus constrained supply. Then we had the supply chain disruptions, etc., that led to a spike in inflation. The second key point is that despite this massive inflation and massive increase in interest rates, the economy didn't go into recession, which is what you would have expected. The question is why? Well, the answer is because companies have developed, almost like biological organism, a natural immunity against higher interest rates. And this is what we call greedflation. It means that when prices started to go up, companies were able to raise their prices by more than necessary, allowing them to make more profits at a time when people were going through a cost of living crisis. And the reason why these companies were able to raise prices by greed was because governments were protecting consumers and trying to give them effectively ways to deal with the high cost of living crisis. So this allowed companies to make money in an environment where interest rates were going up. And number two, a lot of these businesses have locked in low level of financing out to 5 years. So it meant that even if interest rate was going up, it didn't hurt the company's balance sheet because they were locked in for 3% interest rate out to 5 years. So this is the reason why we're not in a recession or in a crisis. So today, that's the third bullet point, inflation is pretty much mission accomplished. Because if you look at inflation in Europe and the US, it's back down to around 2.5, 2%, because commodity prices have gone down, the economy is slowing down, and the central banks are starting to cut interest rates because they are more concerned about protecting growth than trying to essentially fight inflation, which means that the economy is pretty strong. We don't have massive unemployment, and interest rates are going down back to the neutral rate. So this is a very bullish environment for the economy. This is why you see the US markets making new highs, even though we are essentially at a higher level of interest rates. So the big concern in the short term is really around the fiscal and sovereign debt crisis. I don't think we're there yet. The data tends to be volatile in terms of uncertainty on the economy, whether we're going to have a soft landing or a hard landing. So long story short, if you look at this graph, inflation was essentially transitory. The debate was whether it would be persistent, etc. But if you look at the graph, it's pretty much back to the lows, even though it might take a bit more time to go back to the previous levels. So if you look at monetary policy, most central banks are trying to cut interest rates quite aggressively by roughly 200 basis points to bring them down to the neutral level, so roughly 3% in the US and 2% in Europe. So this is effectively a very bullish picture that I'm pointing when it comes to short-term inflation. But there is this quote that says there's always light at the end of the tunnel, but just make sure it's not an oncoming train. I don't know whether you ever had the experience. You look at you're in a tunnel, you see the light, I'm saved, a train, and you're dead. So the point here is that there is still risk in the markets. So this is the refinancing schedule of companies borrowing that they've taken in 2021. It's due in 2026 because it's roughly 5 years. This was locked at low level of interest rates. As they get refinanced, they may have to pay higher level of interest. And this is a concern, and this is also why central banks are cutting interest rates to make sure that this refinancing wave is not going to create a recession. So the global economy is pretty much in good shape. So this was the fun part. Now let's talk about climate change and greenflation. And for this, I'm going to show you another quote. As you can see, I love quotes. This is from Albert Einstein, who said, there are two things that are infinite: the size of the universe and human stupidity. And he was not sure about the size of the universe. So why am I using this quote to introduce the climate change problem? Well, so I'm essentially, before being head of research, I was on the trading side with Goldman Sachs as a proprietary trader in New York, and then lived in China for many years, etc. So my job was pretty much to eat what you kill, sort of thing, try to understand markets very quickly and look for arbitrage opportunity to make money, etc. And then on the research side, we have more of a mindset of hunting as a pack, trying to look at the data, connect a lot of information, and try to find a conclusion very fast. So our ability is really around processing information and trying to come up to a conclusion. So I looked at the climate economics problem. So if you want to summarize the climate change, it's pretty straightforward. So CO2 emissions and greenhouse gas emissions accumulate in the atmosphere, and we need to avoid one very important limit, which is 3,000 billion tons of CO2 equivalent in the atmosphere. So if you forget everything I said, please remember this number, 3,000 gigatons or 3,000 billion tons of CO2 in the atmosphere. Because if you reach 3,000, this is the 1.5 degree warming versus 1850 by the end of the century. So compared to 1850, we are at 2,000 500 gigatons, more or less, a bit more, of CO2 or green gas emissions accumulated in the atmosphere. So it means a carbon budget, so what we have left before 1.5 degree or hitting the 3,000 is 500 gigatons of CO2. So the question now is, how much emissions does the planet as a whole emit every year? And this is what this graph shows. We are emitting as a planet 54 gigatons of CO2 equivalent every year in terms of greenhouse gases. 54 gigatons. And it's very difficult to picture 54 gigatons. It means every second we emit 1,800 tons of CO2 equivalent every second. 1,800 tons of CO2 is roughly what it takes 80,000 trees to capture in terms of CO2 every year. And by the end of my presentation, we would have emitted 2,600 tons of CO2, actually 2.6 million tons of CO2 in the atmosphere. So it's a ridiculous, huge number. So if you look at this graph, to meet the 1.5, we need to follow the green line, which is the reducing emission by 50% roughly by 2030. And if you look at the blue shaded area, this is where all our pledges are pointing to. So we will be roughly emitting the same amount by 2030. So this is Houston, we have a problem, because this should be on everyone's phone, iPhone, TV, to show as a planet how we're doing, because CO2 does not have a nationality. If you're net zero here, but you're not there, it's the same atmosphere. So now let's just quickly go through the issue. So this graph shows you greenhouse, this is CO2 specifically, emitted, the amount of emissions since 1850 to today. You can see that greenhouse gas emission is going through the roof, or this is CO2, roughly 40 billion tons of CO2. And you can see that after the Second World War, things really went exponential. You can obviously China being roughly 17 gigatons of CO2. The US is roughly 6-7 gigatons of CO2 every year. Europe is 3 to 4 gigatons. Africa is sort of 1 billion tons of CO2, or 2% of the emissions. Now, the point, though, is what has been the largest drop in greenhouse gas emission in history. If you look at the second largest drop was in 1945, when Germany and Japan was destroyed by the bombardment by the Allied forces. And the largest drop in CO2 in history was in 2020, where you were all stuck at home, no cars, no planes. And the biggest drop was, let's just do a quick show of hand. How many of you think the biggest drop was 10% or more in 2020? Raise your hand. Higher? 10% drop. I think this is 3.87% of the room, roughly. How many of you think it's 20% drop? 20%, okay, a bit more, 10. How many of you think it's 1% drop? 1%. And 4 or 5%? Okay, that's majority. So if you look at the slide, the answer is on the slide. I was just trying to check if you were following what I was saying. Well, the largest drop in emissions was 4.7%. 4.7%, that's quite embarrassing, because we say we need to be net zero, we need to drop things by like 7% every single year by 20, roughly 40, 50% by 2030, and net zero by 2050. And in 2020, where the economy was put in hibernation, we only managed to do 4.7%. And guess what? When the economy reopened, that little blip that you see over there rebounded. So now we're making new record highs when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. And this is because of a simple principle. Energy there's the law of kinetic energy, which is to move an object to a given speed, you need half the mass times the speed squared. So if you drive a car 20 miles per hour or 30 kilometers per hour, and you go to 60 kilometers per hour, and you double your speed on the highway, you're consuming 4 times the amount of energy. It's a square function, and the human brain is not very good at thinking about exponential series. So it means if you reduce the emissions of your car by 50%, and you do all the right thing, but you go twice as fast, you're going to be effectively double, essentially, so 50%, and you go for a factor of 4, so you're essentially doubling the amount of emissions or energy you're consuming. So this is the challenge we're faced with. Now, let's do a quick history of energy. So in 1800, 90% of energy was essentially traditional wood. And then we discovered coal, which is the sunlight energy stored for hundreds of millions of years. And then we transitioned from wood to coal, and then we found oil, which is even more energy dense. We transitioned to oil, then natural gas, and now we discovered nuclear, hydropower, and then we are starting to do using renewable because of the greenhouse gas emissions. So this gives you the impression that we are transitioning from one energy source to the next. And the hope is that we will transition more to renewable. This is where I'm going to quote the great philosopher, Mike Tyson, who once said, "Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face." Okay, so that's why I do karate, and why am I using Mike Tyson? Well, it's because of this graph. If you look at statistics, this is what it shows, but if you look at the absolute numbers, and again, to stress the magnitude of the problem, greenhouse gas emissions is linked to fossil fuel, but we haven't transitioned from wood to coal to oil. We're adding them one on top of each other. And this is, at the planet level, we're consuming 180,000 terawatt hours of energy. And you can see the 4-5% layers of renewable, because the planet still uses 84% of fossil fuel. So we have a problem, and we need to obviously decarbonize faster. But we're running, i.e. we're growing as we need to decarbonize. So it means in 10 years, if I do this graph here, it's probably going to be above the screen in terms of energy consumption. So this is another complexity. So why have we transitioned historically? It's because of this concept of energy density. How much energy can you store in a kilo of source of energy? This graph is pretty interesting. So if you look at wood, it's 17 megajoules per kilo. Joules is a unit of energy. So an average human consumes 8 megajoules per day. Your meal is 2 to 3 megajoules per day. One heartbeat is 1 joule, roughly. If you type, one strike on the keyboard is half a joule, just to give you a sense. So wood has 17 megajoules per kilo. Then we transition to coal, which has double the energy density, 31 or 32 megajoules per kilo, so it makes sense, it's more dense. Then you go to coal, you need to oil, 42 megajoules, natural gas, 47 megajoules. These things are massively energy dense. And then if you look at nuclear energy, it is 80 million megajoules per kilo, so huge. Obviously, it's radioactive, it has issues. And the biggest source of energy in the universe with the highest amount of energy is antimatter, 90 billion megajoules. To get that number, you should use Einstein formula, E=mc². This is where the mass gets destroyed. I don't advise using antimatter. You might blow up the planet, but that's for another story. And human fat is 37 megajoules per kilo. The problem we have is we don't know how to store energy, and this is where we need to do a lot more investment, because a lithium-ion battery today, that's what I put at the top, can only store 0.5 megajoules per kilo. Obviously, you can use the battery multiple of times, but this is the challenge of renewable, is how do you store it? And this is what we need to solve. Obviously, energy, and the story of energy started with photosynthesis. Trees are biological carbon capture and solar panels. They capture sun's energy. You take CO2 from the atmosphere, take water, mix it with sunlight, and it gives you glucose, which is sugar, plus oxygen. And this is the formula of life. And animals eat plants, and then animals eat each other, et cetera, but it's, at the end of the day, sunlight energy that is transferred across biological organisms. What's interesting is when you burn fossil fuel or you burn fat, you're doing the reverse of photosynthesis. You breathe in oxygen, burn your fat, it releases energy, which is sunlight, and that gets you CO2 and H2O. And this is where we need to find other ways of storing energy without going through carbon. And there's green, blue, gray carbon, which is why preserving the oceans are super important because they are the biggest carbon sink. But the message of this graph is that the planet, organisms are all carbon-based. So I'll finish with a couple more slides. How many of you know the Kaya identity? Please raise your hand. Higher. Okay, 0.2% of the room. Okay, all right. If you forget everything I said, this is the most important formula. This is Kaya. Joichi Kaya was a Japanese energy economist. He simply said, and it's used in the IPCC report, it simply says greenhouse gas emissions is equal to how many people there are on Earth. We're roughly 8 billion people today. By 2050, we will be 10 billion people. So think about this. It's as if you have a new country on Earth, like China, by 2050. They'll all want to eat meat, have a house, car, come to climate change conference, etc., etc. So how many people, which makes sense, how many each of them consume, so GDP per capita, that makes sense, times the energy intensity of the economy, how much energy you use to produce 1 unit of energy, times how many emissions per unit of energy. So it sounds complicated, but if you strike population with population, GDP with GDP, energy by energy, you get emissions equal emissions. I hope I haven't lost anyone in the room with this advanced math. If you have any questions, I'm happy to have a chat with you afterward the presentation. But joke aside, population, as I said, is the red line, 8 billion to 10 billion. Consumption, this is GDP per capita, is the gray line. It's an exponential curve. Because cities consume stuff. You need Amazon, you bring all that stuff, that requires energy. Remember the kinetic energy formula, which is a square function of speed. So that's a really big problem. Energy intensity of your GDP. So this is the blue line, it's going down. And then the energy decarbonization is the emission intensity of energy, which is the green line at the bottom. So energy decarbonization decreasing, but it's limited by the laws of physics. And we are more efficient, but it is not enough to offset the exponential growth of our consumption and the speed with which we are growing. And this is the challenge of the decarbonization. So if you understand this, you understood everything around why the black line, global CO2 emissions, continues to be flat despite all the good cop, bad cop, good cop. It's a pun with cop. No, okay. Anyways, so this is, for me, the key point to remember, and this is how we need to address the decarbonization, but also address the transition. So I'll finish with this. Winston Churchill once said, if you go through hell, keep going, which means through hell, don't stop, because you will go out of hell. And we are ultimately on a highway to hell or global warming, because it will be very hot. There is some estimates. We're not on track with 1.5 or 2 degrees. We're more on track with 2.4, 2.7 degrees. There's a limit as to how high emissions can go. It's roughly 4 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. It's difficult to go above 4 degrees. Do you know why? Yeah? Correct. So above 4 degrees, humans will have a tough time living on Earth, not just human species. So less human, less emissions, you get the picture. So the point is, it's a species-wide problem, and we should be dealing with a planetary emergency around climate change. So I won't have time to go through all of that, but wind farm battery is also very metal intensive. To do a 500-kilo lithium-ion battery, you need cobalt, nickel, copper, graphite, aluminum, etc. These things require mining, extractions, and they consume energy. So electric vehicle is definitely better than combustion vehicles, but it's not supposed to be everyone has an electric car. You should think about walking, bicycle, public transport, etc., because they are not necessarily CO2. They don't have zero sort of carbon footprint. Let's put it this way. Okay, so these are, so we're moving from burning fossil fuel to generating electron. That's the electric transition, the energy transition. The issue is that the supply of these mining metals is also limited because they have an impact on biodiversity and the environment. So, and it's also very geopolitically problematic, trying to control a lot of that supply chain. And then the physical impact of climate change will make the supply chain globally more complex to address. And this is what we call greenflation from a monetary policy standpoint, is we invest in all these mining activity, the prices of these commodities could go up, and that could lead to another form of inflation. And the ECB has done some calculation and suggests that a delayed or sudden transition could get inflation higher, and central banks may have to raise energy prices, interest rates to address higher inflation. I don't have time to go through all of this, but it simply means that there are different ways higher inflation could impact asset prices, bond credit, and bankruptcies for companies at some point. So I'll conclude with 3 quotes. So when it comes to inflation, now this is not the end, it's not even the beginning of the end, it is perhaps the end of the beginning. And then Winston Churchill, to end on a positive note, the pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity. The optimist sees opportunity in every difficulty. I'd like to finish with the story of the hummingbird and the forest fire. How many of you have heard this story before? Okay, 4% of the room. Okay, so the story is very quick and very simple. One day there was a massive fire burning a huge forest. All the animals in the forest left. They were scared. They looked at their house going up in flames, except one little hummingbird. And the tiny hummingbird said, I'm going to do something about the fire. So it goes near the latest lake, picks up a drop of water, goes up in the air, flies on the forest fire, drops the water. It does it once, twice, 3 times. All the animals look at the tiny hummingbird and says, like the elephant, etc., says to the hummingbird, what are you doing? You're tiny. This is only one little drop of water. Do you think you can make a difference? The hummingbird looks at the elephant and the other animals in the eye without being discouraged and says, I'm doing the best I can. So with this, I'll finish my presentation, and I'll give you one bonus quote, which is from the Divine Comedy from Dante. The hottest places in hell are reserved for those who, in a period of moral crisis, maintain their neutrality. In other words, the hummingbird story is about your conscience, your personal duty when you have to face your kids in the future, and trying to do the best you can as well. So if you want to listen to more of this, we have a podcast at Société Générale called 2050 Investors, where we have themes around decarbonization of happiness, inflation, biodiversity, etc. There's a QR code where you can scan to subscribe. I do the investigation, and if you hit the 5-star like button, I get €1. No, that was a joke, but anyways, feel free to listen to it. It's quite entertaining. Thank you very much, and I've overrun a little bit, but thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kuku. We will provide you the questions from the audience. You have a lot of questions on Slido, and I encourage you all to put questions on Slido, but now we don't have time to make the Q&A session, but I will assure the audience that you will answer them, all of them.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now it's time to talk about climate solutions for a sustainable future, a European banking perspective. And the next speaker is Hasina Pai, Head of Sustainability, Société Générale. She is not here physically, but she is going to be live with us today. Let's see if it's here. Hello, Hasina. I think that we will hear you in a couple of seconds. Hello again.
Hello, good morning.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, perfect.
Excellent. Good morning, Bucharest. I'm very, very pleased to be part of this summit. I have to say I like the title. It's full of good vibes about solutions. I'm Hasina Pai. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer for Société Générale Group, and I'm an optimist, if I refer to Kuku's definition. I think I see opportunities in bad times. But you know, it's a tough time to be a chief sustainability officer these days, I have to say. We are surrounded by uncertainty. We see our clients that started to move quite quickly, for example, on the electric automotive industry, on the batteries. They suffer. They have a lot of liquidity issues because some subsidies have been turned down. So tough times on these emerging markets that, are quite important for the future. We see some of our clients as well having pressure from their stakeholders and their shareholders in particular, telling them, look, maybe it's time to invest in things that have a very precise return on investment, because we need to make sure we have the money and behind, of course, the dividends. We have a lot of clients struggling because return on investment are not that clear on new technologies, or because they need to invest to protect the future, to invest in resilience, but the cash flows are not completely clear. And maybe these are an absence of costs rather than a positive cash flow. And it's not always the way our models are built. So yeah, we are surrounded, but I think we cannot lose time, waste time thinking about the necessity to shift, because it is needed and because I guess we have no option. So let's not waste time. Back in 2019, I was very impacted by the EU Green Deal. It's not the best thing you want to read at night when you have some time. A good book is better, but I have to say this time, it was a short paper, Green Deal, quite simple. And it was really clear, I think, because it said we have 1 decade, 2020, 2030. And this is the decade where we need really to start reducing emissions. And we need to invest concretely in new technologies so that we are ready by 2030 to engage in the second part of the reduction of the CO2 emissions. The first one will be done with decarbonation measures, some sobriety, making sure we are not wasting energy. And then, because we will have invested in this decade, then we'll be ready for a kind of new deal, if you want, in the energies in general, in the industry. For me, it was quite clear that we are the generation that at the same time will be the first really seeing with their eyes the start of climate damages, and you see it every day, and the generation that can at the same time really act upon it, really try to reduce the problem and engage future generations in a better world, hopefully. So we have this responsibility, and the clock is ticking. We are almost in 2025. But it's true that we have seen a lot of new business models. As a bank, over the past 3-4 years, I think we never have been so innovating. We have been engaging with new clients because we stopped quite a lot on the oil and gas business and on coal. To a certain extent, we have as well invested in new technologies, new risk, new partnership, and even we have decided to launch a 1 billion euro fund to invest in equity in the future leaders of the transition. So for us, we do see it every day that there is a real move, and we have new clients and we experiment new technologies. And to be fair, it's tough because banks like, any other big bank like ours usually look at past models. We need to see statistics over the past 10 years. And this is the way we engage and we control our risks. But today, the future and even the present is very different. And it's not just a natural follow-up of what we've experienced over the past decades. But it's an interesting time. Still, as I said, a lot of uncertainty. And of course, we've been hit by this crisis. The pandemic, the geopolitical situation is really terrible. All these elections, if you listen to the discussions, the speeches during the elections everywhere, you won't hear a lot about the need to invest drastically to change people's way of life for the transition. However, as Coco said, it's as if we had a budget for climate. If you have 500 gigaton left and you have more than 50 per year, that's a good 10 years if you go on with the same pace. So we do have to move in reality, and we have we have to take into account the urgency of the long term, which is like a barbarism, an oxymoron, if you want. Everybody's okay with the short term. Urgency is short term, super short term. Well, we have an urgency to act now to preserve the long term. That's very clear. And I mean, if you look around over the past 50 years only, we have not been playing sustainably. We've lost 70% of biodiversity. We realize now the cost of it, even in terms of economical background. We use the equivalent of 1.7 planets per year. So you have this overshoot day somewhere in the summer, meaning that, well, whatever we are going to use is not going to be regenerated by planet Earth. So we're living at credit. This is very clear now for everybody. I live in France, and the government has issued a plan of resilience adaptation if we go to 3 degrees. So current policies are rather around 2.5 degrees, let's say. But they plan for 3 degrees. That means if we go ahead and we don't really push towards something clear to decarbonize, 3 degrees in the world is 4 degrees in France for different geographical considerations. And so the country is already seeing what are the consequences in terms of water, in terms of some regions in the mountain that will have a very different life, the other regions on the seaside, likewise, the agriculture. It's as if the country, with the 4 degrees, the country would be translated by itself, meaning in the north of France, you would have the climate of the north of Spain, just to give you an impression. So this is not science fiction. This is something you find on the internet, and this is French adaptation plan. So it's true that we've seen the consequences. They are powerful, visible, frequent consequences of climate change and increase in temperature. But more and more, I mean, in my job, we are now thinking on adaptation and resilience for the reasons I just said, which are different investments. They're not really not cash flow generating. They are avoiding negative cash flows. They are avoiding big costs. So it's another way of thinking. It's not like the business opportunity of transition that we are handling. It's more like physical risk understanding and all the risks of a given territory through its adaptation. That's another chapter that is opening at the same time as, of course, we're fighting against this climate change disaster. And so still working on mitigation, but already working on adaptation. And I have to say, we do that earlier than I thought. Thought we have more time to fight than to adapt. And well, it came and we see it every day on television. So I think we're walking on a fine line. We need to reduce the emissions quickly, efficiently. We need to switch to this low carbon economy, of course. And we have to be a bit more into the sobriety chapter. And at the same time, we need to make sure we use the resources that we have on the planet. If all of a sudden we were to keep the same energy use and put solar panels everywhere, well, it doesn't work. You have a problem with land, you have a problem with biodiversity, you have a problem with all the material, the metals, to produce that, the panels. You have a problem as well with the human resources along the value chains, because of course we need to maintain a minimum social safeguard if we want all this to be sustainable globally. So coming back to this summit that you have and the agenda, I found it interesting because you have these different subjects, not only climate change. You will have a bit on circular economy, which I think is probably the main key, because you need to be smart when you design your goods. You, of course, need to make sure you do not waste the value. You reuse, you repair. I mean, it's a very different way. It's not just an additional subject. It's a very different way of structuring your economy and your industry. But it has a lot of value given the circumstances and the limits of planet Earth. So we'll need to reinvent, in a way, the value creation. The ownership will go to usage, to cooperation. We need to go to local ecosystems. And I'm sure in your country, in your region, it's not something very strange or very different, something that people understand because you kept an industrial background and you know what it means to be efficient in terms of industry. So it's as if we were going back a little bit and thinking again, okay, let's not waste, let's not buy something at the other end of the world, let's relocate, let's be smart. You have companies that will produce waste that will have a lot of value for the neighbor company, like very hot water that needs to be cooled down in rivers instead of being cooled down at the expense of biodiversity, for example, can be used by the other industrial next door. We have a lot of these examples of synthesis between companies that start to create a lot of value. So before finishing, I'd like to say just a word about nature, because it's part of your agenda as well. You know, we were completely focused on climate, but of course, it has a huge interaction with nature. Coco mentioned the oceans and the captation of CO2. We are completely conscious now about the systemic value of nature for the economy. And even without talking about that, because nature should not be monetized, nature is all over and we are just part of it. And people try to think that, you know, it was just a resource. But in fact, we need to go back to where we belong, just our place in nature. And I think this topic of regeneration that is emerging is very, very good. It gives us a lot of enthusiasm. You know, we were supposed to stop or limit the degradation of nature. And now from COP on Nature, with the Global Biodiversity Framework, we are invited, as from 2030, to be nature positive. So that's very good because it's about, you know, your role in the regeneration of nature. So it's a very good topic. We're talking about the pollution, of course, of air, the artificialization of land, biodiversity preservation. And the thing is, people have started to invest in the regeneration of nature. And the good news is after a few years, it works and you can see the results. So we are not in this big climate change stress and eco-anxiety where we just try to reduce the problem. With nature, we are trying to reduce the problem, of course, but we are invited to regenerate and to do something positive. And again, as I said, it works. So that's good. So I'm going to stop here. I think that you will all agree we cannot afford to waste 3 to 5 years in this decade to think about the pros and cons in engaging in transition because of geopolitical turmoil, because of inflation, because people don't have money, because in fact, we don't have the time and it's not an option. So with that, I wish you a great summit and a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hasina, very much. And next year, maybe you will come here in Romania. Thank you for your presentation.
Pleasure.
Now we will move to regenerating planet Earth. Oliver Bolton, Earthly CEO, is going to be here on the main stage. Let's applaud him. Hello, Oliver. Thank you for being here. Welcome.
So I don't know about you, but when I hear the sound of birds singing, or insects buzzing, or the babbling brook of a stream, I feel deeply relaxed and completely at peace with the earth. And there's a name for this feeling. It's called biophilia, because we are connected to nature, and nature is deeply connected to us. And it's been scientifically proven by spending time in nature can make us happier, and can even help us live up to 20% longer. So I want to do a really quick experiment with you. I'm going to ask you to shut your eyes, and I want you to think of your happy place. And please, can you open your eyes And if your happy place was in nature, I'd like you to raise your hand. So I think we can see overwhelmingly the deep connection we have between our happiness and nature and its importance. When I was a child, I remember going on long journeys, and the windscreen and the bumper of the car would be covered in bugs by the end of the journey. But that just doesn't happen anymore. And this summer, when I was looking in my garden, I was looking to the bees and the butterflies. It was eerily quiet, deathly quiet. And it really reminded me of the urgency and the importance of the situation that we have right now with biodiversity. But what's interesting is we think our childhoods were the most abundant time, but the childhoods of our parents, the childhoods of our grandparents were even more abundant. And with every generation, we kind of reset what we think normality is. And there's a term for this, it's called shifting baseline syndrome. And it's so important that we remember the past abundance that we used to have, in the past. There's an English writer called William Henry Hudson, and he describes walking in the British countryside at dusk, 100 years ago. One could almost feel the weight of insect life in the air. Moths of all shapes and sizes fluttered in the twilight, while relentless chirp of crickets filled the air, blending with the distant call of nightjars. Every blade of grass seemed alive with some small creature, each contributing to the vibrant chorus of the night. And going back even further, 200 years ago, Thomas Pennant wrote about the abundance we had off the British coast. Immense shoals of herring were trailed by schools of enormous bluefin tuna. The sea appeared black with their numbers, a living expanse teeming with multitudes of fish as far as the eye can see. I think it's so important that we're aware of the abundance we once had to enable us to know exactly what we can achieve again and have a goal of where we need to head to. But amazingly, there's glimmers of hope, and this summer, thousands of bluefin tuna have returned to the British coastline, thanks to legal protection, environmental restoration, and our warming waters. And these majestic creatures are such important ecosystem engineers. It's the beginning of our natural regeneration, and it shows that if we leave nature to do its thing, it can come back. And this is from Our World in Data. And for certain Keystone engineers across Europe, they're making a remarkable rebound. Elk, beavers, lynx, bear are all coming back in great numbers. Beavers are incredible ecosystem engineers, and their populations have rebounded more than 16,000% in recent years. All around the world, we're seeing hundreds of thousands of new nature protection and restoration projects emerge. But I'm particularly excited and hopeful about the country and continental scale regeneration projects that are happening. I want to share a few with you today that give me hope. So Chris Tompkins was the CEO of Patagonia for 25 years, and along with her late husband, Doug Tompkins, who founded Esprit and the North Face, they donated all of their wealth to nature, and they purchased 15 million hectares of land across Chile and Argentina. They then created 15 national parks, which they've gifted back to the Chilean and Argentinian governments and to the people. But what's really exciting about their project is it's a massive wildlife corridor throughout the whole of the west coast of South America, going down to the ocean, where they're also focusing on protecting 30 million hectares of marine habitat. They're reintroducing keystone species, and they're rewilding a whole tract of South America, and this is the ambition that we need. Heading to Africa, we have the Great Green Wall, which is greening the whole of the Sahel region across the whole of the continent of Africa. Here they're building earthbournes, which are half-moon-shaped ditches which capture rainwater and allow the rainwater to absorb into the soil. And within these half-moon burns, they're growing crops, they're growing food to build food security. And this technology has been around for thousands of years. This is ancient technology which we're able to reuse today. And in a few years, you can see from the video, the results have been remarkable. They've managed to regreen 300,000 hectares in only a few years. And it's estimated around the globe there's about 2 billion hectares of salty wasteland. There's an incredible company called Seawater Solutions, and they're turning this unused salty wasteland into agricultural land. So this is their project in Spain. It's a 4,500 acre project. And here they're taking rare plants that thrive in salt water and can also be eaten. And they're growing these crops and turning this into an agricultural site that not only produces food, but sequesters carbon and boosts biodiversity. But I think what's most exciting about their approach is with rising sea levels and saltwater ingress becoming more of an issue, this is a solution for adaptation, this is a solution for resilience that we can use around the world. It's estimated about 800 million hectares of farmland are affected like this, where this could be applied. And in China, they have their own Great Green Wall, the North Shelter Belt projects, which are stopping the Sahel, the Gobi Desert encroaching into China's land. So this project was launched in the 70s, and it's the largest reforestation project in the world. To date, they've regreened 600,000 hectares of land, and they've increased their forest cover from 5% to 15% across northern China. And they're very ambitious. By 2050, they want to regreen 88 million hectares of land. So I just want to touch on what I do, and I'm a co-founder of Earthly. And with so many amazing nature protection and regeneration projects in the world, we want to make sure that the money is going to the most impactful, highest quality projects around the world. So we've developed a way to screen nature-based projects. We look at multiple layers of data, from public data to private data to things like geospatial satellite data. And we screen 106 quality indicators, a third in carbon, a third in biodiversity, and a third in people. So it's a really holistic approach to screening projects. And this enables us to score the different areas and to have an aggregate project score. We only work with projects that meet our minimum standards. We're really proud to be helping 700 companies around the world de-risk their nature investments and make sure that they're supporting the most impactful projects around the world. At the same time, as you can see from this spider diagram of some of those key quality indicators, we get to understand we get a deep understanding of the strengths and the unique sort of values of these different nature-based projects. So we can not only find high-quality projects for businesses, but we can match-make them with their values. So if you're a healthcare company, we can find you a project that really over-indexes on health and supports the community with healthcare. And then we can give you the impact data around that. The number of people receiving healthcare linked to your investment, the number of vaccinations delivered, so you have the tangible impact on the ground. We have a few different products that are all investing in nature. Voluntary carbon markets had its challenges, but carbon credits are still one of the best tools to get money towards nature protection and restoration. So we work with high integrity projects there. We've just launched the UK's first voluntary biodiversity credits, which I'll touch on in a second. And we support nature innovation. So there's projects like kelp, seaweed, and seagrass projects that are doing amazing work, but they don't yet have credits yet behind them. But we help corporates support this innovation, which is much needed in the world. And finally, we work on spot purchasing and long-term origination. Now, our goal at Earthly is to protect and restore at least 1% of the planet by 2030. So that's 150 million hectares. And these bigger origination contracts, which are multi-million-pound deals, typically over 5 to 10 years, are a key tool to getting to that milestone. Looking at our marketplace, you can see that we cover different geographies and we cover different ecosystems, and we're laser focused on getting money to those best projects around the world. So this is the Eyford Estate, where we're launching our voluntary biodiversity credits. It's in the South Downs National Park, which is in the southern part of the UK. And we're very lucky in the UK that we have a compliance market for biodiversity credits. Basically, if you want to build a house or do a property development, you need to offset the biodiversity by 110%. This is new legislation that was introduced earlier this year. So what we've done is we've taken that compliance market and we've just built a voluntary market on top of it. So in essence, any company can support biodiversity-focused projects from €50 for one biodiversity credit, which equates to 9 square meters protected for biodiversity over 30 years under a legal agreement. And we're really hoping this is going to unlock finance for rewilding projects all across Europe. And there's a movement which is gathering momentum around the world called Rights of Nature, which is incredibly exciting. So earlier this year, Maori and Pacific leaders signed the Hiwakabatango Moana Treaty. And what this has done is it has given legal rights, legal personhood to whales. So in a court, they have the same legal rights as humans have. And this is backed with a $100 million fund to support this. so we can allow these incredible creatures to survive and thrive in the coming years. And it's not just animals. Around the world, we're seeing ecosystems being granted personhood. So this is the Wangui River in New Zealand in 2017 was granted personhood. Parts of the Amazon rainforest in Colombia were granted personhood in 2018. And then in India, we have the Yamuna River and the Ganges River that have both been granted personhoods, recognizing their cultural and ecological significance and value. And ecocide is getting great momentum around the world. 3 Pacific nations recently started the process to get ecocide acknowledged as an international crime in the International Criminal Court. We've seen Belgium enshrine ecocide into their legal frameworks. We've seen the EU recognize crimes comparable to ecocide in their latest legislation update. And we're seeing countries like Mexico follow suit. As we're all aware, we had great developments at COP15 last year with the 30% by 2030 commitment. And we've seen this year the EU nature restoration law taking root. And I'm hopeful that in Cali next week, we'll be able to continue the momentum at COP16 with these commitments that have been made. So I think if we take all of this positive progress that's happening and we extrapolate and move it forward to 2050, what might things look like in 2050? So in 2050, with nature tech and with AI, we will have a real-time understanding of the ecological health around the whole of our planet. We'll be using drones to reforest hard-to-reach areas. We'll be using satellites to map wildlife migrations. And we'll be using bioacoustics to listen and have a real-time understanding of ecological health. The rights of nature movement would have crossed around the whole world, and biomes and ecosystems will now have legal personhood. There'll be a new class of people that are guardians who are legally representing these new nature representations. And with ecocide, it will be an international recognized crime. Countries will have enshrined ecocide into their legal frameworks, and people and organizations will be held to account for nature destruction. And I think most importantly, society will now treat nature destruction and ecocide as socially unacceptable, on a par with genocide and war crimes. The majority of businesses in 2050 will have moved to be regenerative. They will have a deep understanding of their impacts on nature and their connection to nature, and would have reduced those down as far as possible. Companies will give back to the planet more than they need to take to exist, so they'll have a net positive or a nature positive impact on the planet. So in a way, our consumption will be turned into a force for good that helps protect and regenerate our planet. We've hit our 30% by 2030 target, and by 2050, half of the planet has been set aside for wilderness and has been rewilded. For the first time ever, the biodiversity crisis is under control, and the climate crisis is also under control. So this is off the coast of Cornwall, and this is my happy place. This is rock pooling with my wife and my children. And when the tide goes out, it leaves these little pools, and you get little crabs and prawns and snails and things kind of get stuck in there, and you can net them out and put them in a bucket to be released shortly afterwards. And seeing the joy and the kind of the pleasure that it gives my family doing this, which is an activity we do every year, brings me so much happiness. And so yeah, that's my happy place I wanted to share with you. And I think just final thoughts, I know with the scale of the crises we have, the scale of the challenge that we have ahead of us, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, it's easy to feel helpless, like we're a drop in the ocean. But if we're drops in the ocean, then together we are the ocean, and we have the power to turn the tide. We have the power to regenerate our planet. We have the power to protect our happy places and to create a world that our generation and future generations can be incredibly proud of. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oliver. Perfect timing. Thank you so much for being with us today. And also for you is available that we will provide you the questions from the audience that we reach on Slido. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Cheers.
We will try to sticking the schedule because I know it's a little bit late. Circularity for Humanity is the next theme for the next speaker. It's Pauline Grumel, Unisoap. Unisoap is a non-profit organization dedicated to recycling hotel soap for hygiene access. So Pauline, please come here, join me on the stage. Hello. Thank you so much for being here.
Change is bubbling all around. That's how the organizers of the Climate Change Summit introduced us. And for Unisoap, it makes sense. We make bubbles. For me, I often feel that Unisoap is a drop in the ocean. In a way, it's true. We are small and simple. We are light and clear. And wherever we go, our mission is obvious for everyone. But we are more than just a single drop. We are sustainable and solid, just like our soaps. Our work is concrete and real. Imagine mountains of soap bars, busy factories, and machines turning waste into value. We are like a drop falling into the ocean, creating ripples that grow wider and wider across the world. I'm here today to show you how this small drop, Unisoap, is creating powerful waves and positive change for both people and the planet. Waves of sustainability, waves of innovation. We are turning waste into value and value into hope. Unisoap is something much bigger. It's a global movement for circularity for humanity. I am Pauline Grumel. I'm a French entrepreneur, as you can hear. And I have always been passionate about entrepreneurship. In 2017, during a stay at a hotel in the south of France, I asked the hotel manager, "What do you do with your used soaps?" He told me, "They all go into the trash." So I was thinking, if all hotels in France were doing the same, it must be a huge amount of waste. That's when after doing some research, I found out that there was no recycling solution in France. Can you imagine? 51 million soaps are thrown away each year by hotels. Yet, 3 million people cannot afford basic hygiene products. What if we could give a second life to soaps for people in need? That's why I decided to found Unisoap and embark on this crazy adventure. Unisoap is the first French non-profit organization to collect and recycle hotel used soaps to provide access to hygiene for the underprivileged. We are turning waste into value and value into hope. We have a triple impact: environmental, social, and humanitarian. Our first impact is environmental because we are reducing waste from hotels. We are working for more sustainable tourism. Previously, the discarded soaps were incinerated or buried underground, contributing to air and soil pollution. One day, a hotel manager in the city of Lyon shared with me this story. Swiss guests were staying at his hotel, and when they were leaving, they said, "The hotel is great, the room is comfortable, the staff is very nice, and the breakfast is excellent, but we won't come back again to your hotel." And the hotel manager asked why, and they replied, "Because you have no sustainable initiatives." Now, such action matter to customers. And today, in Europe, it is estimated that over 50% of hotels have implemented some form of eco-certification driven by programs like Green Globe, Green Key, Ecolabel. But without the incredible work of the housekeepers, our mission wouldn't be possible. It's thanks to them that the soap are collected every day in the hotels. They are often very dedicated to the collection because they are aware of the waste, and most importantly, they are proud to commit to a good cause to help the less fortunate. One day, when I was training a maid to collect the soaps, she told me she was happy to contribute because she had experienced poverty herself. For her, it was an opportunity to give back what she had received. That's why human is at the heart of our mission. And our second impact is social. We are working with people with disabilities for the recycling of our soaps. It was a big challenge. We are facing the European cosmetic regulation. So I was working with an engineer to design the process from scratch. It took us almost 2 years to design the process, to conduct the trials, to manufacture the machine, and to train the workers. We have implemented different steps in our process, such as cleaning, grinding, extrusion, and so on. This is the picture of our grinder. And beyond the challenges, the technical challenges, what makes this project important, it's a human impact. We are creating jobs, local jobs, and what I like in this project is that it's disabled people themselves are helping disadvantaged people. I love this concept of mutual support because it empowers them and gives them a sense of usefulness and purpose. That's how we turn value into hope. Which takes us to our final impact, humanitarian. Beyond health, hygiene contributes to human dignity, to self-esteem, and the well-being of each individual. For many, it's like a purification ritual. You get rid of what you no longer need. You feel refreshed, you smell good, you feel good, and you are ready to meet others, to face the world. At the beginning of 2021, we distributed our first soap. It was with a famous French NGO called Les Restos du Cœur, the Restaurants of the Heart. And it was the achievement of all these years of work. I was very moved to see the reaction on people's faces when they held our soap for the first time. And this is a picture of the D-Day in 2021. In France, we have distributed over 70,000 soaps to partner organizations who help the most vulnerable people. And this year, we have collected more than 100,000 hygiene items, such as toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo, cream. And we want to launch a second activity. And this activity will be a platform for unsold hygiene products, thanks to donation from cosmetic brands, with an online catalog to meet the needs of the association and the beneficiaries. We aim to become the leading organization in providing access to hygiene. Our beneficiaries are homeless people, isolated women, disadvantaged families, students, and so on. After the COVID period we went through, we can simply understand the importance of hand washing. 40% of the world population, 3 billion people, lack access to facilities with soap and water at home. And this situation, and in the list of developed countries, this situation affects 75% of the population. We believe we can create a positive change in communities all around the world by impulsing a movement. And this is one of the children I connected with 1 year ago in Sri Lanka when I was invited to a conference. I gave her 1 soap and 1 toothbrush, and she was so happy. That's why we want to expand internationally. We have many requests from people all around the world. And last year, we took an important step in UNISOP's global expansion by opening a new branch in the UAE, where there are many big hotels. We collect a huge amount of waste. We have partners like Atlantis The Palm, with the biggest hotel in the Middle East, 1,500 rooms just in one hotel. And our soap are distributed to migrant workers in the labor camps. I took this picture 2 years ago in Dubai, in a labor camp. We were distributing meals during the Ramadan. And now I'm very happy because we can contribute with our soaps. Next year, we want to launch Unisoap in South Africa. I was there in July of this year to meet Tsakani. She's just next to me on the picture. This wonderful woman. She called me in January, and she was already recycled soaps at home. She's going to be our partner for Unisoap. And here we were in the famous township Soweto in Johannesburg. And we distributed our first hygiene kits to these kids. I was very happy to see, you know, the emotion in their face. So, as we expand our reach from the Middle East to South Africa and beyond, we can see that Unisoap is not just a soap recycling initiative. It represents a new way of thinking, turning waste into value and value into hope. Every small action, like recycling a bar of soap, can generate ripples across the world. As we gather here in Bucharest, we are reminded that the challenges we face, climate change, waste management, access to hygiene, are global issues, but they also require local solutions. Together, we can create a greener future for the next generation, where resources are better used and where dignity and hygiene are right for all. That is circularity for humanity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pauline. Congratulations. We have one more speaker, and after that, a short break. Advertising for a positive impact. Thomas Kolster, Goodvertising. Thomas is a marketing activist on a mission to make business and to put people and the planet first. Thomas, please join me here on the stage. Please share a warm welcome for him. Hello, hello.
Love this grass. I should be barefooted today, right? Benasiwa? You can obviously hear I've been to Romania many times before, right? That was pitch perfect. I've been coming here for 10 years. This is actually my 10th year in Bucharest. What has changed? I have a lot more gray hairs, for sure. But also, I feel back then, you were sort of sustainability babies. When I was here last time, you talked about corporate social responsibility. At least today, a decade later, you talk about sustainability, regeneration, climate change. So I think the key thing today is not to do any more talking, but actually go to the action. So what I want to try and share with you here today is how we fundamentally need to redefine leadership and the way we talk as brands, the way we engage people, because we ultimately need to inspire people to move faster. As was said in the introduction, I'm an ex-advertising guy. Kind of feel a little bit bad of that. It's kind of like being an oil executive speaking at a climate summit, right? You know, I mean, let's be honest. My industry spends about $800 billion $800 billion to get people to consume more. So that's quite a lot of impact. The founder behind Adbusters, Kalle Larsen, he said that advertising is basically the biggest experiment, psychological experiment ever carried out on human mankind. So that speaks volumes. But maybe we can also use communication to drive change for something better. So what is the sort of status right now? I mean, where are we at? We're kind of here. We're a little bit stuck, to be honest. We're like a little goldfish swimming in that little bowl. We keep talking about the same things. I've been in this game for 18 years, and I'm growing incredibly impatient. Let's take businesses. Every business talk about they want to do change, transformation. Back in the days, Unilever, all of these things. 2010, where are we at now? Are we moving at fast enough speed? Because we keep focusing on the short-term profits. So are we able to break free of that economic constraint? I'm not really sure. And speaking to my colleagues in marketing, the big challenge is that most people in marketing these days sit way too short time in the chairs. The average marketing director in the UK, 18 months to 2 years, and they're on with something else. Look at CEOs today. CEOs, we don't have those legacy CEOs who sit in the chair for 5 to 10 years. They're on to something else. So we're stuck in short-term mode. Can we rely on government? Not really, let's be honest. Governments change all the time. Again, look at the UK, they change governments like I change underwear. So we can't rely on government either. So who can we rely on? Maybe we can rely on all those people watching online, all of us as professionals. Maybe that's where we need to find the change. As I said, I started in advertising, and there was one thing that inspired me to change back in 2009. Because I'm from Copenhagen, welcome. I'm from Copenhagen, and as you might remember, we had a climate summit in Copenhagen back in 2009. And I had very high expectations of our elected government leaders to do something. And this sort of happened. Sorry, France, there's a lot of people sleeping. So I asked myself the one key thing: what can I do with the voice, the work that I have? So I wrote a book back then, the first book called Good Advertising, which fundamentally asked the question, what if advertising could be a force for good? This was early days of Patagonia, Unilever, Dove, a lot of these campaigns that we all today know wholeheartedly. I've learned since, got to be honest, that maybe it was a bit naive. I was 29, as you can see, fewer gray hairs back then. Maybe I was a bit naive on the change. So fundamentally now, I do think we have a couple of myths we need to bust. First off, purpose leads to profit. Probably not most of the time. We are constrained in our financial structures, so it's very hard to break free of that. Short-term profit wins our purpose. Secondly, big business can probably not be sustainable. Let's be honest about it. The word sustainability has been misused. Let's not use it anymore. You use sustainability because you can't explain well enough what it is you want. So maybe we need to do a sustainability swear jar here today. Every time you use this word sustainability, put a little euro in that little swear jar. I don't think it's possible. Lastly, action matters. I hear that all the time. I see these corporate goals, 2030, 2040, 2050. My beef with that is, don't you think I have power and all of those people watching have power? I have to choose tomorrow or today what products I want to have. Let me give you an example. So let's say I'm here at Romania. I get home a little bit earlier from this conference than my girlfriend expected. So she's there with another man, obviously. I get a little bit angry at her, honey, what are you doing? So she's saying, dear Thomas, you know what? I promise you towards 2030, I'm going to be more and more faithful, and then finally going to be fully on back together. I don't know how that would work with you, but I'd be kind of upset. So why is it that we accept these crazy chains, this and that? We shouldn't. We need action right now. And another thing, talking about leadership, I'm fundamentally tired of seeing CEOs behave like this. Like a Tim Cook's, that some sort of messiahs going on stage and talking about how they want to change the world. And I know why that happened, world of advertising, world of this, right? Talking about how great our products are. And suddenly when the sustainability agenda hit, somebody in the marketing department thought, maybe we can also be better for the world. That's a great narrative. Let's talk about that. So we hear all this, do good for people and planet. But honestly, really? when people say who to believe in authentically to drive this change, do I really believe these narratives? Why are young generations suddenly saying, corporates, you're not doing enough? It's because we're failing with the narratives. So what I want to share with you here today is really how we need to pivot this narrative away from making you, the corporates, elected officials, the CEOs, the heroes, to actually turning each and every one of us into the heroes. And why is that so great is that we need to solve this challenge. We know people want to buy purposeful products, sustainable products, but very few people follow through. So this is a global statistic. So there's a gap of 39%. People say they want to do the right thing, and the people who follow through. I think we kind of all know that, right? If you do New Year's resolutions, yeah? You kind of know that, yeah? You say, January, I promise I'm going to go for that run. Then you look out, and admittedly, the weather in Bucharest is normally not this great, right? Look out the window, snow, you're not going to go on that run. So that's what sort of happens. And just to do a little test here and to get to know all of you much better, I'm going to share mine very soon. Resolutions is about change. So I want to hear your New Year's resolutions, okay? You're change-minded folks. So I'm going to count down to 3, and then you shout out your New Year's resolution, okay? You're already looking very skeptical. Let's try, okay? I'm going to share mine afterwards, so you're good. It's safe zone. At home, when you scream it out, you're going to look weird. The cat is going to look at you, but trust me, just shout. 3, 2, 1. I know people in Romania are some of the most perfect people in the world. Let's try again. There might be some more stuff you want to change, okay? 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Change is fundamentally hard. Change is fundamentally hard. Usually they say it takes about 6 months to change a habit. But what's so important is that we have leaders who help us change. Not leaders who say how great they are at creating change, but leaders who say all of those things that you just said. We're there for you. We support your change. We understand your aspirations. We understand your challenges. Let's help you on the way. Because that builds authenticity. One thing I asked myself when I wrote the second book, because I understood how bad I was at changing in my own life, was I asked, who do I trust? What brands, leaders have in fact created real change in my life? Think about that question. What brands, companies have created real change in your life? Because then it's become authentic. If somebody has inspired you to eat more plant-based, you feel the difference. It's not just empty words. So I use this model for leadership, and I won't have time to go too deep into it, but the key question here is not asking why you do what you do, but finding your why, your reason to exist in who you can help people become. So try as an organization, ask yourself, who can you help people become? How can you help push them towards climate-friendlier living, healthier eating habits, fighting biases? Because what then happens, it becomes authentic. I promised to share one thing I wanted to do. I always feel bad about being in an airplane and being here in Bucharest. So I love cooking. And so one of the things I embrace is plant-based cooking. And one of the companies who inspired me to look at that more closely is companies such as Oatly. Do you know Oatly? Yeah. So I think they sort of opened my gateways to understand plant-based cooking. And when they inspire me, and I sort of venture down the road of doing this stuff, and I do a nice vegan pie, obviously nobody has to pay me to share that. I will share that on social media, right? But obviously, as we know, with any sort of change, this is probably the reality of how that change looks like. So when we do this, when you stand behind people's ambitions, their drives, you're much more successful at driving that change. This is a big piece of research we did with GfK, comparing companies that spoke about themselves and companies that spoke about the change that they can enable in people's lives. But it's not that easy. So anyone who wants that model, do a little scan of the QR code. You're also more than welcome to follow me. I will actually give a little bit of free book. So follow me on social and ask a question. about this presentation, and there's going to be one book coming your way, giving to you in the break. But anyways, talking about change and how difficult it is, because one thing is companies changing, we are ultimately very, very bad at changing as individuals as well. You might know this little guy from Happy Feet, right? Linda Lovelace, you've seen the six-pack ring, right? So one of the things the brewer Carlsberg wanted to do was, in fact, to get rid of that six-pack ring. Instead, they wanted to put a little glue between the cans. And you would think, they launched that in Denmark, you would think people are very climate conscious, but people didn't like it. Because ultimately, we are so convenience driven. We don't like to change habits. So one thing is companies want to change and create change, but it's difficult. Are we really ready for that change? COVID for me is probably the biggest experiment I ever seen where we actually successfully changed. And that gives me a little bit of hope, you know, in all of you, that maybe we can create that radical change. Take Denmark as an example. Even though on a day when the wind is blowing, we're almost powered by renewable energy, yet our carbon footprint is still 12.5 tons. We need to reach 3.5 tons. We consume too much. We have to change our habits. So how is this going? A couple of years out of COVID, we're back at the usual. It's not really going great, is it? So we go back to our usual behaviors. That's a shame. I would love to share a lot of really great examples of how this can be done, but it's incredibly difficult. One of the few things that looks like some engineer designed it, but it actually does work, the energy label, the European energy label. If you think about it, you want to buy a flat screen, maybe you want a Philips or Samsung, they kind of look the same. But actually that little energy label gives you that little extra notch that why not then take the more energy efficient one? So think about how you as an organization can give people those choices, enable those climate choices, whatever they might be, whether it's Uber and giving you an option of public transport, whether it's showing you different ways of utilizing detergents. Because ultimately, what we're going to realize is, during COVID, we learned that the best things in life aren't things. I know you're still on a very aspirational drive in Romania. People want to have that new car, want to have that new television. But the best things in life aren't things. Let's be real. And if you brands can help people, if companies, if governments can help people not to view them as consumers, but as citizens who want healthier lives, who want safe communities, that's the real opportunity. You all know IKEA, right? You know what IKEA is known for, right? Yeah? Okay. Breaking up couples. You cannot go into an IKEA store without getting into an argument. That's 100% sure. If you survive that, marry your partner. It's just how it is. It's that simple. Obviously, they're known for their super malls anyway. So one of the things IKEA is doing is they're doing these small pop-up stores across Europe. When you go into the store, they help you design your dream home. So they're helping you enable some change. You will see urban gyms popping up. I saw that driving into Bucharest today. Again, cities understanding that this is about healthy citizens, enabling change. This is actually really bad tourism or greenwashing probably for Denmark. This is the one day a year the sun shines in Denmark. Just you know, but it is Denmark. Google every year have this thing where they ask not what people want to see in their life, but they track what people search for. 2 years ago, the big thing people searched for was, can I change? So I think we fundamentally, if we as organization can help all of us on that change journey and become much more authentic leaders by pushing, by helping people rather than putting ourselves on that pedestal, I think we can be successful. Just a quick wrap up here. I don't know how many of you, because I've been coming to Romania, I know you guys love your cigarettes, you know? Some of you might have tried to quit those cigarettes. Your doctor might tell you to quit those cigarettes. Your loved ones might tell you to quit those cigarettes. They might look at the packaging with those cancer-ridden lungs. You just avoid the campaign, you keep smoking. Kind of like climate campaigning. You look at the climate horrible photos and you drive your SUV. The only one who can take that decision to change is you. The only one. So I have 3 key takeaways for you here today. Please don't put on that hero cape, turn people into the heroes. Very, very simple. Ask who can you help people become. That's what I had to share with you here today for 20 minutes, very fast. Thank you so much. Best of luck on your change journey. And I will be back less than a decade, and I will follow up with you. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I thought you were going to throw the book in the audience and see who catches it. No? Maybe? No. He sort of stopped, but then... Now, before we go in the break, and please be back in maximum 20 minutes. Before that, we have about almost 400,000 people that have watched the event so far. So thank you so much for joining us on both stages. When we come back with a panel on one of the most complicated and discussed topics for the business community, which is ESG. Who likes ESG? Who needs it? Everyone else. So see you in 20 minutes. There's coffee and other snacks. Thanks to you. Thank you.
La 18 ani, frumusețea e că ai adunat destule cât să poți face lucruri mari. Iar noi la Auchan, de 18 ani împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete produse și varietate la prețuri wow. Susținem producătorii locali prin programul Filiere. Creăm farfurii și rețete rafinate. Fidelizăm cu o mulțime de oferte. Încurajăm din plin viața sportivă. Susținem și pedalăm în turul României. Contribuim la succesul campionilor. Livrăm rapid și în siguranță orice comandă. Descoperim România neîmblânzită și plantăm pentru un viitor cât mai verde. Inițiem soluții inovatoare și investim în programe pentru protejarea planetei. Prin toate ne străduim să facem lucrurile mereu cu responsabilitate și nu ne oprim aici. Pentru că Auchan creează, inovează, construiește, descoperă, angajează, investește, dar mai ales trăiește împreună cu tine de 18 ani.
Hai să dăm mână cu mână pentru țară și mai bună, să învârtim hora reciclării, așa dăm o șansă schimbării. Cumpără și returnează
și apoi recuperează
încă o dată și încă o dată pentru o țară mai curată.
Hai și tu în hora reciclării. Returo. Împreună facem țara mai curată.
Natura este cea care ne face să simțim cu tot corpul, cu ochii, cu mâinile, cu toți sporii și din tot sufletul. Natura nu dispare când trăim în oraș. Doar noi uităm uneori de ea. Câteodată uităm atât de tare încât nu îi oferim singurul lucru de care are nevoie de la noi, bunul simț.
We're talking about global warming are fundamentally affecting the systems on our planet.
We act to save the climate.
Heat waves and floods
It's
and
absolutely
droughts and
urgent.
hurricanes.
Everybody
So
knows.
it should feel overwhelming because it is overwhelming.
Every single action counts. Let's assemble.
ALD Automotive and LeasePlan are coming together. Introducing Avens, a new leader for better mobility, making every move a step towards better, with more sustainable mobility for more people. Avens, better with every move.
Cause it's the little things that mean an awful lot.
Natsuro este un ecosistem inovativ care purifică apa și o transformă într-o apă echilibrată pentru o viață bună. Ecosistemul de purificare a apei Natsuro produce și apă frițante, apă rece sau apă fierbinte, fiind perfect adaptabil în ceea ce privește volumul, atât pentru consumul casnic, cât și pentru un hotel, un restaurant sau pentru birou. Natsuro este soluția inovatoare, ecologică și sustenabilă a viitorului. Natsuro elimină în totalitate necesitatea achiziționării apei din comerț. Ecosistemul Natsuro este soluția care a fost adoptată și de anumite industrii care au nevoie de apă cu un grad de puritate foarte înalt pentru producția unor alimente de top. Azi aveți bucuria de a gusta și savura apa proaspăt purificată Natsuro, echilibrată și mineralizată, servită în recipientele noastre premium. Iar de mâine, dacă doriți, veți putea servi apa Natsuro direct în casa dumneavoastră, biroul sau compania pe care o dețineți. Natsuro Aqua. Apă echilibrată. Apă bună.
Radio.
When we started the Climate Change Summit back in 2022, we had a clear mission to bring together innovators, leaders, and change makers who could drive sustainable solutions to one of the greatest challenges of our time. Over the past 3 years, we've watched the summit grow year by year, person by person, solution by solution. And this year, we're taking it even further.
Why is this summit so important? Because it's not longer enough to just talk about the problem. Climate change is a global change that demands local action, action from each one of us.
It's time for climate action.
By empowering people with the knowledge and tools to push for stronger climate policies, we can ignite a movement that demands real action.
Sustainability at its core means meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability to future generations to meet theirs. It's about balance, protecting natural resources, building thriving communities, and ensuring long-term prosperity for all. But sustainability doesn't happen by chance. It demands collaboration, innovation, and a shared vision for a better future.
The future is the mirror of our actions.
Giving up cannot be an option.
Climate innovation and sustainability need all of us. Join the green movement.
La 18 ani, frumusețea e că ai adunat destule cât să poți face lucruri mari. Iar noi la Oșan, de 18 ani împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete produse și varietate la prețuri wow. Susținem producătorii locali prin programul Filiere. Creăm farfurii și rețete rafinate. Fidelizăm cu o mulțime de oferte. Încurajăm din plin viața sportivă. Susținem și pedalăm în turul României. Contribuim la succesul campionilor. Livrăm rapid și în siguranță orice comandă. Descoperim România neîmblânzită și plantăm pentru un viitor cât mai verde. Inițiem soluții inovatoare și investim în programe pentru protejarea planetei. Prin toate ne străduim să facem lucrurile mereu cu responsabilitate și nu ne oprim aici. Pentru că Oșan creează, inovează, construiește, descoperă, angajează, investește, dar mai ales trăiește împreună cu tine de 18 ani.
Hai să dăm mână cu mână pentru țară și mai bună. Să învârtim hora reciclării, așa dăm o șansă schimbării. Cumpără și returnează
și apoi recuperează
încă o dată și încă o dată pentru o țară mai curată.
Hai și tu în hora reciclării. Returo. Împreună facem țara mai curată.
Natura este cea care ne face să simțim cu tot corpul. Cu ochii, cu mâinile, cu toți sporii și din tot sufletul. Natura nu dispare când trăim în oraș. Doar noi uităm uneori de ea. Câteodată uităm atât de tare încât nu îi oferim singurul lucru de care are nevoie de la noi. Bunul simț.
We're talking about global warming fundamentally affecting the systems on our planet.
We act to save the climate.
Heat waves and floods
It's
and
absolutely
droughts and
urgent.
hurricanes.
Everybody
So
knows.
It should feel overwhelming because it is overwhelming.
Every single action counts. Let's assemble a better future together.
ALD Automotive and LeasePlan are coming together. Introducing Avens, a new leader for better mobility, making every move a step towards better, with more sustainable mobility for more people. Avens, better with every move.
These are just little things. Oh, but they mean a lot. Always, forever, and ever. 'Cause it's the little things that mean an awful lot.
Natsuro este un ecosistem inovativ care purifică apa și o transformă într-o apă echilibrată pentru o viață bună. Ecosistemul de purificare a apei Natsuro produce și apă frițante, apă rece sau apă fierbinte, fiind perfect adaptabil în ceea ce privește volumul, atât pentru consumul casnic, cât și pentru un hotel, un restaurant sau pentru birou. Natsuro este soluția inovatoare, ecologică și sustenabilă a viitorului. Natsuro elimină în totalitate necesitatea achiziționării apei din comerț. Ecosistemul Natsuro este soluția care a fost adoptată și de anumite industrii care au nevoie de apă cu un grad de puritate foarte înalt pentru producția unor alimente de top. Azi aveți bucuria de a gusta și savura apa proaspăt purificată Natsuro, echilibrată și mineralizată, servită în recipientele noastre premium. Iar de mâine, dacă doriți, veți putea servi apa Natsuro direct în casa dumneavoastră, biroul sau compania pe care o dețineți. Natsuro Aqua. Apă echilibrată. Apă bună. Radio.
When we started the Climate Change Summit back in 2022, we had a clear mission to bring together innovators, leaders, and change makers who could drive sustainable solutions to one of the greatest challenges of our time. Over the past 3 years, we've watched the summit grow year by year, person by person, solution by solution. And this year, we're taking it even further.
Why is this summit so important? Because it's not longer enough to just talk about the problem. Climate change is a global change that demands local action, action from each one of us.
It's time for climate action.
By empowering people with the knowledge and tools to push for stronger climate policies, we can ignite a movement that demands real action.
Sustainability at its core means meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability to future generations to meet theirs. It's about balance, protecting natural resources, building thriving communities, and ensuring long-term prosperity for all. But sustainability doesn't happen by chance. It demands collaboration, innovation, and a shared vision for a better future.
The future is the mirror of our actions.
Giving up cannot be an option. Climate innovation and sustainability need all of us. Join the green movement.
And welcome back. I do hope you have enjoyed your break and are ready for the next set of inspiring discussions.
I'm Sonia Argint, your host for the second part of this summit. And for those of you who may not know me, I've spent over 25 years working in media, advocating for healthy lifestyles and sustainable living through television and my platform, Duer. So it's really an honor to be here, because climate change is a challenge that affects every one of us, and I'm committed to doing my part, whether it's through raising awareness, supporting sustainable brands, or moderating discussions like this today. And as a doer, I'm truly happy to be here on the inspiring stage and getting inspired by our speakers. And I'm sure this is also what you are all expecting today. So let's introduce the first panel in our second part, because this one is especially significant as we discuss ESG as a driver of change in European businesses. So let's welcome our panelists, Andrei Gurin, a European Commission expert in sustainable finance with extensive experience in helping businesses align with ESG goals. Alexandra Palinska, who has a strong background in corporate governance and sustainable investment, working to integrate ESG considerations into European financial markets, and Hua Kong, a leader in global economics and market strategy, focusing on the intersection of sustainability and financial markets, head of economics, cross-asset and quant research at Societe Generale, who many of you have heard earlier this morning, delivering a fascinating presentation on greenflation. And of course, our moderator, Ciprian Stănescu, who brings a wealth of knowledge in sustainability and innovation. Please give them a big welcome and enjoy.
Thank you, Sonia. I hope to bring a wealth of wealth as well, and some euros in our pockets, right? Thanks a lot to everyone. This is the first panel of the day, and so that you know, this is real grass. We mean business here. Now, we have 486,000 people that have watched the summit since this morning, so this is quite mind-blowing. So thank you all for joining us. Now, we have a panel that is focusing on something that businesses across Europe, and I dare to say across the world, have been talking a lot about. And what I feel, not just in Romania or Poland or even France or Germany, is that sometimes ESG is still a myth in the puzzle. So we're not going to go into demystifying it necessarily, but we also need to address that eventually. Now, we have with us three perspectives: the European Commission, the Eurosif, the expert perspective, and a bank, Societe Generale. So three perspectives for a very complicated, I'd say, topic, but at the same time, quite easy in the end. So I would go to Andrei first and ask him from a legislation perspective, from disclosure to taxonomy, what is the role that the European Commission is playing to foster a more sustainable business environment in Europe? And also, if you want, what are some of the limitations that it has?
Thank you very much, Ciprian, and I'm glad to address the audience. I will start, you mentioned euros, and I think that we have a mega figure of 700 billions that we need to invest, additionally to what we invest, to make the green transition happening and achieve the objectives of the Green Deal. What is absolutely obvious to us is that public money, public subsidies, EU funds are not there in sufficiency to cover this gap. So we really have to tap the investor base and the private finance. And here, the problem. First, we need to guide them and explain what are those investments that are sustainable, what are those activities that are sustainable, and for that we have the EU taxonomy, which is our dictionary, of sustainability that puts together the companies on the one hand and the investors. So everybody knows where are those activities, where those investments are needed. By doing so, we prevent greenwashing, because we hear a lot of sustainability claims, everybody's sustainable, but we really have to be very careful and guide the investor base in the right direction. The second point, to make that channeling happening, we introduced also some sustainability reporting requirements. We want large corporates and listed companies to tell us how much of their activities align to the EU sustainable taxonomy, to the EU green taxonomy. Going beyond that, we think that transition and sustainability should be the business of everyone and not only those that are active in green activities, not only those producing green energy or green transport. It should be really the case for every business. And hence we also have the directive that deals with corporate sustainability reporting. And here the key word is double materiality. We want companies to tell investors what is the environmental impact of their activities, what are the green credentials, and what is the impact on their financing from these environmental risks. Importantly, we also want companies to have a transition plan, and I think that this is really a key element, a transition plan that tells you as well the road to go and the money you need. And hopefully, based on this information, the financial markets can react and we can make that transformational change. For that, we have a couple of instruments, such as the Green Bond Standard, that allow companies to issue green bonds to finance this green transition. We will be working as well on the Green Loan Standard. And of course, we have our benchmarks, climate benchmarks, Paris-aligned benchmarks that help investors really to construct the investor products in a way that are compatible and help transition. Yeah. In a nutshell, this is our menu of regulatory measures that we have put in place to really foster that green transformation of our economy and then of our businesses for the good of all. And this is not just a matter of nice to have, this is really an existential issue, because we know that, we face an existential crisis in terms of environment and climate.
You mentioned, you put down a metaphor called a menu that companies can pick from. But it's a menu that companies need to eat, all of the menu. So one of the challenges that we see across Europe is that a lot of companies are saying, this is too much. You are asking us to give too much, not necessarily data, but the quantity and the form and the shape. This is probably the main complaint of companies. How do you see this evolving in the next years when it comes to the capacity even of companies, and this is for all of us basically, to push for this data in the end? Yeah.
I'm happy to actually jump on that. Just to maybe explain that I'm going to be talking more from the kind of a sustainable investors' perspective, as EuroSIF, the European Sustainable Investment Forum, in our indirect membership, we actually have asset managers and asset owners. And however, we are a mission-driven organization, hence we try to basically have progressive positions and striving for rules which are ambitious and yet implementable. So actually now speaking about here, the right balance, ourselves, we have been also involved in, shaping the European sustainability reporting standards, although of course we have been only one of the stakeholders that try to influence the debate, so please don't blame us for some of the imperfections. But I would put it this way. I think there is a lot of kind of myths flying around about sustainability reporting, and I think the problem is that there are certain voices, I would say, taking this debate out of proportion. It's true that, for instance, the recently adopted first set of European sustainability reporting standards, if you look at the entire document, it's quite voluminous. But we should not forget, actually, companies are only supposed to disclose what is material to them. Okay, so what is relevant, what matters to your business, what matters to investors that will be actually reading this information, and what might be relevant to other stakeholders. So nobody is asking actually businesses to report now on all of those actually KPIs and data points. However, it's also true that I think due to actually corporate pushback, which has not been very helpful, what has happened actually in the last ages, because what we have been asking for is actually to make at least a certain amount of actually disclosures and KPIs always mandatory, which we thought actually would be be easier for businesses and also like, well, better for investors because we would be sure to actually get this information. And also on this, companies wouldn't have to run the materiality assessment because I guess this is also one of the big challenges, right? To actually perform the materiality assessment. But in any case, I think we have a good basis, and what we just have to actually bring back to the debate that in order to actually channel investments anywhere, we need the data, okay? Data is actually front and center, and we won't be able to finance anything without having this data. And what actually really puzzles me is how come nowadays actually this narrative again is changing actually in Europe and in Brussels, saying, oh, this is all too much and nobody really needs it. Well, yeah, actually, you know what? Investors and other stakeholders do need it, because at the end of the day, somehow nobody is challenging financial reporting. Nobody is challenging whether we should actually completely, delete IFRS. No, I mean, nobody is challenging that actually financial data is necessary to make investment decisions. So why actually everybody is challenging sustainability reporting? And
why? Why?
Well, I would put it this way. This is, very often, unfortunately, the corporate lobby is doing, who, by the way, very often they shoot actually those whom they represent in their foot. Because very often they just try to they act with, I would say, the approach of saying like, okay, let's just have, no rules or the lowest common denominator or, less rules. But at the end of the day, it's not necessarily helpful also to the companies who will get the financing, right? Who are seeking the financing. So, and, the bottom line is, I think, ultimately, all of us, we also have to go in the right direction. All of us, we have to make efforts. But at the end of the day, it's also up to the companies, even actually nowadays, when SMEs will be going to the banks will be also asking, like, look, guys, we need actually some of the key disclosures on the sustainability of your business to understand how risky your business is, for instance, from the also sustainability perspective. And it's the same, for investors. Actually, many companies, even from outside EU, I mean, I met, for instance, a representative of a Ukrainian company some time ago. They were actually keen to adopt European sustainability reporting standards because they wanted actually to reach out to international investors for the financing. So at the end of the day, I think, it's the same. Like, you can either see glass half full or half empty, right?
Yeah.
So you can see it as a burden or you can see it as an opportunity.
And it's not just Europe. If we look at Japan, Australia, and some other countries, they have even sort of tougher regulation or legislation when it comes to ESG, let's call it. So it's not just a European bubble. We see it everywhere. You mentioned banks, so I would go to Cocu and then come back to Andrei and then have a conversation with everyone.
Yeah.
How is a bank looking at ESG? You're a big bank. How are you looking at ESG from not just a risk perspective, but an opportunity perspective?
That's a good question. I think we have to go back to the basics of what ESG means. So it's environmental, social, and governance. So governance is essentially being a good citizen, good corporate, have good accounting, good control. Social is staff, the economy, people. And then environment is the planet. For me, the E is probably very important because without planet, there's no S&G because there's not going to be many of us around if you're at 4 or 5 degree global warming. So banks are at the core of the economy because we finance the economy, citizens, corporates, etc. But there's also a huge regulation. You mentioned the EU, but the ECB is asking banks to think about climate stress tests. In other words, in my opinion, I think the transition is really around regulation, and there's a lot of regulation to make sure corporates play by the rules, but it has to also remember that corporates' existence depends on them being profitable. If you don't make money as a corporate, you disappear. And if you have a lot of costs from regulation, but obviously other costs, then you'll have a pushback. But the problem is that the short term versus long term. If you try to optimize things for the short term, you'll make money, but if you destroy the planet and you make your business model not transition compatible, you won't be around in 1, 2, 5, 10 years. You will disappear. So for me, it's really about aligning the time horizon between short term and long term. And I think the final point, and I think this is also very key, let's remember what happened with COVID. We had a crisis, government put in regulation to change the way we do things. You had to stay home, put masks, etc. Now, just imagine the next crisis around climate change is the Eiffel Tower or Big Ben in London being wiped out by a massive hurricane. The climate discussion will become a national emergency or a planetary emergency. So there are things you won't be able to do. So you can think about having a carbon tax. Your bank account might monitor, we talked about data, your CO2 emissions on a daily basis, and let's imagine you are being charged for that. So it means there are businesses who will not survive 2030 or 2050, will simply disappear because their emissions will be too expensive for them to be viable. So this is what banks are looking into in terms of what businesses and sector we finance and what are the businesses that will be sustainable going forward, and which are the ones who will simply disappear because their business model is too carbon intensive and something that's not compatible with regulation. So there's a whole host of issues that we are faced with, and the question is also the pace of that transition. If you go too fast, there's pushback, the consumer is not happy, they vote for other politicians that will give them what they want, and then we go back to square one. So it's a collective exercise, bank, corporate regulation, but also you guys in the room in terms of your consumption choices that need to effectively transition.
I have a follow-up question, quite charged. It's an angel and devil's advocate at the same time. So we see a lot of data that shows a sustainable funds median return is the same or higher than traditional funds. In the US, but not only. So that proves, in theory or in practice, that sustainability makes as much or even more money than traditional funding. But at the same time, do you see a green bubble on the horizon?
Yeah, I think just a quick answer on that. It depends on the market environment. So when during the energy shock, we saw fossil fuel or oil companies do well in terms of share price performance because the oil price went through the roof, gas price went to the roof, and sustainable funds underperformed. It depends on a lot of different things. But I think just to step back, it's important to also think about making money and saving the environment. And the two are not always the same. So there is, in the long run, a convergence, but you have to think about interest rate policy, the wars, etc., and how performance can be affected. And in a nutshell, the question is how much money are you willing to lose or performance are you willing to lose to save the planet? And there's a sort of a balance to think about.
I'd like to challenge that a little bit because I think it's also a kind of a common misconception that actually investing sustainably means losing money or giving money as a trade-off. First of all, there is quite a lot of different research, and I think in reality this is an area where we need even more research because I think like some of the past research conclusions are not always convergent, I would say. But I think nowadays there is more and more evidence that actually you can also make a lot of money and a lot of profits while investing sustainably. So I just came back actually from one of the kind of a leading responsible investment conferences, PRI in person in Toronto, and it was very interesting. There was actually an executive of a pension fund from Quebec, and he stressed like, look guys, we're not here about doing good. We really care about our fiduciary duty and making profits for our clients. However, we have completely phased out from fossil fuels. And he said that actually they are now investing only in green, energy solutions, and they have made 13% profit. So, at the end of the day, it is possible, right? And I think another thing is also like, it's exactly a little bit like what you said, it's also about the time frame. Do you only care how much money you're going to make in the 5 months' time, and you don't care about what's going to happen afterwards because you're a short-term investor and you're going to divest? Or do you really care about actually more mid to long-term time frame? And I think especially for the businesses, right? It is really crucial to have this long-term time frame because I suspect that actually those of you who run businesses, you're not only thinking about how much profit you're going to make in the next couple of months, probably you would like your company to remain profitable in the next 5-10 years, right? And the thing is, if you're not going to think about sustainability risks, well, actually, your company may not be as profitable in the future anymore.
Yes, Great.
One person, that's great.
I can only kind of subscribe, Alexandra, to what you are saying. In a way, in our contacts with the corporate world, we always tell people that reporting requirements, sustainability reporting requirements is not just a compliance cost. Actually, it's your investment in the future. It's a way to take the temperature of your body, in a way, and see how sick you are or not, how healthy you are, and then project yourself in a longer-term perspective. And I think that, businesses and businessmen know that if you don't have a long-term strategy, you will be kind of overtaken by the events. I mean, if you are overexposed to fossil fuels, how on earth you could be sustainable if we are slowly kind of reducing the use of fossil fuels? If you are overexposed...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what we saw in your presentation was showing us that we're not. It's not just about fossil fuels, necessarily, but it appears that we're actually going up instead of going down. So, not necessarily from the Commission's perspective, but in your own personal view, if you want, businesses, when they look at what's going on, which is more fossil fuels are being used, correct?
Yeah, I think
just finish your point. How could the business community trust that the fossil fuel era is coming to an end when, in fact, it's going up? So how do you see this?
I mean, to answer this point, I think the future is very important, and this is, I was about to say, in the long run, we're all dead, but let's stay positive. The future is about sustainability, and you want to be able to survive. But it's obviously clear that a lot of, we all get paid on a monthly basis. Some people look at the end of the year, etc. So there's a culture in corporates to have the short term, because if you die in the short term, you won't be there for the future. So that's the challenge. It's not an easy point to answer. But going back to your question, I think we have to look at globally. Like the EU has reduced its emission and is reducing, but a lot of it is because it's outsourced to China and we have a global supply chain. So what happens with fossil fuels is that part of the world is reducing and going into green, where the rest of the world is still developing and using coal because it's sort of the cheapest source of energy they have. So it has to be a global problem or global coordination, and that is very complicated. So I like to end with a quote that says, this Native American who says, "We don't inherit the planet from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children."
Yeah.
Yes, of course, and I fully agree that global coordination is absolutely key for a successful transition. And actually, looking at the exposures, even of banks, to fossil fuels, very often they are abroad. And what is also kind of compelling to us that they increase the exposures abroad while reduce the exposures in the European Union, which clearly shows that we have a kind of an issue of global coordination. Hence, all our dialogues with other jurisdictions, our forum, the International Platform on Sustainable Finance, when we try to foster, taxonomies worldwide and sustainable finance also worldwide, is kind of the tool to address this kind of coordination issue. But still, I am the believer that not thinking about the future makes you kind of lose even the present day. And I know that it's a trade-off to be made, but without a long-term perspective, just living on a daily basis will not bring you anywhere in terms of your life, and being it personal life or corporate life.
Before going into the final questions, is Håkon Trop in the room? Hi. Can you go on the other side, please? So just stay there, somebody will come and pick you up. Logistics. Right. Now, we might have a bit of time for 2 more questions, but I wanted to ask if there's anyone in the 3 people panel that has a question to anyone else.
Well, I don't necessarily have a question, but I just wanted to very quickly add something, because I think a lot of interesting things have been said, but I just wanted to stress, so at the very beginning, Andrei was stressing the importance of private money, which of course is there, and of course, investors need to play the role. But I think it is really also important to think about actually the public sector and the need for the public money and the public sector interventions. And actually here linking also a little bit to the debate about the fossil fuels. So look, I think we are living in this kind of like often dichotomy whereby on one hand side, many governments are saying, yes, yes, we now commit, to kind of phase out fossil fuels and, create regulation and whatever. But then they're making, the cozy deals behind the doors, and actually there is a huge amount of subsidies from the public, from the states, going into the fossil fuel industry. And yesterday, actually, we had an interesting discussion with also one of the panelists in the academic world saying that her colleague is actually making very interesting research that, by the way, is, I think, corporates are trying to kill it, on actually what could, looking at the amount of the subsidies, public subsidies going into the fossil fuel industry, how much actually for the transition could be done with the same amount of money if it was used differently. So I think that's the thing, we need to actually also put pressure on the states and the governments to really do what they're claiming to do and kind of live up, by also what they expect others to do. And at the same time, I think, we cannot also forget that we won't save the world only with the private money only. And actually there is a very interesting piece of the research by Finance Watch published recently, and they estimate that even if we really exploited the full potential of capital markets and completed capital markets union, still only 1/3 of the money needed for the transition would be actually gathered. So the bottom line is we also need to channel the public money to where it's needed, in particular into the projects which are maybe not as, for a variety of reasons, interesting for private investors. We also need blended finance. That means we need de-risking of the capital, right? So basically to create some kind of guarantees and incentives. And this is actually, by the way, what investors love. And yeah, we need this kind of public-private partnership. So everybody needs to play the role, including actually the public sector.
We had a very insightful message this morning from President von der Leyen about the Commission's perspective into the future. At the end, Andrei, from what your European Commission had, is there a message related to ESG and sustainability that you want to send to the world?
I mean, of course, it's a bit kind of not easy to speak about future plans. The Commission is just starting, to build up. We have the hearings, and we are preparing the Commissioner designates and to establish as quickly as possible a new Commission. I can only say that the sustainability will stay high on the agenda, and hopefully we will be continuing delivering what we have promised, and the Green Deal will become kind of palpable and will produce the palpable results. If I have to summarize in 2-3 ideas, I think that first, from the perspective of DG FISMA, financial services, we need really to ensure that sustainability becomes an issue for every business, not only for those green businesses. Hence, the key metric for us will be the transition plan and what money each and individual business needs to transition. This will be a very important element in our future reflection. The other one is an inclusive approach, because the transition is not only about big businesses. We have a lot of SMEs, which are actually more than half of our output, so we really have to foster the sustainability talk also in the SME space. And then the third point is the global convergence, and I think that here I fully kind of share the views of other speakers that European Union alone, even if we achieve climate neutrality here, it will not be sufficient. It will be a failure if the other jurisdictions and the other continents, they don't follow the path. So we really have to invest a lot in the strategic discussions with other jurisdictions to make sure that we are all on the same page.
Yeah. Those of you that are registered for tomorrow's event at the Palace of the Government on ESG can also meet some of these speakers and go even deeper into these conversations.
Just one quick sentence to add. We talked a lot about money and investors, etc. And just one thing to remember, the problem is a physics problem. we're talking about tons of CO2.
Gigatons.
Yeah, gigatons. So we're talking about how to get 54 gigatons of CO2 to zero. And as I was showing on the chart, as a planet, emissions continue to go up. So we have to market where we are and probably start panicking, because if you look at tons of CO2, it is still going up. And just a quick point about fossil fuels, we talk about energy transitioning, but if you look at around yourselves, what you're wearing, the mic, these are plastic derivatives, they're all coal.
This is wool.
So the energy required, the shoes, the building, the chairs, if you look around yourself, even like the lotions you use and cream and etc., a lot of these things are fossil fuel derivatives. And the transition means literally all of our lifestyles that need to be factored in. We're going to have lunch. One last statistics, 1 kilogram of beef has the same carbon footprint as driving a combustion engine car for 100 kilometers.
We have no beef.
Kilo. So just to
vegans.
put things into perspective.
So, yeah. Thanks a lot for everyone. Let's give a big round of applause to our panelists.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
that way.
Thank you so much to our speakers for your wonderful and insightful contributions and interesting discussions. Thank you, Ciprian. Please do not hesitate to look up on our website each speaker to read their full biography and expertise. You will find there more. So up next we have a keynote on water at the heart of change. Please join me in welcoming Håkan Tropp, a global thought leader on water management and governance, who will share his vision on how water can drive transformative change for a more sustainable future. Håkan Tropp.
It's really a pleasure to be here in Bucharest. First of all, many thanks to the organizers for this fantastic event, so well organized and so many interesting people here to dialogue with. So I'm really looking forward also to just mingle backstage here and in the various conference rooms and at the coffee tables here. I will talk about water. I will talk about global water challenges. I will not go into much detail, but talk a little bit about too much, too little, and too polluted water. I think that's, in a nutshell, some of the challenges we are facing as a globe. And of course, these things can play out very differently in different countries. We will look a little bit at the supply of water. Very much the climate change impacts will very much impact on the supply of water. More water, less water, water at the wrong time, water at the right time. So all these things will change the supply of water, and the variability of precipitation patterns will change, and which again will play out differently in different countries. We will also look a little bit at the demand for water. I think it's important to say that we talk a lot about climate, and that is very important, and how we adapt to climate. But we also tend to forget the other side of the equation, the demand for water. So we will look at this a bit too. Then secondly, we will also go into some of the response options, so how are societies responding to these water challenges? And that very much links to climate, to food security, energy security, ecosystems resilience. So we need water for everything in life, basically, even for surviving, as we're doing wine or coffee, it's water, basically. It's just a higher added value of water, of course. So water really underpins development in different ways, social development and economic development. Let us see here just some It's just some global snapshots, what the future may look like. This is probably fairly likely. It's depending on the demographics of today, for example, and also when we look at ongoing urbanization globally. This is something that is occurring in much higher pace, of course, in countries in Africa, many countries in Asia, for example. And I think in Europe we have already made this journey with maybe some few exceptions. So the world is really looking at more people living in urban areas. With that comes demands for different lifestyles that will also ramp up the demand for water in different ways, not only for drinking, but also for water for producing goods and services to society. Just as one example, it takes much more water energy to produce 1 kilo of beef as compared to 1 kilo of wheat, for example. So typically, as we are evolving, developing as societies, we also change consumption patterns. We want to consume what we think are goods of a higher value, and sometimes it's also much more energy and water intense. I think you know this already about the climate, how it will impact. So I think here it's really looking at IPCC figures, and there will be quite some dramatic changes in evaporation and rainfall. We have some 4 billion people living in water-stressed areas. We have millions and millions of people not having access to clean water, and even more people not having access to basic sanitation. These figures just illustrates, and it's OECD figures, and of course it's a good thing that economies are developing. That's good. It provides for better opportunities, more prosperity for people. But it also comes with these increasing demands for natural resources, more demand for energy, for example, land, water, forests. So it really also drives and fuels these demands. So this is just to illustrate for manufacturing sector, electricity, what is going on. So you see here for electricity, in the BRICS countries, those are emerging economies like China, Brazil, India, for example. Also Russia is part of that. It will close to quadruple the demand for water to produce energy. Also looking at manufacturing industry, it will increase sevenfold in BRICS countries, for example. So it's clear that there are these huge demands on water, and of course, which will affect the use of water and the management of water. So it's likely if we don't manage this situation well, it will be increasing situations of falling groundwater tables, rivers that are running dry, for example, and also where the rivers cannot produce, or lakes cannot produce ecosystem services as they used to do, for example, or even for recreational purposes. So I think I saw now in the news some week or two ago in the Amazons, there are some rivers running dry, and it's even difficult to maintain transportation on these waters. So there was some big towns running the risk of not getting goods and services that are transported through the rivers. This is just to illustrate some of the water challenges. This is an OECD survey. If we look at some water-related factors, here in Europe, OECD countries, aging, obsolete infrastructure, lack of infrastructure, big challenge, huge challenge everywhere in Europe. Extreme events like floods and droughts coming very high. Attention to water on the political agenda, seen as a big challenge. So politicians and the political systems are not really addressing these topics. Looking at some governance factors, big challenges when it comes to laws, regulations. Sometimes we have them quite well developed on paper. So one big challenge is how to implement these in a good way, in a very effective way, and a way that makes sense. Looking at some of the socio-economical, environmental factors, you can see climate change close to 80%, seeing that as a main challenge. Same thing with urban growth, more like the urban sprawl, quite uncontrolled growth of cities, economic crisis, and so forth. So it's clear that these issues are not only visible and faced in low-income countries, middle-income countries, but increasingly even more so also for developed countries. This is just an illustration. I'm leading a research project where we have developed what we call a Water Corporation Preparedness Index. So we are using United Nations data statistics, and we built a framework to assess cooperation. And this is one of the results coming out of that, and where we clearly can see that close to 1 billion people are living in countries where the water corporation preparedness is very low. So it's scoring from very low to low. And if we look at just the global average of water corporation, we are ending up at medium low. So it's clear that we can say that globally we have a big deficit when it comes to water cooperation. And why then? Why is cooperation important? I mean, I think in water, I think it's, as in any other sector, it's vital. If we cannot cooperate across sectors, different types of stakeholders, government, private sector, civil society, farming communities, if we don't have the tools or the enabling environment for cooperation, I think as societies we are in a very tricky situation. By the way, Romania is scoring high, just for information. I think this is just to, again, emphasize the role of governance and policy when it comes to resolving water crisis. Sometimes it's said that the water crisis is really a governance crisis. Many times the water is there. It's more about how we manage the water, how we govern the water resources, how we share it within society to different groups. Is there enough water for nature, for example? So it's very much a problem we can do something about. I think that's really a critical message. We can take care of the issues. It's about how we choose to manage and govern water as a society, and making sure the water and the benefits from water is kind of flowing in a good way to all people, actually. This is just to show that when it comes to policy responses, governance, I think the last 20, 25 years we have moved from the left side, which is more, call it old governance here, or more like a state government-centric governance. So it's more of a top-down management, looking at formal institutions, intergovernmental relations. And where we've been moving, and I would say we are moving towards this right-hand side, and where we can say then that to resolve these issues, yes, we also need gray and green infrastructure, for example, but we're also facing situations in societies where we need to increasingly dialogue on the waters we have. It needs to be shared. There may not be enough water for everyone. So it really needs to be shared. So then we need to negotiate. We need to build coalitions, partnerships, and networks, for example. So this becomes a part of the solution, the package of solutions, the different tools you have available as a society. I skip this. This takes a little bit too long. I think then, so if we say then, okay, to deal with these issues, we are moving then from what was called the old governance more to the new governance. We also need some new knowledge. We need some new capacities. If we're working with the government or with the industry, civil society. So again, on the left-hand side, it's a little bit the old conventional water resources management response. And it's not to say that we shouldn't do that. We should even do more of it. But it will not be sufficient. So also when it comes to responding to water challenges, too much, too little, too polluted water, increasingly we need to look at bottom-up solutions, for example. It's more about managing people, managing processes. It is about producing not only the physical information, knowing okay, this is how much water we have, but it could also be to make more scenarios, for example, on future water demands. So it's really also to look at the socioeconomic data and information and what that says about impacts on water and related sectors. I think then one point here, and which I see as also very important, is to work on a multidisciplinary knowledge base, very much for understanding the interactions between society and nature. So I think a lot of solutions will be found in this way of solving problems, basically. So I think here, and this is my last slide, if we look at managing risks instead of crisis, I think that is one take-home message. I think we as societies, we tend to manage crisis. It's sometimes how our workplaces work, so we do this like we become like the fire brigade, we putting out fires, you know. So it's really to move away from that. So it's really about managing the risks, not the crisis. So if we can manage the risks better, we can avoid the crisis. That's the thinking. I think here this depicts a bit a need for connecting much better the policy cycle, also with the hydrological cycle. That is kind of the same loop going around, just as the policy loop in a way. So it's how we better can connect these things and also more wisely choose on the policy responses when it comes to working on the supply side of water. So how can we augment supply, for example? But also then how can we control demand in a better way and build more realistic expectations on water demands. I think just finally, if we look at some of these management trends, and I think these are generally very good trends, I think there's still a lot of work to implement them. So we talk about integrated water resources management, there are the integrated coastal management, source-to-sea perspectives, nexus approach, ecosystem approach, you name it. There's a whole range of these coordinated and integrated approaches. And I think here the key to really reach where we want to reach is that we work together as government, as private sector, and civil society and research. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Håkan, for your compelling talk and insightful information. Yes, please. Hand me the clicker. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All the questions that you might have for Håkan Trop, please send them via Slido, and during the next weeks you will get the answers from our speakers. So next we'll explore impact-driven entrepreneurship, where we'll discuss how purpose-led business models can drive positive change. Our speakers are in the next panel. Jay Laysons, a champion for sustainable innovation who supports businesses in integrating impact into their core strategies. Laura Kasper, who leads initiatives that empower entrepreneurs to create systemic environmental and social impact, and Hina West, known for her work in circular economy strategies and sustainability consulting. Our moderator, once again, will be Ciprian Stănescu, President of Social Innovation Solutions. So please welcome our panelists.
Déjà vu. I've seen it before, right? So thank you for staying with us, and actually more people are coming, so that's great. We're at the opera, and there's a famous opera called The Phantom of the Opera. But I would rather like to look at the elephant in the opera, or the elephant in the room, which is what are the biggest obstacles that you three see for businesses to really become impact-driven, to really look at impact and put it in practice. So let's kick like 1-2 minutes each if you want, whoever wants to start. What's the elephant in the room?
How to get them more sustainable, how to make them... I think that, especially working with companies, the biggest challenge is to align doing good business with doing business for good. And so I think that, for me, sustainability ultimately is a strategic challenge. It's not so much doing the same thing, but with different materials or just sort of throwing technology at it. It's about rethinking who are your suppliers, who are your customers, what are you solving for them, what's the business model around it, and then making it work. So I think it's still very much about business model development as well, and not so much just about the footprint of what you do.
Okay. And whose responsibility is that? I mean, is it within a company? Let's pick a company, 70 people.
Well, ultimately everybody's, but I think that what you need is you need a mandate to talk about strategy. So most sustainability managers are often very operationally focused. They're not allowed to talk about supply chain, they're not allowed to talk about customers, they're not allowed to talk about how we do business. It's more about operational excellence. And I think operational excellence is great for efficiency, for doing less bad, but it doesn't per se give you the options of doing good. So I think that it's important that from a C-level, you understand the difference between being effective and being efficient. Yeah. And
is there anyone that can call themselves a sustainability professional in the room? You work in a company and you have a sustainability role. Okay. So remember, this operational excellence is not always enough.
But I think that most people working on sustainability know this. It's more that they are often not allowed to look at this.
Okay. So maybe if we have time, we look at who allows. Hina?
Sure. So I think, from my perspective, there's a different lens in which you can look at this question in terms of sustainability and what sustainability means. So when I started working in this space nearly 20 years ago, that's where we were in the rhetoric. It was around sustaining, it was around sustainability. If you were to sustain in your life, you are maintaining the status quo. Okay? So the current business models, which are set up for us to operate within, allow us to sustain. They don't allow us to change. So really, it's about taking a step back before we take a step forward. So to build on your point around efficiencies and effectiveness, earlier on in my career, it was more around efficiencies, finding those low-hanging fruits to be able to make those medium-term changes. If you want to make long-term sustainable change, it's about regeneration. It's around addressing the fundamental inaccuracies or underlying assumptions of current business models. So in terms of what we're looking at here, there's the short, medium, and long-term effect of putting impact measures in place. So if we really do want to make that change, which we're all trying to do, we need to take a step back before we take a step forward.
It sounds easy and good in theory.
Yeah.
But in practice,
yes.
How do you do it?
So in terms of having purpose driven within your business, there's a whole plethora of ways in which we can greenwash and purpose wash and social wash, but actually, fundamentally, embedding it into the core of your business will change your sustainability impact off the back of that. And there are millions of businesses who are trying to do that from the beginning in terms of the way that they structure their business and the way in which they're growing their business and how they interact with the business sector. They are out there, and it's one of the reasons I'm specifically working where I'm working right now, which is around supporting the purpose-driven business to be able to, business movement to be able to grow, where people and planet are put before private profit.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
Laura, what's your take on this?
Yeah, the obstacle, I think, and also maybe apologies now to the Commission, I think is, especially also for SMEs, what we focus on is how regulation is written. It's very difficult for them to understand. It's in a language that is not close to them. It's not a business language. And what we also experienced working with SMEs is, yeah, they have really hard, it's really difficult for them to grasp what needs to be done. They need to be a scientist, they need to understand like this law language, and in that way I think, yeah, it needs to be simplified, and really SMEs need more guidance with that.
Yes, but it will not be simplified, most likely. Do you believe it will be simplified? Probably not. So what will happen is that SMEs need to adapt, not to expect or to wait for simplicity to come from somewhere. So it's not, we can't just freeze in time, right?
No, definitely. I think what is developing and what we develop is also support systems to help them to prepare guidance that really explains this disclosure requirements in easy terms, show like examples, okay, how do other companies do it, just to get like an understanding of how it could look like such a disclosure requirement, and also like give links to other websites, to other tools that help you to identify, to, for example, with biodiversity, that you know, okay, am I close to an area, a biosensitive area?
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, just to show them that there are these tools out there.
You talked about another elephant. There's a lot of elephants in the room, by the way, which is disclosure, which is ESG, sustainability reporting, etc. There's a lot of pressure for companies, be it small or medium, in Europe and in other parts of the world, to disclose, to become more ESG compliant as well. Do you think that this regulation, is this enough to create a mind shift, a mindset, a different mindset within companies in Europe?
I think the regulation is needed. I know that it's not a popular opinion, but it's important for the companies to really get a grasp of these topics. Also when they look at, for example, the voluntary SME standard that is in public consultation right now, so it's still in the developing stage. They understand, okay, which topics should we address, which topics should we look at, and get a hand of it, but it definitely also needs strong people in the company who really want to make this shift, to make this transition. The regulation kind of forces it, but it also needs these people in the companies who say...
If somebody allows for this to happen. Is there any SME in the room? Somebody that works for a small and medium company? Okay, your hands are very small. Can't see. Okay, so we're like 10, 20%. Okay. I'll go to Hina, and I have some data. I don't want to mix it up. So, purpose-driven companies outperform the stock market by 206% over 10 years. Higher employee retention. Studies show that purpose-driven companies grow 3 times faster than their competitors. There's data in S&P 500 that shows that purpose-driven companies are skyrocketing. So in theory, everybody should create a purpose-driven company, right? How do you really, like, what are the, I don't know, 5 steps to integrate purpose within a company? Is this something that you can actually do, or is it more of a soft perspective?
Yeah, so from my perspective, purpose is something we all have, right? We have it inside ourselves, and how that comes out in terms of the way we function with our families, our friends, our businesses is really all we can do in this world to leave it in a better place than what we found. In terms of purpose and growth, there is a tension point there. Growth for growth's sake will undermine purpose and impact in the long term. So looking at growth beyond the economic returns will bode better in terms of actually creating and embedding purpose within your organization. So looking at how it affects our well-being, our communities, how it, the systems in which we operate. There's so much more in there than having a CSR tick box or where you engage your employees in some activities on the side. Those are plasters in terms of what we're trying to do. So I think from my perspective, the question that at the moment there seems to be some data which links purpose and growth. I would question the depth of that data, and I would like to understand what they define a purpose-led business to be. Is the purpose locked in to the business model? Is the surplus of revenue being reinvested into the social or environmental challenge in which they are on this planet for? Are all areas of the organization embedded into what is trying to be done? Are the shareholders? Are the employees? And is it a self-sustaining revenue model? So I think there's much more to it than being purpose-driven. You have to really scratch under the surface to really understand. But there is no doubt about it that the next wave, the next generation of consumers care more about purpose. They care about where products are coming from. Social procurement requirements in bigger companies are on the rise. However, bigger companies struggle to be able to find social enterprises, fair trade organizations, those that actually embed purpose. So helping those SMEs who are actually having an element of purpose within their DNA to be able to access markets, to be able to be integrated into those bigger supply chains will change the game. And that's where, at the moment, I think that step change can really happen over the next, say, 10 years, helping those smaller organizations get into the bigger supply chains, be it in companies, be it in governments, to drive forward those social procurement targets.
Yeah. We heard Koku earlier, and he had some quotes, so I have a quote as well. This is a quote from Milton Friedman, a very old and famous quote from 1970, September 23rd, to be accurate, probably 10 in the morning. And Milton Friedman said, the only social responsibility of a company is to increase its profits. This is old school, right? But is it? Ian, do you still see this happening?
I think that a lot of managers are raised on that quote. I think that I fully agree what you just said is, I think what being purpose-driven really does for a company is not so much about whether or not you grow. I think we're in a transition. That means that some industries will need to grow, some will need to diminish, some will leave the room at some point. And that's fine, that's how economies work, that's how they always worked. I think it's important to have a good business model so you don't go out of business, right? But I think that what being purpose-driven really does is you fall in love with the challenge instead of your solution. And I think that a lot of companies are very much in love with their solution, and the moment that the solution doesn't catch on in the market anymore, they start making it cheaper, they start adding stuff to it in the hope that it stays relevant. And I think that purpose-driven is much more about relevance in the long run, and that ultimately will lead to having a resilient business model. It will lead to being more innovative, having more of that power in your company, which is the most valuable part. If you look at a company and the valuation of a company, it's not so much about the turnover you did last year, it's why you did that turnover and how repeatable that is. And that has to do with your innovative power, with whether or not the people within the company understand what you're doing, why you're doing it, whether they're there to question how you're filling in the mission right now. That's stuff that you need to have advocacy and agency within a company, and that's what purpose-driven companies have much more of, I feel, than...
Companies exist if they can sell. Therefore, they need customers. I have some data, and I know there's a lot of people in the United States that are watching this already, and they woke up, so the Twitter X spiked up now. In the US, 66 of general consumers and 91 of millennials, according to a 2023 study, are willing to pay more for products and services from companies committed to impact. Good, sounds really good, right? Everybody should be an impact-driven company from this perspective. Do you see similar trends in Europe? and whether this can be actually create the foundation of decisions for businesses to say, we will become more impactful in our business because we have enough customers.
I hear similar numbers. I don't see similar actions that much. I feel like it's often in these sort of questionnaires you fill in that you're very mindful in your consumer habits. What I think is when I work together with especially SMEs and startups is they always target the eco-conscious consumer, and that's not your target audience because everybody's targeting them, and mostly they just don't want to buy too much stuff. So it's a very hard market to sort of get into, and there's a lot of people there. I feel like every good business model still is about finding a target audience and actually solve something for them and solve it better than your competitors. But solving it better does not mean cheaper. It also means aligned with how they see the world, with what story they like to give, and what sustainability gives you as sort of a marketing tool is it gives you bragging rights. So if you got a product that is sustainable, you can share that you care about that stuff. And I think that as a species, human beings are very, we want to share how we feel and want to share that through the products that we have and that we design and that we interact with. So I think that that is a very big opportunity that we have right now in the market, is we don't need less materialism, we need more materialism. We need people to fall in love with their products again and really own them. And if that's the case, then you are perfectly okay with paying more for a product, with mending it, repairing it, maintaining it, showing it. And that's the kind of interaction we need with our products, much more. I think we, instead of having too much materialism, we have much consumerism, but we don't have that much materialism anymore.
Yeah. We have about 1 minute and 37 seconds. How do you see the role of sustainability managers and ESG leaders within companies in Europe? And are they a species, and that is going to grow in power?
They have definitely a very important role in a company, and I think they have kind of 3 roles in that company. They are a strategist, they are a data whiz, and they are a connector. So as a strategist, they really need to integrate the ESG data into the whole strategy of the company. Data whiz because, they need to interpret all this data that they're receiving. And a connector, it's really also inside the company that they bring the different departments together, talk to each other, bringing them on one table. But also outside, they need to talk to all these stakeholders, the suppliers. So they have a lot of different roles, and definitely all challenging.
And quite lonely sometimes. Let's pick one question from each of you to the audience, and to any audience, digital or physical. Let's go to one question that any business leader or employee of a company should ask themselves when it comes to this topic.
I really believe in analogy thinking and looking at different cases that already work. What you see in innovation is it's impossible until it's done, and once it's done and you see that it's being done, it's perfectly fine. So probably if there's not within your own industry or within your own network an example case that you can sort of follow as a lightning example, just go to another industry and see, oh, they're doing it there already, why does that work? And very often that's the only incentive that most companies need, is just seeing that it's doable. And once it's doable, they'll start doing it.
Okay, thank you. Hina, one question for everyone?
Sure. So to reiterate my point from earlier, I think from my perspective, it's around not just sustaining, but it's doing more good. And I'm going to stop there because from my perspective, that's all that really needs to be done.
Okay, that's a strong question.
My question would be for you out there, what can I do today? Just get the ball rolling, just start. And
today everybody stays here.
Okay,
tomorrow.
yeah. What can you do tomorrow?
Good. Let's give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jan, Laura, and Hina.
Thank you.
Now, let's shift our focus to a sector that addresses each one of us every day. It's about the retail sector with a panel on climate action in the retail industry. Leading this conversation is Corina Dospinoiu, an expert in sustainable retail practices, and once again, Ciprian will moderate this discussion.
Now, thank you for the music. We're all part of the retail industry, whether we like it or not, because we all buy stuff, or we know somebody that makes stuff. So eventually, we're all in there. Now, you also work with others because you resell a lot of your products. You buy them from somebody and you resell them to us. How do you work with the many suppliers that you have in Auchan to help them reduce their own negative impact on climate?
Well, first of all, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. And actually, Ciprian, I'm really happy that you started with this question because we're going directly into the heart of the topic. And I would like to say that I don't know how many of you know, but for a food retailer, the total emissions coming from product, it's actually between 90 to 95%. So for us, it's 95% of the emissions are coming from product. And 75%, it's actually coming from food products. So what we have done in Auchan, it's actually to launch a program for our partners. It's called Partners for Decarbonization 2030. And this program entails, first of all, to train our people internally in order for them to be able to lead the conversation onwards with our partners. The second step that we took was to launch a climate supplier maturity questionnaire in order to understand where we are. If we don't know where we are, we don't know what measures to take.
What was the reaction that they... I mean, how many suppliers do you have in Romania?
In Romania, we have around 1,500 suppliers, but we segmented the suppliers based on impact in terms of emissions, but also turnover. So last year, we had the wave 1, and this year, wave 2. And it's a very important aspect. So out of 270 suppliers, today, we know that just 7% of our suppliers have a high maturity climate, let's say, journey, and 7% have a medium maturity in terms of climate. So the road ahead, it's very long, because first of all, we need to support our suppliers to measure their emissions. And after that, we need to build together decarbonization plans and measure the progress that we are doing. And I want to stress out just one thing. Decarbonization can be highly profitable. Highly profitable, of course, for the planet, highly profitable for us as retailers, for our producers, but most of all, for our customers. Because a decarbonized offer means that we can offer to our customers a meaningful assortment of products and, of course, at lower prices. And today, this is what we're doing in Auchan. We are changing our business model in order to give food accessibility to our customers and a more meaningful offer. What is a meaningful offer? You might be wondering. So I can give you certain examples. For example, today you can find in our stores the cooking pans that all of us are using at home, which are made out of recycled aluminum. Or you can find corners of second-hand textiles. Or you can find products which are bio or filière, which is our main strategy in order to decarbonize our own products. Because first of all, we want to take these steps, and in parallel, we want to engage with our suppliers, but we want to lead this transformational journey.
I hear this story from basically all companies that have suppliers in Romania, large companies. Energy, retail, construction, doesn't matter. they all have this challenge, which is the supply chain is not prepared, let's say, that it's climate unprepared. It's definitely ESG non-compliant, or very small percentage of them are compliant. Wouldn't this require an effort by more companies to work together in alliances of companies? Because if everyone does it on its own, it's going to be probably costly to everyone. Is there something that you see on the horizon for companies to work together?
I definitely do see that, because it's very important to have common action, and it's very important for us as an industry, as a food industry, because I'm pretty sure that all of you in this room know that actually agriculture produces around 30%. There are different studies, but 30% of our emissions are made out of agriculture. But you know, today, and almost every day, I hear a lot of discussions about energy. All the conversations are around energy. And I understand that, because even for us, this was truly in our hands, and we took a lot of measures. But we are not talking as much about our energy, our fuel, our human fuel, which is food. So climate change will impact a lot agriculture. It will impact the way we are sourcing products. It will impact price volatility and product availability. So we as an industry must work together in order to ensure food accessibility now and in the future for our customers and for our citizens. It's a matter of food security, after all.
Yeah. We had Cocu had a quote in the morning, forecasters, there's two types of forecasters, those that don't know and those that don't know, they don't know. So the future is complicated. But how do you see the next 3-5 years for the retail and food industry in Romania? What are some of the challenges that you see ahead?
So I would say that there are 3 big challenges. The first one, it's in terms of transformation of the business model to be a sustainable business model. And for sure, we have started to do that with the offer that we're building in terms of food and non-food products. And I will give you another example here. The beverage segment has transformed completely. Why? Because today we see more and more recycled packaging in the bottles of water or whatever we are drinking, but also because we launched the biggest circular economy project in Romania, which is the DRS system, which basically closes the loop. So this segment was totally transformed by a circular economy project. At the same time, we have many, many other projects, such as the second-hand textiles and all the products that we are trying to build in order to have a meaningful offer.
A question that we haven't ever talked about this, but I'm very curious about your perspective. How do you think the retail shop of the hypermarket of the next, I don't know, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, will it look differently? Is there something new that you think will happen in the way we consumers interact with the products?
Absolutely, because I heard today this quote and I really liked it, so I'm going to use it now. Every choice that we make, it's a vote. So we can't do this decarbonization path by ourselves or just with our suppliers. We need to bring consumers along, because if our consumers don't necessarily understand the sense behind and why we're doing this and why it is important, it's in vain. So we need to lead this transformation with them while we are providing them solutions and products that make sense for them. So in terms of how a supermarket would look in a few years, for sure it will change in terms of how we do the operations, because today, okay, we have green panels, we have solar panels in order to have green energy. We are having a lot of projects for food waste. We are using artificial intelligence in order to prevent food waste on fruits and vegetables. So it will transform in a way that we have never thought before, but that transformation will only be possible if we have data. And sustainability data today is crucial, and it's critical in order to understand where we have to act first. Where do we have to put the most effort in?
Where do we have to put the most effort in?
Products.
Data or products?
Data in order to transform the products. So this is the key element for the sustainable transformation of our business model.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Corina. Very insightful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know Sonia is coming to tell us something. Thank you again, Corina. But I just want to tell you that after lunch, we have a man that has as a mission to refrost the North Pole. So be sure to come back soon enough, right?
Thank you, Ciprian, for doing my part of my job. So a lunch break
You
and...
can say it again.
You've announced the lunch break, no? Haven't you? So let's enjoy together the lunch break, and we'll be waiting for you here at 2:45. Enjoy, and don't forget to be back in the room. Thank you.
Avens. Better with every move.
These are just little things. Little things. Oh, but they mean a lot. Always. Cause it's the little things that mean an awful lot.
Natsuro este un ecosistem inovativ care purifică apa și o transformă într-o apă echilibrată pentru o viață bună. Ecosistemul de purificare a apei Natsuro produce și apă frițante, apă rece sau apă fierbinte, fiind perfect adaptabil în ceea ce privește volumul, atât pentru consumul casnic, cât și pentru un hotel, un restaurant sau pentru birou. Natsuro este soluția inovatoare, ecologică și sustenabilă a viitorului. Natsuro elimină în totalitate necesitatea achiziționării apei din comerț. Ecosistemul Natsuro este soluția care a fost adoptată și de anumite industrii care au nevoie de apă cu un grad de puritate foarte înalt pentru producția unor alimente de top. Azi aveți bucuria de a gusta și savura apa proaspăt purificată Natsuro, echilibrată și mineralizată, servită în recipientele noastre premium. Iar de mâine, dacă doriți, veți putea servi apa Natsuro direct în casa dumneavoastră, biroul sau compania pe care o dețineți. Natsuro Aqua. Apă echilibrată. Apă bună. Radio.
When we started the Climate Change Summit back in 2022, we had a clear mission to bring together innovators, leaders, and change makers who could drive sustainable solutions to one of the greatest challenges of our time. Over the past 3 years, we've watched the summit grow year by year, person by person, solution by solution. And this year, we're taking it even further.
Why is this summit so important? Because it's not longer enough to just talk about the problem. Climate change is a global change that demands local action, action from each one of us.
It's time for climate action.
By empowering people with the knowledge and tools to push for stronger climate policies, we can ignite a movement that demands real action.
Sustainability at its core means meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability to future generations to meet theirs. It's about balance, protecting natural resources, building thriving communities, and ensuring long-term prosperity for all. But sustainability doesn't happen by chance. It demands collaboration, innovation, and a shared vision for a better future.
The future is the mirror of our actions.
Giving up cannot be an option. Climate innovation and sustainability need all of us. Join the green movement.
La 18 ani, frumusețea e că ai adunat destule cât să poți face lucruri mari. Iar noi la Auchan, de 18 ani împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete produse și varietate la prețuri wow. Susținem producătorii locali prin programul Filiere. Creăm farfurii și rețete rafinate. Fidelizăm cu o mulțime de oferte. Încurajăm din plin viața sportivă. Susținem și pedalăm în turul României. Contribuim la succesul campionilor. Livrăm rapid și în siguranță orice comandă. Descoperim România neîmblânzită și plantăm pentru un viitor cât mai verde. Inițiem soluții inovatoare și investim în programe pentru protejarea planetei. Prin toate ne străduim să facem lucrurile mereu cu responsabilitate și nu ne oprim aici. Pentru că Auchan creează, inovează, construiește, descoperă, angajează, investește, dar mai ales trăiește împreună cu tine de 18 ani.
Hai să dăm mână cu mână pentru țară și mai bună, să învârtim hora reciclării, așa dăm o șansă schimbării. Cumpără și returnează
și apoi recuperează
încă o dată și încă o dată pentru o țară mai curată.
Hai și tu în hora reciclării. Returo. Împreună facem țara mai curată.
Natura este cea care ne face să simțim cu tot corpul, cu ochii, cu mâinile, cu toți sporii și din tot sufletul. Natura nu dispare când trăim în oraș. Doar noi uităm uneori de ea. Câteodată uităm atât de tare încât nu îi oferim singurul lucru de care are nevoie de la noi. Bunul simț.
We're talking about global warming are fundamentally affecting the systems on our planet.
We act to save the climate.
Heat waves and floods
It's
and
absolutely
droughts and
urgent.
hurricanes.
Everybody
So
knows.
it should feel overwhelming because it is overwhelming.
Every single action counts. Let's assemble a better future together.
AL
So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a delightful lunch. And I will also kindly ask you to try sitting towards the center of the room so that the people who will arrive later on will have places on the edge of the room. So thank you for taking this into consideration. So, to kick off the next session, we have a special video message on European Commission climate perspectives from Kurt Vandenberger, Director for Climate Strategy and Policy at the European Commission. Let's watch together.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to connect with you today to share some thoughts on the next steps in climate action from Brussels. I am proud to say that in the last few years, the European Union has set some of the most ambitious climate targets of any major economy. These objectives and the accompanying legislation are not just a response to the growing urgency of the climate crisis, but are also Europe's strategy to achieve greater prosperity and competitiveness. Industry is central to the clean transition. Without it, we cannot achieve our aims. With the new Clean Industrial Deal, we are seeking to transform industries faster to reach net zero emissions and climate resilience by 2050 and make those industries fit for the future. At the heart of this vision is the implementation of the European Green Deal, which has set a clear pathway to reduce emissions, adapt to the new climate reality, and ultimately create a cleaner future. We are committed and indeed legally bound to this plan, and we want to go further. Our green transition should open vast opportunities for European businesses. By investing in green technologies and decarbonizing industries, we are not only mitigating the impacts of climate change, but also enhancing the competitiveness of our industries on the global stage. European companies, backed by these policies, will be at the forefront of innovation in clean technology, leading the way in a rapidly growing global market that is racing to net zero. As we invest in net zero infrastructure and energy efficient solutions, we are laying the foundation for long-term economic growth. This transition will drive job creation, particularly in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and clean transport. By capitalizing on these opportunities, Europe will strengthen its social market economy while ensuring a fair and just transition for all. Still, the climate crisis cannot be tackled at regional European level only. The entire world must be on board. That's why we are strengthening our collaboration with international partners and bolstering our climate diplomacy efforts. Our new carbon pricing task force, for example, is engaging countries the world over to make polluters pay, not just in Europe, but globally. By leading global negotiations on climate action, the EU not only safeguards the environment, but also strengthens its geopolitical influence, ensuring that Europe remains a key player in shaping the world's sustainable future. To sum up, ladies and gentlemen, the EU's climate agenda goes beyond environmental protection. It is and should be a powerful lever for boosting competitiveness, driving innovation and investment, and ensuring that Europe thrives in the global green economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Kurt for these important insights. And up next, we have Tom Mayaran, who will speak about his innovative initiative called Refrosting the North Pole. And let me tell you that I've spoken earlier to Tom, and I tried to catch some information from him, and it's really amazing what he's about to present. So Tom is a renowned advocate for climate restoration and will share groundbreaking approaches to reversing Arctic ice melt. Please welcome Tom Mayaran.
For some reasons my slides don't show up. Oh, they do. Okay, wait a minute. Good afternoon. The picture behind me I took when I was at Svalbard in Longyearbyen, which is the most northern permanently inhabited town in the world. And as such, it's home to the most northern almost anything in the world, like the most northern supermarket in the world, the most northern university center in the world, and to my surprise and delight, even home to the most northern brewery in the world. So despite the wind chill factor sometimes as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius, it wasn't that bad to be there. I was there in the dark season, which means it's 24 hours, 7 days a week, it's dark. You literally don't see anything, which is quite boring. But at a certain moment, the moon appeared in the sky and illuminated this beautiful landscape behind me. And when I look at it, it looks almost surreal, like it has been made by artificial intelligence. But sometimes, fortunately, nature can be even more beautiful than we or any AI assistant can think of. Now, you probably expect me today to tell to you how I came to a brilliant idea to try to save this fairy tale-like environment. How creativity has been at the basis of my whole career in innovation. So I thought before this talk, let's fact-check myself on my own creativity. And I noticed that I already worked for 26 years within innovation. That goes all the way back to introducing internet services on mobile devices, at a time that we were already happy that we could play the game Snake on our Nokia 3310s. So some of you might remember. And during the time, I helped introduce 37 different products and services. So that's quite a lot if you look back at it. But then I looked a little bit better and I thought, okay, how many of those products and services were actually based upon my own ideas? Then it gets a bit embarrassing. 0 of them. And this was also the case with what I'm doing right now. I met up with an old colleague of mine, former IPMA, and during a cup of coffee, he presented to me an idea that to me sounded like almost impossible to achieve. But if we would be able to achieve it, then the impact would be so huge that they thought it would almost be criminal not to try to achieve it. So within that 1 hour that I had the coffee, I heard myself saying, okay, we have to do this full time for the next years and really try to make this happen. Now, the idea that he presented to me and that I'm going to present to you today is about this. As you all know, the Earth is warming at an unprecedented rate. But what less people know is that the temperatures in the Arctic region, they rise 3 to 4 times as fast as in the rest of the world. And that causes the Arctic ice sheet to melt. And where there used to be 7 million square kilometers of ice in summer back in the 80s, that's now down to 4 million square kilometers. So that means it almost halved during my own lifetime. And if we look at the volume of the sea ice, it's even worse. Then we can state that 2/3 of the sea ice has already disappeared, which means that the remaining sea ice consists increasingly of thinner first-year-old ice and less of the thicker multi-year-old ice. But then the most worrying thing is that the IPCC, even in their most optimistic scenario, predicts a first virtually ice-free summer in the Arctic Ocean as soon as the 30s or 40s this century. And that would mean, for the first time in more than 100,000 years, there will be no ice. And of course you can think, why does it matter? It's far away. Should I really care? But it does matter, and it matters because of this. The Arctic sea ice functions as the refrigerator of the world. Through its natural white surface, it reflects most of the incoming solar energy back into Earth. And as the sea ice continues to decline, it will no longer be able to reflect the solar energy, which will instead be absorbed by the dark ocean. And where the sea ice is capable of reflecting up to 90% of the solar energy, the dark ocean will absorb more than 90% of this energy. And that leads to even more global warming. And then the bad thing is, the Arctic is not Las Vegas. What happens in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic. So it's not far away. So besides the accelerated global warming, a set of devastating feedback loops can be triggered, like the release of methane out of the falling permafrost, which is a potent greenhouse gas, as you know, or the weakening of the polar vortex, which is a strong jet stream which contains the cold within the Arctic region, and as it weakens, it will trigger even more extreme weather events. And I think we have had more than enough of these extreme weather events over the last years already. But we're not here to talk about despair. We are here to talk about solutions. And our solution might sound surprisingly simple and is actually based upon a practice of the Dutch ijsmeesters. So climate change is also affecting the Netherlands. And that means that it becomes increasingly rare that we can skate on natural ice, which is some kind of crazy national hobby that we have. We like to do that. And that's why the Dutch ijsmeesters, the people responsible for ice skating rinks in the Netherlands, they apply small layers of water on top of the ice when the temperatures finally drop below 0 to thicken the ice faster. And that way they can open up the ice skating rink only after a couple of nights of moderate freezing. And it was this practice that inspired us to come up with our solution. It's very simple. Pumping seawater on top of the Arctic ice sheet in winter, where the extreme cold Arctic temperatures will make the water freeze rapidly. And this way we will thicken the ice, and the thicker the ice is, the higher the chance that it will survive the warm summer months. Now, of course, we're not in the business of creating an ice skating rink at the North Pole, though that still would be fun. We're going to do it one time maybe. But we want to maintain this function as that the Arctic ice sheet has as the refrigerator of the world. And according to our calculations, depending on the latitude where we will operate, if we manage to thicken an extra 30 to 75 centimeters of ice, then that will extend the lifetime of the ice by 1 month in summer. And if you would thicken 1 square kilometer of ice and make it last 1 month longer, that will have the same cooling impact as removal of 1 kiloton of carbon dioxide over a 20 years period. Now, of course, our ambition is way larger than just 1 square kilometer. The annual sea ice decline over the last decades was between 80,000 and 100,000 square kilometers. So we made it our ultimate goal to thicken 100,000 square kilometers each year. It sounds like a lot, and it is a lot. But compared to the vastness of the Arctic region, it presents just a small fraction on it. And on the image behind me, you can see the red rectangles showcasing the size of this 100,000 square kilometers compared, I'll get out of the way, compared to both the winter sea ice surface at the left side and the summer sea ice surface at the right side. So then it doesn't look that much, but if you zoom in, it's still twice the size of the Netherlands. But I come from the Netherlands, and as you might know, most of the country lies below sea level, and we already managed to keep dry feet a couple of 100 years ago by pumping the water out of our land using simple windmill technology. So we think in these modern times, with modern technology, twice the size of the Netherlands should really be feasible. Now, where are we on our journey to this audacious goal? The Delft University of Technology already tested the principle of, as we call it, Arctic ice thickening within their lab. So within a cold room, they thickened the ice in cooling boxes using different techniques, one small layer, multiple small layer, and then they monitored the melting of it. And the results of this laboratory research were really encouraging and positive enough for us to want to go to the next phase, organize for the first time a field test in the Arctic region itself. But before going there, we wanted to know much better what our possible impact on the Arctic ecology could be. So we asked an external ecology agency to create an environmental risk analysis for us. And this way, we would better know what risks to encounter and how to mitigate them. And to give you an example, if we would use too much artificial light in winter, then that could trigger the zooplankton living at the bottom of the ocean to migrate upwards because they think, hey, it's already autumn, there's light, let's go and feed, and then they swim up, and then there's nothing because there's our artificial light. These things we need to prevent from happening, of course. Also, my colleague Vonger, he traveled to the Canadian Arctic in January, which is not the site of our first field test, but the site for future operations when we would scale up. And we went there because we think it's crucial to engage the local indigenous communities as early on as possible and foster collaboration. We need to better understand their concerns and their needs. And yeah, one of the needs they have is that they still need to cross the ice in summer to be able to hunt for caribou on the mainland. So that could be a potential benefit. At the same time, I followed a set of intense safety courses organized by UNIS, the University Center of Svalbard. It can best be described as 100 ways to die in the Arctic, I would say, and then fortunately also learning a little bit how not to die. And this is behind me, the sea ice safety training. It was my first visit in January to the Arctic, and they immediately made me swim, so it was useful. And in the end, we thought we were well prepared then for our first field test. And this field test we organized at Svalbard in a place called Fallunen, which can best be described as the Arctic equivalent of a tropical laguna, so just much colder. We did this together with UNIS again and Delft University of Technology. We didn't stay at the field test location overnight. We stayed at the other side of the fjord in an old mining location where some huts remained. And this is how our daily commute looked like. So a bit different than back at the office. No traffic jams and a much nicer scenery. Then this is footage of the field test location itself. And you can see small, two small lakes on the ice. So this is where we're pumping water on the ice. You can even see one of our pumps working there. On the background, the dark structure, that's our sled, which provided some shelter, our base station, you could say. And in the middle of this pond, you see this orange thing, and that's the site of our measurement devices. So we installed so-called thermistor chains into the ice to measure the temperature profile of the ice, through which we could calculate the thickness of it and the thickness of the snow layer on top. And we also installed net radiation meters, and they measure incoming and outgoing radiation, through which we could calculate the albedo, the level of reflectiveness of the ice. Now, I was quite naive, and I always thought that science would be just a lot of thinking. But because we had to take salinity measurements, temperature measurements, and density measurements of the ice, also after we thickened it, we had to drill almost 100 ice cores. So field tests can be really hard work. And in hindsight, my respect to all the scientists on such field tests out there. But luckily for me, these measurement devices, they had remote connections, satellite connections, so we could observe the melting of the ice through the convenience of our warm offices. We also had a time-lapse camera installed with this remote connection, so we could visually monitor what was happening. And this is then a picture taken by this time-lapse camera during the melting season. And the good thing about it, the nice thing is that you can clearly see two of our thickened sites, sites B and C, standing out whiter and brighter than the rest of the ice surface. And we could also see this via satellite. On the left side, you see a satellite image of the time that we're still operating on the ice. And there you see the dark spots, and those are the areas that were thickening. But because it was still water at the time, it's darker, it absorbs more energy. But then during the melting season, you can see these three sites, in the end we thickened three sites, standing out again whiter and brighter than the rest of the ice surface. So that was a positive thing to see. We also had some friends checking in on us sometimes. And just a couple of days ago, we released the field test results. So you can download them from our website, arcticreflections.earth. For now, I will just explain the highlights to you. The first one is thickening the ice with these temperatures. That really works. That's really no problem. Second, that's an important one. The melting of the thickened ice follows the same pattern as the melting of the non-thickened ice. So they both melt linear. And this is important because this indicates that the thickened ice can survive longer. It could also have been that the ice that we had thickened would collapse earlier because the salinity would be higher or any other reason. That wasn't the case, so that's really positive. And then the most positive thing was that for the first time we were able to validate via these net radiation meters that the thickened ice actually reflected more energy than the non-thickened ice. And we could also visually confirm this with pictures like the ones I showed you from the satellite and from the time-lapse camera. Now, another thing I learned about science, doing things once, that doesn't count. You always have to validate things multiple times because it can be just luck, because that we had these results. So we're organizing a next field test, this time in the Canadian Arctic. And this is a location that makes a lot of sense because here is where the summer boundary of the sea ice is. And if we thicken the ice there, we can make use of natural ice drifts, the Beaufort Gyre, which can bring the thickened ice all over the Arctic region. So then we can use forces of nature. This time, we'll, for the first time, make use of amphibious vehicles to move our pumps over the ice, and we will use slightly larger pumps specifically designed for Arctic ice thickening. Then this is the last picture I'm going to present to you today. It shows a happy but exhausted field test team at the end of our Svalbard campaign. So Alexei Shestov and Tim Hammer were crucial in organizing this trip. And then we had Hajo Hendriksen, Laura van Dijken from IPMA and myself. But it is at this point that I want to acknowledge the concerns that some of you here in the room might have. Is it really necessary to intervene in such a pristine environment as the Arctic region? And is it arrogant to think that we as humans can save the Arctic ice sheet? Or shouldn't we just remain focusing on the most important goal of it all, reducing our carbon emissions? But here's the harsh reality. If we don't intervene, the summer Arctic sea ice is almost certainly going to disappear within our lifetimes. Just reducing carbon emissions alone is not enough anymore. And to understand, we need to treat carefully. Everything we do should be rooted in science. And we should be very, very carefully monitor for any unintended consequences. But I think here is where collaboration and open-mindedness come in. We should work together to find solutions that are as thoughtful as they are effective. We should bring together the best minds in science, in engineering, and in environmental conservation. Because what's at stake here is not just the Arctic. So let us stay far away from polarizing. And let's start polarizing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
You're there.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation and very interesting perspective on refrosting the North Pole. It sounds very simple, taking water, refrosting it again, but I suppose it's not that simple to put it in action.
Exactly. So yeah, we're Dutch, we like to pump, but this is at a scale that's of course a bit larger than we're used to. Funding is a challenge, as is with all these sustainable initiatives, but also technology-wise. So the technology is proven already. So in the Canadian Arctic, people use pumps to create ice roads. And we kind of use that kind of model of pump a little bit bigger to thicken the ice in the Arctic. But it remains a challenge. It's 2 times the Netherlands.
You mentioned the funding, which is absolutely necessary. Who should fund this kind of refrosting, this kind of action?
Yeah, at first instance, we're really looking at the voluntary carbon market. So we thought what we're doing is kind of the ocean equivalent of reforestation. We're restoring the Arctic ice sheet. So we're thinking about issuing ice credits or ice preservation units. But the more I have been in talks with different companies, and the more I started thinking about that this money should firstly come from government and only later from companies. So at the moment, we are depending on philanthropic money, also some really daring impact VCs, but they're really daring, so that they are satisfied with business case that shows a return only after 10 years, so that's quite unique. But for the short term, I think philanthropic money and government funding is the way to go for us. And we'll see how the voluntary carbon market develops over the next years. And then we can see whether that's interesting for us or not.
And what about us as individuals? How can we give a helping hand?
Go to our website, go to our LinkedIn page, and please follow us. So that will help already a lot. So just spread the word. And as I always say, everybody here in the room, everybody should think for themselves what they can do best. For some people, I heard it this morning, they should eat less beef. I'm also not a vegetarian. Some people should drive their car less, but do whatever you feel is good, and I think everything counts. And don't judge other people if they don't do enough, because that's also a thing that I think can work in the wrong direction. If we point too much fingers to other people from, hey, you're not doing, I'm doing more than you are, and then that will discourage people. We should do whatever we feel is right. We should not lose hope, because if you lose hope, then it would mean you give up, and we can't give up because it's way too important to give up. So stay positive, do whatever you can, and just live your life consciously.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will take this, yes. Thank you so much. So now we turn our attention to a conservation project of monumental scale. Please welcome Barbara and Christoph Promberger, who will speak on creating the largest natural park in Europe. Their work in wildlife protection and landscape restoration is truly inspirational. And I need to mention that last year I've been chosen and agreed to be an ambassador of their cause, Conservation Carpathia, and I visited Nucșoara and I've seen some of the work that you're doing there. So congratulations, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here.
I think we still need the...
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
About a week ago, some of the leading climate change experts published the latest version of the State of the Climate report. And they drew the attention to the fact that now 25 of the 35 vital signs of our planet are in their extremes, are at actually record levels. We had, and you've all experienced that, 2024 was considered the hottest summer since records began. I think the 3 hottest days in history were in July, this July. We are facing mass mortality in the ocean due to ocean temperature rising, ice masses are melting, sea levels are rising. It's not really looking good at the moment. Of course, this has quite dramatic effects on all of us. We also have a record loss on tree cover globally seen due to wildfires. Biodiversity has a hard time to keep up with the speed of climate change, and you've all experienced in this year also these extreme weathers. In some areas we had heavy floods, in other areas heavy droughts.
Okay, let's have a look into Germany, my home country. Germany is considered a country with a very high standard in environmental policy. Germany has one of the strictest rules, government rules towards climate. And we in Germany considered the forests always as an important part of this climate strategy. At the moment, it's estimated that about 25 million tons of carbon dioxide should be sequestrated to the forests, with the plan that in 2040, 40 million should be sequestrated by the forest, and so the forest should play a very important part. Now, you all know that Germany, has a green government, or at least a green party in the government. Everybody expects that Germany should be doing very well. What is the reality? That forests in Germany by now have become an emittent of CO2. That forests actually do not contribute anymore to carbon sequestration, but contribute to climate change, actually. And according to a report that the German government just published last week, this is partially because of all the effects of climate change, as we know, higher temperatures, bark beetle and so on, but to a very important degree also due to wrong forest management over the last centuries. We have now spruce in areas where they weren't before, so the higher temperatures, the bark beetles and so on all contribute to that. And what we see now is that forests are dying on a large surface, and through that actually forests are not anymore a hope, but become a problem.
So we do have all the facts, we have all the data, scientists have all the data. It has been predicted throughout the past decades, basically, what is going to happen. Still, we don't act accordingly. Still, we seem to believe that if we keep ignoring it long enough, it's going to go away. We all know it won't go away unless we really change. But why don't we act? I have no answer for that, really. I guess it's because it's really difficult. Change is always painful, it's hard, it's gonna take us out of our comfort zone, and especially since it's going to impact on the lives and livelihoods of people, of us as individuals. And I think this is very important to consider, because if we talk about conserving the natural world, it's not anymore, and now less than ever, about just protecting a piece of forest here or a threatened species over there. It's really about protecting everything as a whole. The cultural side, the social side, the economic side have to be tackled as well to really have a holistic approach to make this change.
Let's have a look to Romania. Romania is a country also with a lot of forests, and we all know that forests are an important part of Romania, of the Romanian culture. What happened with 2005, when the forest restitution started, for those that are not familiar with that process, it was all the forests that were nationalized during communist times have been restituted, have been given back to the former owners, respectively to their heirs. And what happened thereafter is that we observed big clear-cuts, loss of a lot of forests, and actually the estimation that the media wrote was that in 2014, already 5.5% of the forest surface had been destroyed in Romania. So this is a trend that is dangerous, and if you look at Germany, you know what's happening, then this value for climate or for the fight against climate change of the forests is getting difficult. Luckily, we still have a lot of very nice forests, very beautiful forests. We have big, vast, unfragmented forests in Romania, lots of natural forests, old-growth forests. And to showcase this value of these forests, if you look just at the Făgăraș Mountains. The Făgăraș Mountains is about a 200,000 hectare mountain range in the south-central Romanian Carpathians, about 2.5 hours north from here. And just the carbon stock of these forests in the Făgăraș Mountains represent the full emissions of the whole country and all its inhabitants of 1 year. So we're talking about huge amounts of carbon that are in these forests. And this leads to a thought that we had.
Yeah, we thought if these forests are free to be locked down, maybe they're also free to be protected. If these forests can be purchased for logging, maybe they can be purchased for conservation. And this is when a handful of people in 2009 started Foundation Conservation Carpathia. We started off as a small group of people. By now we are 150 passionate staff that work mainly for one objective, which is to turn these Făgăraș Mountains into a national park that can become a model where conservation actually supports not only nature, wildlife, but also where people will benefit, whilst of course contributing to the mitigation of climate change. For those of you that are not so familiar with Romania or with the Carpathian Mountains, the Făgăraș Mountains are right at the heart of the Carpathian mountain chain in the south-central Carpathians. We are talking here about an area over 200 hectares big in size. Areas that start from 800 meters sea level going up to over 2,500 meters. It's a fantastic mountain landscape, spectacular peaks, including the highest peaks of Romania. It is so spectacular also because it's a huge area where there is no settlements inside, which is really rare when it comes to Europe. There's only one summer road passing through, which is the famous Transfăgărașan, and 3/4 of this area are forested, 10% of which are still old-growth forests, also very unique in Europe. Of course, such a big area is also home to very big populations of very charismatic wildlife, talking about bears, wolves, lynx, red deer, wild boar, chamois. So it has a very high value for conservation.
So after we founded our foundation in 2009, we did the classical thing, conservation work. We started to buy some of these forests that were on the market so that we could protect them instead of being locked down. We protected wildlife, we reintroduced wildlife, we did all the classical conservation work. But we soon figured out this alone will never make a national park. It's the people that will make that national park. And so over the years, we have developed a lot of additional activities, changing the economy from an extractive economy to a conservation-based economy, talking to the local community, understanding the local communities, becoming part of the local communities, then building an infrastructure, because without an infrastructure, a national park is just a protected area, but not a national park, and eventually also communicating about that. That was what we developed.
So we'll just go a little bit into detail about all of our activities. As we mentioned, when we started off, we were a pure land acquisition project. We thought if we can purchase the land and protect it privately, this is going to help. This was all forests or alpine grasslands that were on the market, private forests that people wanted to sell. And until now, we have purchased about 28,000 hectares of forests and grasslands. That's quite big. That would actually be already 2 national parks in probably most of the European countries. I'd also like to mention that all these forests that we purchase will, the moment the Romanian state is deciding for a national park, will be handed over back into the patrimony of the Romanian state. After a few years, we actually started also to purchase land that was already degraded. Heavy clear cuts, we saw that in some areas regeneration was really slow. It became really degraded land. So we started to purchase clear cuts in order to replant. And this is one of my favorite pictures, actually, because it shows a clear-cut area in about 300 hectares from 1,700 meters up to the tree line, which was cut illegally and then burned to hide all the evidence. After, 6-7 years, when we found out, nothing had changed. Nothing regrew because everything was so depleted. So just getting this forest back or starting a new forest there is an incredible effort. It takes a lot of manpower. It's very far away. It's hard to get to this point. And in the past 3 years, we actually have been working together with people from local communities to replant these forests. In order to also protect wildlife and not only the habitat, we had to lease hunting concessions. So we, as a conservation NGO, founded a hunting association, so we could go and bid at auctions for the hunting concessions. Currently, we manage 5 hunting concessions, and as much as I know, this is one of the largest areas where there is no sport and trophy hunting. So we have these hunting concessions actually purely for conflict reduction, because while we have absolutely no conflicts deep in the forests, we of course do have conflicts with wildlife in areas that are in the vicinity of human settlements, especially bears, wild boar, and we try to help communities to resolve these conflicts by having a rapid intervention team in place that is there, can be called day and night. If there's a bear, for example, getting into the property, they will help hazing the bear away, they will help setting up electric fences, which work very well for livestock owners, or in the worst case scenario, if a bear is really becoming a danger, they will also eliminate the bear. We're in a very lucky situation that we actually have in the Fagarash Mountains pretty much everything when it comes to large mammals. What was missing for the past 200 years is this very majestic species, the European bison, which we helped bringing back in 2020, and it's actually a real success. We have now almost 100 animals out, and it's fantastic to see that they are reproducing, they are feeling well, and having these amazing animals back in the forest is a real pleasure. We also brought back beavers. Actually, beavers were brought back to Romania already in the 90s, and they did extremely well in some areas, but they did never make it to the southern part of the Fagarash Mountains, so we thought we simply give them a lift.
Okay, that's about the classical, traditional conservation work. We could probably go on for another couple of hours, but time is very limited. So just a few words about the other stuff that we're doing. On the one side, it's about the economy. This is how Bill Clinton won the elections many years ago, that his philosophy was, it's the economy. So we're trying to change the current extractive economy into a conservation-based economy. And we do that by several different factors. One, or partially, we run these programs ourselves, where we feel like it's not going to happen otherwise. Where we believe it might happen, we are supporting local communities or local entrepreneurs. Most important, obviously, ecotourism. This is all about wildlife watching, about hiking, about bicycling, about horse riding, about farm holidays, about everything that you can imagine in and around such a mountain area. Secondly, there is a lot of local small producers still of very, very good food. They don't have access to the market. They're very small, so they're sort of hanging on. They will disappear sooner or later if they don't get help. So we've created a food hub where we help these people to sell their products. We have by now about 30 producers, 30 families that sell through our food hub, and we hope that in 2 or 3 years we will be at 100 families. So this is something, another possible economic cornerstone for the future. Then we're helping local people that are builders, handicrafts, to build ecologically friendly with natural materials. We're doing training, using them for all our own infrastructure work, and this is what we're also doing. We're trying to create already now an infrastructure for the future national park, visitor centers, tourism infrastructure, and so on. And for all this, we use local workforce so that we can support them. And we have a so-called Carpathia Fund, which is a financial instrument to support such small scale entrepreneurs. Then remains those ones that own the forest, what they're going to do if they can't cut anymore. So we have created the first large carbon certification program in Romania. We're almost done. We guess in another 2 or 3 months we will have the carbon credits, and then we can show that conserving nature, protecting nature, can also help to landowners actually to make money. We're working a lot with local communities. We're having social aid programs. We're having big education programs for all the local schools in the area. We're working on sports. We're helping local sport clubs to develop, to get the kids from their mobile phones and be out and do something and be proud of what they have. You see here, that's the logo of one of the local football clubs. They have adopted the bison as their key animal. And then we're organizing events all over the Fagarash Mountains, and this is our Fagarash Fest that had 7,000 people this year, and it filled all the guest houses in a larger area. About communication, just a few words. We're having a big team to communicate what we feel like is important. We have had last year 2,000 appearances in the Romanian media, and we had in the international media, in all the big magazines, newspapers, big articles about our work. The Fagarash Mountains are internationally on the map. Just right now, a big article appeared in the American National Geographic magazine. If you want to look it up, it's online, and it's emphasizing the importance of those Fagarash Mountains.
Now, basically, this was, in a nutshell, what we are doing in the Fagarash Mountains. We are, of course, completely aware that the Fagarash Mountains are not going to solve the climate crisis. We are totally aware there needs to be many more ideas, much more innovative ideas, and I'm glad to see that there are so many ideas on the summit that are being presented. But we do hope that we can contribute by putting people into the heart, into the center of conservation, and create something, a model where conservation actually, and the idea of living more sustainably, more regionally, more locally, actually will help to start this process of changing the system, and hopefully we can still turn around the whole thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Christoph.
Just briefly, if you want to stay in contact with us, take a picture of that, scan this thing, and you can get our monthly newsletters. Oh, not everybody at the same time. Okay, thank you.
So thank you. We also have a few questions from the public, but you've mentioned that you are trying to connect a lot with the local communities, and usually people in Romania are quite traditional, as you might have already as you have seen. Tell me, two German people going to Nucșoara, let's say, how are they, what did people tell you? How did they see you? How did they connect to you?
At the beginning, they were very curious. How come these people from these countries, Austria, Germany, these rich countries are coming to Romania? After that, it was like, Vine Neamțu. The German is coming.
Genau.
So what does he want from us? There was a lot of suspicion about, there must be something behind, Nobody's coming to help. Everybody's coming to make business and to win something. Now I think things are changing because after 15 years, people started to see that we're actually not asking for something, we're offering something.
How did you approach them? What did you offer exactly? How was the speech towards them?
Well, there was not one speech. I think this is always a process because it's a process that has to be built on trust, and people have to gain trust. So I think what helped us a lot, and that might sound stupid, but during the pandemic, there was a time when everybody was really concerned, really worried and desperate. And also in those communities during the first lockdown, we grew together simply because we had the possibilities to be there, to be present, whereas maybe other people that were opposing the projects did not show up. But we felt very much, being an owner of forests in these communities, we are also part of the community, and we had the possibilities to help, so we helped. And that really put us in a much closer relationship to the communities.
And just one more thing, which also helped. At the beginning was Barbara and myself, and we were running around and doing everything. Now we are a team of 150 people. Most of them are actually from the local communities. All our rangers are part of the local communities. So Conservation Carpathia is not anymore these two Germans that are somewhere. It's their own people, and that has changed a lot. Yes.
You're talking about a national park and conservation of this natural environment. What were the main concerns of the people? And I'm thinking about something that I've heard when I've been there regarding the seasonal movement of the sheep, let's say. The people were afraid that they won't be able to do this tradition anymore.
I think the Romanian legislation is very clear here. In Romania, a national park doesn't mean that people are completely excluded. First of all, there is a zoning in every protected area, in every national park, and especially talking about transhumans or the traditional use of the alpine grasslands for grazing, this is 100% allowed in a national park. So there's a lot of fears because often protected areas come with a lot of restrictions, and clearly there will be some restrictions in some areas, but it's always a matter of zoning, and I think it's very important to have the communities on board from the very beginning so they actually have a word in the zoning and they know what they can use, want to use in the future.
We love the transhumans and we love this system of grazing sheep up in the Alpine. We love it. And I think the problem for that is not a national park. The problem is the changing socioeconomic situations. Those livestock owners don't find shepherds anymore. Nobody wants to spend the summer months up there in all this harsh environment. Yeah. And that's a problem. And it's just being projected upon a national park, but it has nothing to do with a national park.
Thank you for clarifying this. And the question from the public, what makes you think that the Romanian government knows what to do with the forests? Is giving the land back to the state a good idea? That's a good question.
I've been once meeting with the state secretary for forests in the Ministry of Environment, and we presented this idea, and he looked at me and said, don't do that, don't do that. So, we give the question back to the government. It's very easy. We're gonna set up some criteria that the government has to fulfill. There will be a donation contract, and if the forest will not be protected according to international standards of national park, then the land goes back to us. But we don't want the land. We see ourselves only as administrators. The land should go to the Romanian people, because a national park, that's why the word says national park, should be for the people and should be from the people. And we think with a good contract and with a clear understanding, there shouldn't be a problem.
What about if the government comes and says, well, we don't want that for the moment, we don't know how to handle this? What's your option B?
We wait for the next government.
And of course, there are also questions regarding the fundings. Who are the people who are investing in this project? Also, suspicion like what are their interests and.
Yeah, I can say that we have. And I don't want to use the word invested, because invested is usually an investment, you want to have something back. Most of the money that we raise is philanthropic money or public grants. So we have raised over 100 million euros so far. This is all money that goes into the Romanian economy. So I know we are accused often by people that say this is, money, the foreigners are buying up Romania. That's not the case. We are a Romanian foundation under Romanian law. The money is coming from outside, but so does probably most of the money comes. So we don't have investors in no way. We have philanthropists that actually donate money or public grants through which we can do our activities. And I think this is something positive. 100 million more or not is not a bad thing, I think.
No, it's not.
Yeah, and plus we also have received money from the European Union. The European Union sees the Fagarash Mountains as a pivotal area for conservation in the future, and the European Union has already invested in their case, it's a correct word, a lot of money into the building of this infrastructure, into the building of this conservation area, into the building of the local communities, because they think it's a good and important project.
How can people, individuals, help your programs and your plans? Because I'm sure that people like to be involved in conservation of nature. We love Romania. We want to have a healthy country, nature-wise. What can we do to help you?
I think there are many ways. I mean, one of it is to just follow what we're doing, because there are many activities where we need the support of all Romanians. This is not going to be our project, it's going to be a Romanian project. And we want to have as much of the society behind this project as possible, because you're all voters in the end. But there's also discover the Fagarash Mountains. I mean, just showing that there's interest, that this is a beautiful country, and spend your holidays, spend a week in some of the communities there, taste their incredibly good food. This is already going to have an impact on these communities.
What would be the first place in the Fagarash Mountains that you will recommend someone to visit who hasn't been there yet?
Hard to say.
From your work, I know I'm thinking about something,
okay.
But I don't want to answer for you.
Okay, I give an answer of 3 areas.
Yes,
who wants to discover sort of the country just around the Fagarash Mountains should go to Kóbor. We have a biodiversity farm there, which is a beautiful area. We brought back the old autochthonous cattle species, these gray cattle, those ones with the very, very long horns. So this is a nice place for people that want to sort of have it easy. Then there's a possibility to stay right at the foot of the mountains, then go to Shinkanoa. This is a place where you can get and experience the virgin forest, the animals, all the area just at the edge of the forest. And those who want hardcore, who want to go right in the middle of it, we have some hides where you can go and visit, watch wildlife there, spend an unforgettable night. Don't bring your phone because you won't have mobile phone signal anyway. But it's a great place to reconnect to nature.
Barbara, Christoph Romberger, thank you so much for your insights, for your presentation, and for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, next we'll dive into the ESG futures, where our experts will discuss the evolving role of ESG in shaping tomorrow's businesses. The panel features Alexander Stevens, known for his technical expertise in sustainability metrics, and Elena Carnelio, a leader in integrating ESG principles into corporate governance. Once again, the panel will be moderated by Ciprian Stănescu. Welcome our panelists, please.
My name is Alexander Stevens. Alex is somewhere in the building. Once we find, is Alex in the room now? No. Once Alex pops, we'll get another chair for him. But before starting, and I want to thank Elena for joining us in Bucharest, I want to remind you all that at 6 p.m. in the green stage, so behind you, we will have the Climate Change Summit Awards. You get an opportunity to find out who are the 6 young people from Romania and CEE that win awards of 12,000 euro and our recognition, but also 6 SMEs that are at the forefront of climate solutions. First. Second, do you know, or what would you say is Romania or Bucharest known for? Because you've been here 20 years ago, and I'm going to give you the answer. So, do you know where the biggest building in Europe is?
Well, actually, it's a good question. So, no, I'm Italian born, so I
Not the
share a
Colosseum.
special bond with Romania, and I'm happy to be here because we have, when I listen to the language, I feel at home. So for me, that's...
But the biggest building in Europe is across sort of the street, which is the Palace of the Parliament. And why I'm saying that is that Romania is known for many things. But one thing is we have the biggest building in Europe and the second biggest building in the world after the Pentagon. What if, coming back to the previous presentation, we also have the largest and the biggest natural park in Europe? Wouldn't that make the Romanians feel proud? Wouldn't that make Romania feel and be seen by investors and tourists as an option to also invest in? Is a country that invests in its forests and nature is a country to invest anything in. So think about that the next time you go to the mountains. Now, I also go to the mountains with my kids, and the first question that I have for you about ESG, actually, is about kids. If you were to describe ESG to a 12-year-old kid, what would you say? What is ESG?
That's like a big question because it's difficult to answer, to explain to a 12 years, which is, by the way, the age of my niece. So basically, if I have to explain it, I would say that ESG is basically the way the company show the commitment to the people and the planet, and not only to making money and profit. So it's all about the choice in terms of reducing pollution, waste management, and also about decarbonizing. It's about how you treat the people within a company. And the governance is all about how you run a company. So it's all about also not only the profit, but also how you basically commit to the society as a general.
Yeah. And if you were to explain ESG to a 55-year-old entrepreneur, which is, by the way, the average age of a successful Romanian entrepreneur, 55 male, by the way. So,
That's even more difficult to explain because honestly, when it comes to ESG and this acronym, when I see that there is a lot of skepticism, especially for the companies, because they see this as an additional layer, an additional layer of burden for the company. But I would say that it's like a car engine that runs smoothly. And ESG is basically the guidelines on how to make it running for the best performance for the long haul.
Yeah. But when you explain what ESG is, and if a company understands, or a business leader understands, then this is when the other problem pops in, presuming that this company would say, I understand I know what I have to do, then they need to actually start doing. What do you think is the biggest challenge in actually using ESG as a business tool?
First of all, I would say that the company, they don't live in vacuum, but they live in an ecosystem. So you need also to consider what is the current geopolitical and economic context. And an entrepreneur of a small medium enterprise needs, at the end of the day, to be profitable. So when it comes to speak what ESG, I mean, that's very difficult because they see it as an additional cost. On the other side, what I can bring as my experiences, in particular, that in the asset manager world or in the investors, ESG has been used as a framework to assess, for example, the performance of the company, what are, for example, the competitive edge of a company. So at the end of the day, for an entrepreneur, could be a useful tool to assess also how you can raise your brand, how you can basically position the company better, how can you make it more efficient. Nevertheless, we live in a context that is very difficult nowadays because inflation, high inflation, the inflation rate, the interest rate, and also the two wars that is making everything more costly. So at the end of the day, I see that the business are in particular very preoccupied by the overregulation that is coming from the European Union and which they need to comply. But you need also to balance the sustainability with the profitability, and that's the challenge that you have.
I'm going to challenge that a bit, and I'm going to be the advocate.
And we do have Alexander Stevens as well with us.
Hello, hello. Apologies for the delay. I've been just flew in from Brussels, running back to back.
We are talking about Brussels, exactly. So, being the advocate of the European Commission in this case, you said over-regulation. But what if we actually need regulation or over-regulation? Because otherwise, what would companies move forward with this if we don't have that? Right. So this for you, yeah. Again.
I would leave the floor. It's for me.
Yeah, and then we can
I would like to leave the floor. No, I mean, personally, I do think that it's the market that make the company being profitable, and it's not the approach, the technocratic approach that will make the company more profitable. So first of all, this is the first consideration. So they see that the current regulation is an additional burden. You need to I'm a board of director of a company, and I need to, it's my duty to oversee the financials and the financial performance, and I need to allocate budget, for example, to hire consultant to basically advise the management, because I'm a non-executive, so it's a different role, on how, for example, set the strategy and implement the strategy to be compliant. So at the end of the day, this transition need also, the time also to be basically effective.
Yeah, good.
And sustainable.
Now, Alex, we had a chat before, and it's good that you were not here because you will not say what she said, or who knows. So the first question that I asked Elena was, how do you explain to a 12-year-old what ESG is?
Good question. You're 12 years old. I'm thinking of my nieces. So let's say you have
she has a niece as well. It's not the same.
Telepathy then. You have a tree house. Did she say the same? No? Okay. No. You have a tree house. You're there with your friends, your siblings. E, you want to make sure the tree is healthy and that it's clean around the tree. S, you want to make sure that the tree house is open to your friends and siblings of any age. There's no enemies. You don't want any wrong intent. And then G, you want to make sure that maybe the older siblings run the tree house so that it goes under control and it remains safe and fair for everyone. So maybe
I've never heard that, but I'll explain it to my kids as well. Now, the other question which I find a bit more difficult is how do you explain ESG to a 55, 60-year-old conservative, usually, CEO of an SME? How do you say, what do you say? It's not the same treehouse, I guess.
So we at Greenermy, we typically speak with CFOs of companies, and I think the most important factor they take into account is cost of capital. So today, if you're a company, you go raise financing, whether it's with a bank or investors, they're going to ask you for your ESG factors, and the better the factors, the lower the cost of capital with the greenium and all the other elements now being taken into account by the financial industry. As a manager of a company, you also will take into account ESG factors because, for example, the less electricity, the less water you consume, the better your margins. So it also has an operational impact. You all know about double materiality, the impact of your company on the environment and the impact of climate change on you as a company. You want to think about the resilience of your company within a specific sector. So it's all about risk management, accessing financing more easily, and ultimately your internal stakeholders, employees will look into, how ESG oriented of a company you are, or externally your customers, regardless of the products and services you offer, the more sustainable they are, the more you differentiate with your competition. So these are a series of elements that entrepreneurs can take into account.
To speak on behalf of the non-believers for 1 second. There's some business leaders, smaller or medium, let's say, that say, this ESG thing, it's just going to go away. I hope. I think it's going to go away. And we see that more and more, not just in Romania, but we see that also in Spain and Croatia, Bulgaria, Poland, in many other countries, I'm sure, maybe also in Belgium. Business leaders that say this sustainability wave is going to pass, I don't need to invest in it. What's your reaction? And this is a question for both of you.
All right, so it's not going away. It's a regulation now, so it's there for the next 30 years at least until we'll reach climate neutrality for the least. I was on Friday meeting with CEO of a large chemical company, and they were mentioning, oh my gosh, CSRD, it's so expensive, it's going to push more inflation in Europe. It's a mess, 1,300 data points, we don't know where to find that information. Why do we do it? Is it useful in any way once we publish a report? Well, first of all, if you look at France, the transposition of CSRD, you may face imprisonment if your CSRD is not well performed or audited. So that's the first, strict reason to apply it. Secondly, there will, once all these companies, these 50,000 companies across Europe publish their CSRD reports, the data will be extracted and the industry is going to start doing benchmarking. And you're going to see companies with better sustainability scores performing better for various reasons, and you might see actually the correlation with financial performance. So I think there are out there, opposers, challengers to this new framework of seeing things, but eventually we're going to see the benefits, and we're going to speak their language, and their language is money. So if you link ESG with money, performance generation, they may understand it.
Elena, anything on the green bubble?
I'm a bit skeptical about that there is, at the end of the day, a return. I think that ESG is a framework that can help, for example, access the risk management of a company. If, for example, you go to a bank, they ask, what are your strategy? And your strategy is basically an intention, so it's a roadmap. It's not something, and then you need to start to collect the data. And then there is also the regulatory part, which is very heavy, and the company needs to invest. But, for example, I sit on a board, and I need to ensure that the financial performance is right, so I need to allocate the right resources. So if you don't have enough capital to allocate to hire the right consultant that allow the software and so on, you need to train also your internal, people to basically execute. So I think that's the most important thing is also having on board, your workforce towards this sustainability journey. Otherwise, it's very difficult to impose by a legal regulatory compliance and effective success that they bring to sell more. There is also externality, because if at the end of the day, if you need to invest more to be compliant, that might result in more cost for the consumer. And then you risk the competition from competitors from a broad European Union. So I think that you need to approach in a proper common sense, should be in a very sensible way. And I also wanted to mention something, because recently the former Prime Minister Draghi presented his report to the European Commission about the competitiveness. And this should be like a sort of guideline for the next Commission. And there were fair points and criticism about all this bunch of sustainability regulation, which I do agree that are now in force. And in France, like in Italy, the regulatory, the authority may enforce this. But the timing is different. To war, inflation, interest rates. And by the way, because I live in London and I'm every day in this city, the money manager are shifting away the money from ESG. So at the end of the day, there is no progress if there is no investment and no support by the finance. And I see that, in particular from the US, there is an anti-ESG movement. So we need to take into account that in Europe, in some way, we are moving in a direction that I don't see that will be very profitable.
Okay, it's great when we have a bit of different opinions on the table. Do you think if we have a Democrat winner, do you think the anti-ESG or do we see a pro-ESG movement in the States, or this will?
Well, of course, all the asset manager, investment banker, the finance, and so on, they are looking what will be the next president. That's for sure. It's a very important topic. But I think that if you see also the stock index in the last year, guess what? Oil and gas and our company made the best return on investment. And basically, if you see even how BlackRock or Larry Fink, he doesn't speak anymore about ESG now. And when they go in the annual general meetings of the big company, they don't vote for the resolution on ESG. So there is something that is going on, and all the finance is directing in another way. In Europe, it's a different context because we have a number of regulations that are more compulsory, which is not the case in the US. By the end of the day, we live in a global world and you compete on a global scale. So that's the point in terms of how you basically sustain also the growth and the competitiveness of the business in Europe.
Often ESG is seen as very complex, complicated, and very unpleasant. Now, what you agree to say is that you simplify it. How do you simplify it? What do you do with your clients?
Okay, well, if you look at the ESG reports, you go fetch 1,300 data points across the board. So if you, as a company, you're going to have this information spread all across your entities, across geographies, in different languages, different databases, etc. So where we come in with the software and the tech is plug into all the IT systems, feed in the information. You also, all of you have used ChatGPT, I'm sure. Well, that new technology can also help with sustainability reporting. You get all these sources of information, data embeddings you take out, and you match it to the different data points out in the CSRD report to generate the report itself. And the beauty of this technology is that it's going to save time for ESG teams, in-house teams, not to spend time on just reporting, but actually think, okay, what can we do to improve sustainability and act instead of spending years and millions on merely the reporting part. And we don't have time to wait, given the climate emergency. To come back on your previous questions, regardless of what party wins in the US, at state level, you have several states that already are pushing ESG, such as California, and you have the private industry pushing for such initiatives, all the major, a big chunk of the major corporations in the US, so it won't have a big impact, I believe. The Inflation Act, the equivalent to the Green Deal in Europe, has been passed already. There's no going backwards. So differences won't happen, and I think you see it more and more. It's the general public. It's one thing whether the investment financial industry is pulling out of ESG, but at the end, it's a long-term bet, and we will see those companies more resilient towards climate change or those not. And we see it here in Europe, countries that manage, to put in place renewable energy, others that are still relying on coal, and the impact it had on their populations. And so it's the same for companies. If you prepare for that double materiality aspect, then you'll be more resilient long-term, and it will pay off. And we'll see companies eventually that didn't prepare running out and disappearing eventually.
Yeah.
I may also counter-reply that
I love
California is true, it has been always more progressive. If you go in Texas, it's another story. So every state has a different, perspective. They also basically, any ESG premium funds, you do not invest in some ESG. So I think that it's an evolving context, given also the geopolitical situations.
Yeah. ESG, as you sort of both briefly mentioned, is also a lot to do with being prepared as a company and having your people really prepared. Now, when I look at, and we work with a variety of companies in Bulgaria, Serbia, Romania, Croatia, Slovenia, etc. The vast majority, maybe it's just Eastern Europe, but the vast majority of companies are completely underprepared and understaffed. What do we do about that? Not just in Eastern Europe, but I'm pretty sure you have a lot of that.
I mean, it's normal. It's a huge challenge. Financial reporting has been there for decades. This is the first time we're all doing sustainability reporting, and it's only the first year. It's going to be there, as I said, for at least 30 years. Education, there are various initiatives out there to spread the awareness and understanding of CSRD, the EU taxonomy, how it works. Communities of chief sustainability officers getting together, exchanging tech, softwares, consultancies. It's going to happen sooner or later. So I'm not worried about the different paces of progress in different countries and regions, given we work across Europe. We're all going to get there, and we need to work together. And this type of initiative is perfect, bringing everyone together, sharing the insights.
Something must worry you, right?
I mean, my own country, Belgium, hasn't yet transposed the CSRD. We're out of the 12 countries out of 27 that haven't done it yet. Yeah. We have an excuse. We just had elections and the new government hasn't been put in place yet. But there's no excuse now. We're all on the same planet, under the same climate emergency, and there's no reason to wait.
And your biggest worry on this?
I think that there is an additional challenge for the company, because honestly there's been such a mushrooming of standards, framework, regulations, and so on. I can cite, at least 2025, so it's difficult to make up your mind what is right, what are the right standards, and so on. What I can see that there is a convergence on this. For example, if I think about the new sustainability reporting standards from IFRS, and this will eventually facilitate in terms of reporting. But even the directive and the taxonomy is not that easy to understand. So you need to have the appropriate data, software, technology, and tools, and also to have skilled people that understand how to navigate this complexity.
Well, you will meet Elena and Alex again tomorrow if you are registered for the ESG Leaders Forum event taking place at the Government Palace, where we go deeper into these conversations, even more technical to some extent at one point, or historical at one point. I want to thank them a lot for joining us today on this stage, and let's give a big ESG round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists for sharing insights on ESG future. Thank you, Ciprian. Now, let's turn to an inspiring message from a true innovator in the field of sustainable technology. Up next, we have a special video from Bas van Abel, the founder of Fairphone, a company that is redefining the way we think about electronics by creating ethically sourced modular smartphones designed to minimize environmental impact. Let's hear from Bas as he shares his insights on how technology can drive positive change for both people and the planet.
Thanks for the introduction, and fantastic to be able to present Fairphone here at this conference. My motto in life has always been, if you can't open it, you don't own it. And I can tell you that nowadays life kind of sucks, because for nerds like me who like to open up stuff, it gets more and more difficult with all these electronic devices that are developed like big black boxes. So let's just have a look at one of these devices that are very hard to open. Our smartphones. I don't know if there's anyone who recently replaced the battery or even repaired the screen, but I can tell you it's getting more and more difficult and expensive to do so. Because phones are designed in such a way that we make them thinner and thinner and thinner. You might even say that we're suffering from smartphone anorexia. And that is a real problem, because we have to put all that technology in a very thin phone, and therefore we glue all these components to the inside. But hey, why would you even keep holding on to your phone longer? Because you know how it is, right? You've had your phone for, let's say, 2 years, there's a crack in the screen, the battery is going down, and then your operator comes with, your subscription ends and your operator comes with a new offer. A new offer with a brand new phone as well. And you think, well, what the heck, I'll get that new phone. You toss the old phone in the drawer with the rest of the old phones, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people here have an old phone drawer. And the result of that is that only 20% of those phones are recycled. And from a sustainability point of view, it's a huge waste, because we can use those phones much longer. Because the longer you use the phone, the better. Let's do the very, very simple calculation. If you use your phone twice as long, you have to produce half the amount of phones. You produce half the amount of electronic waste. And for the real mathematicians under us, it will only cost you half your money. So you might say it's kind of stupid that we don't hold on to our phones longer. So that's why at Fairphone we make phones that are easy to keep holding on to. We made them in such a way that you can easily replace the battery, that if something breaks, like the screen, the phone is built in such a way that you can replace it like like Lego. You just order a new screen online, you take a screwdriver and put the new screen in. We give 5 years of warranty, and we give 8 years of software support, all so that you can hold on to that phone as long as possible. Because it's not only good for your wallet, like I said, but it's also great for the environment. Because if you use your phone twice as long, you reduce the carbon footprint of that product with 30%. So why isn't the whole industry doing that, you think? Well, I can tell you the whole industry is doing the exact opposite. They are not focused on longevity and keeping stuff in the hands of the consumer as long as possible because of their business models. They like to sell as much as possible. And to do that, you need to produce and launch as many products as possible. So how is Fairphone going to survive in such an industry? We already knew that we were not going to win that battle with just designing a product that you can use longer, but that we also have to fight that battle on an industry level. And we do that with what we call our theory of change. We start with raising awareness around the problems that we face in the industry. Like, for example, non-replaceable batteries. And then we set an example by showing that you can actually easily solve these problems by making repairable phones, for example. And then we motivate the industry because we want to scale that up. If we're the only ones doing it, it will not have the big impact that we want. So we want others to also follow that or be inspired by it. And we do that through legislation, through showing that it's possible, and also by setting up partnerships. And raising awareness is in the DNA of Fairphone. In 2011, I was working on a campaign to raise awareness around the environmental and the social impact of smartphones. But a phone is not a banana. It has over 1,200 components. It's made by hundreds and hundreds of factories. It has over 60 minerals. So where do you start? We can't just create a campaign for world peace. But then I thought, as a designer, I've always been fascinated that all the stuff around us, everything you see, either comes from the ground or grows on the ground. Just think about it. Your smartphone starts in a mine somewhere, and in some miraculous way, we are able to make such a complex product out of that. A product that we would never be able to fully understand as an individual. And by making together, we are working together in this economic system, we are able to make such a complex product. But we've also lost our connection with it. It's a beautiful story, but we've alienated from a lot of it. Where is it made? Who made it? Where do they end up if we don't use these products anymore? So that's when we took a very naive step. We said, if everything just comes from a mine, why don't we make our own phone? And by making that phone, starting in a mine, we are going to raise awareness. And we take everybody along step by step. And every step we take in that supply chain, we see if we can create change and we can make improvements. And we see if others can follow these improvements with us. And that will be our campaigns. And we'll just see how far we get. But we know we have to start in the mine. And from there, we just look at the world through the eyes of a smartphone. So what does the world look like through the eyes of a smartphone, you might ask yourself. And we went to a mine in Congo, and one of the minerals I found was this mineral I'm holding in my hand on this picture, which is cobalt. And cobalt is a mineral, interesting mineral, because it's being used for our energy transition. It's used for batteries. So we need a lot of it. And this particular stone is being mined in Congo, because most of the world's supplies are there. And this stone I found in a mine where a guy was digging 60 meters deep under the ground, no protection, risking his own life. And there's still 250,000 people just working like this so that we can drive our Teslas. And there's more going on. There's tens of thousands of children also working in these mines. So that we can have these batteries in our phones and our products. And then these minerals, they go to factories where people work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, without not even making a living wage. And then after we've used our phones, they end up somewhere in Ghana probably, if they get a second life, and they can't even properly recycle them. I was there a couple of months ago, and this is what I saw, what happens with our old electronics when they go to these countries. And then you go to these fairs and you come to these beautiful conferences and fairs with electronic fairs, and you see all kinds of colors, but the only color you don't see is green. And you think by yourself, how the hell am I going to make a difference in such a difficult industry? And when things get difficult, I always like to think about this quote from the Dalai Lama. If you think you're too small to have an impact, try going to bed with a mosquito in the room. And we wanted to be that mosquito for the industry. But to become that mosquito for the industry, we also needed customers. We needed to be able to sell those phones. So what we did is we started a crowdfunding, and we started that with a video of all the things that we already had researched.
Stuff. More stuff. All this stuff. You name it, we have it. But what we don't have, a clue about what's inside this stuff. We don't know where it comes from, or who made it. We know almost nothing about our stuff. That's why we started with an alternative for the thing we can't live without. Our phone. We are the people of Fairphone.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. Good day.
Hoi.
Guten Tag. Hello.
And this is what we're building. The Fairphone. As smart as other phones, but fair. Which makes it more than a phone. It's a beginning, a step in the right direction. We're making it happen. A smartphone that's made in a way that puts people and the environment first. We're already working hard on the first batch. We're almost there. And that's where you come in. To start making them, we need you to pre-order. Because by buying and owning this phone, you can make a difference. You become part of change. Buy a phone. Start a movement at fairphone.com.
So what happened is that 25,000 people bought this non-existing phone, and we were totally sold out. We had no idea what we were doing, but we had 7.5 million on our bank account, and we were flying. And I can tell you, at that moment, well, I slept like a baby. I woke up every 2 hours and cried, because I can tell you, I've never had a company. I'm a designer. I didn't know what I was doing, but we pulled through, and I'm happy we did, because after 1.5 years, we had 40 people working at Fairphone. We sold over 60,000 phones. We had 16 million euro turnover, and we were the fastest growing tech startup in Europe. And most importantly, after 3 years, we were the most sustainable electronics company in the world, according to Greenpeace. So this little mosquito beat all these big giants already after 3 years of being in business. And the company grew further. We now have just launched Fairphone 5, which I'm super happy with. I'm not the CEO of the company anymore, so I do sleep again. More importantly, we make a lot of impact. And that impact we make in several areas. And just quickly, we've divided the whole supply chain in 4 areas. We have fair materials, so we set up a Fair Cobalt Alliance where Tesla, Google, all these big guys are also part of. We use recycled materials. We're the only ones that actually have a living wage program in the factories that we work with in the industry. And of course, we work on reuse and recycling. Our phones are e-waste neutral, which means that we take back from the world materials as much as we put in. But in the end, I can tell you, recycling is a very stupid process in the industry. You just put everything on a pile, you burn it, and you get the minerals out. So the most important thing is that we hold on to that phone as long as possible. And that's why we design the products in such a way. And it brings me also to a quote from Gus Speth, someone who inspired me a lot. Gus Speth is a researcher who's done a lot of work on solving the big environmental problems in this world. And he said, after doing a lot of his work, I always thought that the biggest problems in the world were biodiversity loss, global warming, and we could solve them with research and good research and solutions. But I found out that the top environmental problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And we cannot solve that with legislation, with innovation, or with solutions, problem solving. We need a cultural transition for that. And I believe that at the core of that cultural transition is re-establishing a healthy relationship with our products. Because what you really care about, you don't destroy. Because in the end, the most sustainable phone is the phone that you already own.
Amazing, right? Fantastic. Thank you. Next, we have Gaetan Capgras, who will discuss climate ambitions in the food sector and share how the industry can align with sustainable practices to address climate change. Give him a big welcome.
Hello.
Oh, I will bring it to you right away.
Hello, everyone. I'm really happy. I'm quite impressed by this place. Today, I've been asked to talk about climate change and the impact on the food sector. Just waiting for the clicker, sorry. I will start the presentation by a few numbers, because that's extremely important to understand that climate is numbers anyway. Thanks. Climate is numbers anyways. And there are a few numbers that we have to share to set the stage. The first one is that 1/3 of the global GHG emissions are coming from the food system. By food system, we talk about it's going from the farm to the fork, meaning that it's all the process in between the farmer, the production of the farm, the transportation to the factories, the food processing, the packaging, the logistic, the storage, and also the food waste. When we talk about 1/3 of GHG emission, within these GHG emissions, that's 15.8 gigaton, just to give you the magnitude of what we talk about, 2/3 of these emissions are coming from the agriculture. So roughly half. The first part is about land use change and linked to deforestation. And the second one is at farm level. We talk about methane emission from livestock or rice, for example, but also the entrants we put on the soil in the farm, just like fertilizers. Now, we can't talk about climate and food without talking about water. 70% of the fresh water available and used today are used for the food sector, and with a big majority upstream at the farm level. And unfortunately, we are globally on the planet wasting 1/3 of the food global production. So now, if we look at forward-looking by 2050, we talk 2050 many times when it's about climate, you know, net zero horizon, at least in Europe. By 2050, we'll have major impacts, not only on what we produce, but also on the biodiversity. Today, we've lost 70% of the biodiversity on the planet since the 70s. By 2050, it's going to be 80%. And we'll have also to deal with a crop yield reduction of 25%. But this is not just a forecast. Today, in France this year, and in Italy this year, we've had linked to floods and droughts, 25% drop already in crop production. In Spain, last year, in the south of Spain, it was 55% crop yield production decrease. So this brings the topic of food security. Today, we have 735 million people on this planet living in food insecurity. By 2050, with the same trend, it's going to be 850 million people, which is basically 9% of the global population. Now, we can realize that we are, at the food system, part of the problem, but we are also threatened by this climate change and by the impact of climate change. However, we know that we have solutions. Among the 100 food companies in the world, top 100 food companies, we are generating 75 of these GHG emissions. We have evaluated that if we are implementing projects upstream farming, just like regenerative agriculture, we could sequester up to 2 gigatons of CO2 per year, which is a way to offset part of the global emissions of the industry. Now, before moving into the solutions, let's look at the challenge we are facing. The first one, it's coming from the emission and the complexity of the food system. Basically, for a food company, we have 90% of the emissions coming from the scope 3, so meaning from what we buy. So we do not have a direct control on the thing. We have to work with suppliers to make sure that they are implementing solutions. Just to give you a bit of number, Danone, it's 95% of emissions coming from scope 3. From this 95%, we have 64% coming from the upstream farming. The milk we buy to farmers, the dairy ingredients we buy for medical or specialized nutrition, or the non-dairy ingredients, plant-based, for the plant-based portfolio. There, on this, if we look at what it means in terms of magnitude, we have 600,000 dairy farmers globally in the country, in Romania. And if we talk specifically of Danone, in the US, we have 40 farms, each farm having more than 1,000 cows. In France, we have 1,000 farms, each farm having 80 cows average. In Morocco, we have 50,000 farms and farmers and families for 2, 3, 4, 5 cows per farm. So that's one of the key points of the complexity to transform the upstream farming for the food industry. The second point is linked to food insecurity. With the current trend, we will be 10 billion people, 9.8 billion people on the planet by 2050. That would mean that we would need to increase the food production globally of 60% in the next 25 years, knowing that we are already using 50% of the lands available and that the crop yield will drop of 25%. And last one, but key in this transformation, there are 1.3 billion people working in the farms, farmers, workers in the fields. We can't operate this transition without making sure that this is a just transition. We have to take care of this population. We have to embark them to make sure that, at least for tomorrow, we have farmers to produce the food we are eating, but also to make sure that we are working on making sure that we have fair livelihoods for this community. And if I just take the numbers of Romania, that's 25% of the population working in the farms. Now, at that point, I've shared the presentation to my kids before 2023. They said, "Dad, you are a bit pessimistic. Try to be more engaging and finding solutions." We have solutions. I'm extremely optimistic on the fact that at midterm, we have all the solutions on the planet. We have the knowledge, agronomy, technology, money. That's just the way on how to operate it and make it happen. The first one, you've seen that we have a big upstream farming. That's key for Danone, and that's key for the food industry, of course. There, it's about implementing regenerative agriculture. Regenerative agriculture is about making sure that we are restoring soils, that we are preserving and increasing biodiversity, that we are taking care of animals, animal welfare, that we are increasing yield at the farm production. I'll take an example here in Romania. Like a bit more than 10 years ago, we had a project, and we still have the project, Chance for All. This project aimed to embark a bit more than 100 farmers. You have to know that 100% of the milk used for the production of products here in Romania are sourced in Romania. So that's key for us to embark these farmers. These farmers, 10 years ago, were having roughly 3, 4, 5 cows per farm, not making any money from it. They were working from 5 in the morning to 9 in the evening, and the cow's production was of 3 liters per cow per day. A bit more than 10 years later, implementing regenerative agriculture practices, being with them, finding the right level of expertise locally, we managed to bring this farm to up to 30 cows per farm, increasing the yield per cow from 3 to 18 liters per cow. And the side effect on it is that increasing the yield, we've managed to drop the emission of the milk from 4 kilograms of CO2 per liter of milk to 1.3 kilograms of CO2 per liter of milk. And the last point is that the net income of this farm has been rising of 60% over 10 years. Now, the second point is about innovation and technologies. Technology are existing everywhere. You see artificial intelligence, you see robots, but we are using simple technology, existing for years, satellites, to help farmers to identify the level of impact of the project we are implementing at farm level. This is also these technologies we are using to work efficiently on the management of the water resource, not to spread the water everywhere only when it's needed. And the third point is about pure innovation. I was talking about connection with farmers, so within our supply chain, but innovation is also the way we design and we think the product. We, of course, have to decarbonize the portfolio. That's what we've done. That's what all the companies are doing. But we also have to think of tomorrow, beyond business as usual. Part of the portfolio we're having today was designed in the past years without having in mind that we have an impact on the climate, on the water, on the biodiversity. Integrating sustainability from the design, leveraging solutions, softwares, to make simulation from when we design the products, when we formulate them, from the selection of the ingredients, is having a huge impact. I'll take an example. This year, we've launched for medical nutrition a product, Fortimel High Protein. This is something for people which are in recovery after a surgery or after a cancer. This product has been reformulated using lower carbon ingredients. On the full life cycle of the product, so including packaging, logistics, transportation, and everything, we've successfully reduced 45% the emission of the product, with higher benefits for the consumer. And the last point, it's about partnership and collaboration. With 95% of emission in Scope 3, we have to collaborate within the supply chain, connecting from the farms to the retailer. I've seen that we have one of our clients here today, Auchan. We are making projects with them to work together to implement actions, implement programs at farm level, and which help the full supply chain to reduce the emission. But it's also not a question of verticality, it's also horizontality. We are working, and I had a question yesterday, are you working with competition? Yes. Yes, because, well, Danone is big, but not that big in the dairy industry. It's easier when we put money together, when we source and finance projects together. That's also a way to accelerate the transition. So, of course, yes, there is a competition, but on the products. On the solutions, there are huge levers that we could implement by just working together, finding solutions to fight on methane reduction, for example. Now, if I go on to a bit more perspective, and so the key point I want to share before closing my presentation, the first one, it's about, well, you see SBTi, but that's not specifically SBTi, it's about setting ambition, setting targets. We have worked with SBTi to define the FLAG, Forest, Land and Agriculture Guideline, which is recommendation to help the industry to decarbonize their upstream farming. We have these targets validated in 2022. And why I mention it? Because that was instrumental for me to engage with the executive committee of the company. We have mid-term target, commitment, external commitments, meaning that everyone knows about these commitments. And at the same time, that's a good way to engage within the company and across all the functions. That's the way we've been using to integrate climate into everyone day-to-day and everyone functions. Logistics, not only operate logistics today, but they also have to care about decarbonizing, optimizing the flow, making sure that we are leveraging the new technology, electric trucks when available, train, and so on. And that's the same for all the categories of emission. And there's a second level of ambition, which is 2050. For a company, it's just crazy. We all have a short-term, of course, objective. But 2050 and setting an objective on 2050 also help us to take the right decision right now. Because when we talk about 2050, for Danone, it's going to be 80% reduction. We will be moving from 2020 to 23 million tons of CO2 per year to 4.5 in 2050. And then we'll have to neutralize these remaining emissions. So part of the solution will come from technology, not existing today, but we bet on it. But a big part of the solution will come on nature project, meaning agroforestry project. And this project, from the point you plant the seed, from the point you start delivering carbon sequestration, could be of 10 to 15 years. So meaning that the seeds and the investment we will be doing next year, in 25, will generate sequestration up to 2055. So without having a target, long-term target, we would not have been able to have this discussion at the right level within the company and with the partners. The second point, which is also extremely important, and I've already mentioned it a bit before, is to make sure that we are pushing and advocating beyond the company for a systemic alignment. There we are, and we have a lot of expertise, and we work with a lot of experts when it's about upstream farming, as you've understood. But we have also part in our emission topics like packaging, logistics, co-manufacturing. So really specialized topics, which are not the core of what we do. And there we are operating in many different countries. As I said, Morocco, the US, Indonesia, Japan, Germany, Netherlands, Ireland. And the solutions available there are completely different from one country to another. So that's why we need also to work and have discussions with the other industry to help them accelerate their transition and provide the full industry solutions to decarbonize. And the last point is most probably the most challenging. It's about consumer association, consumer education. I don't have specifically solution today on that one. We've been thinking about how we could deliver on that point. We, at a company level, we have a limited access to consumers. So of course we work with our clients, with retailers, to try to increase it, but that's also a place where we believe private-public sector could play a key role on it. That's about education, education of the kids. And when we talk about food also, but I won't open that point that much, but it's also about health. How do we bring education to kids and how do we bring education to consumers so they made a better choice in terms of climate impact, in terms of biodiversity and sustainability in general? And how do we integrate also the health topic to make sure that we are driving for a wealthy new generation and meaningful of their impact they could have on the planet? So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Gaetan. I will take now the clicker, not to forget about it. So we do have some questions for you. Yeah?
Yeah, sure.
As the food sector plays a significant role in climate change, what specific strategies do you recommend for both large-scale producers and small farmers to adopt more sustainable practices? And how can they balance the need for productivity with environmental responsibility, but not to forget also in the same time about the impact on human health?
Sure. So, well, the starting point, and depending on the level of maturity, is clearly to make sure that they understand and they understand the materiality of the topic for them. So that's starting by making evaluation of what's my footprint and what are the different categories of emission within my footprint. So that's clearly, definitely the first point. Having numbers helps to take the right decision. The second point is, again, depending on the level of maturity, that we already have a lot of solutions, as I said. So it's to get in contact with companies who've done already part of the transition or part of the job, or also getting close to experts. There are many experts, and especially because the topic of climate, and we link it to farming, the solution that works in Romania will not be the same than the one in Morocco or in other countries. So it's to leverage what has been already developed and not start again from scratch. That's something key. And the productivity and health points, that's also something extremely important, but that's, I think, much broader than just us and the company. That's a global question we should, or discussion we should have at a society level. It's about the quality of what we are eating, more than the quantity of what we are eating. So that's the intake of nutrition we are taking on a day-to-day, and the quality of the products should always be linked to the impact of the product globally on sustainability. And then productivity, it's not because you move on regenerative agriculture that you are dropping productivity. Regenerative agriculture is a way to be more resilient. Because you have tillage, so you have always grass on the floor, the water evaporation is lower. So you also have side benefits. If these practices are implemented in many places, the crop yield might be much lower than what we anticipate if we do nothing.
Thank you. And in your experience, how important is consumer behavior in driving change within the food sector? What role do you believe education and awareness play in motivating individuals to support sustainable food practices and demand more environmentally friendly products?
Yeah, well, that was my last point. So, but indeed, consumer education is key. From basic things, not to throw paper and or to make selection on the packaging to make sure that it's going in the right place and it's recycled. That's something quite basic. But also raising more awareness about the alimentation in general. So, and again, when we talk about alimentation, you could never disconnect the health and the impact you are having globally. So that's something extremely key. And there, again, that's, as for everything, it's not a question of one company, that's a society transformation, and the solution should be found locally, leveraging, of course, the the advanced company or the company that want to make the move, and also working with the public sector. That's something for me which is, I believe, key to make this transformation.
Thank you, Gaetan.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone. Yep.
This way, it's okay, thank you. So next, let's look ahead with a presentation titled Vision for Earth 2050. Please join me in welcoming Chris Desai, who will share strategic foresight on long-term climate challenges and opportunities. Chris Desai?
Oh.
We're waiting for you on stage. And here is also your clicker.
Oh, there we go. Hello, everyone. Is there some sound with this video? Oh, here we go. I wasn't expecting a clap for that, but thank you very much. I'm going to introduce myself properly here, so please forgive me if I get this wrong. Bună ziua, doamnelor și domnilor. Yeah? Okay, we're good. I think I can leave this now. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here. I really appreciate it. Today we're going to do things a little bit differently. So I'm going to ask your permission. We're going to do this backwards. We're going to role reverse this whole thing. Because I find a lot of the times, especially in sustainability summits, climate change, and things like this, we put our qualifications, we put, why we're important, and all of these things. I tell everyone, I am literally the world's most glorified litter picker. That is my qualification. I pick up rubbish, right? Let's bring it down to a human level here. So I started UOcean 2050 and the charity and non-profit, the Vayu Foundation. The reason why I started it is because I find so much in life, when you talk about sustainability, when you talk about climate change, it gets confusing. And I don't actually think there is a clear path towards where we're going. And so many people get kind of scared into inaction a lot of the time because you think to yourself, as a normal citizen, as a person, as a student, as a work colleague, as a mom, as a father, whatever it may be, what can I do that would really change the planet? And then we think, well, is it the government's? It's the government's fault. It's corporate's fault. But we all play a part in this. And I want to empower and I want to inspire everyone here to actually just take a bit of action, right? And from my story, I'll show you. World's most glorified litter picker. That's my qualification. I started UOcean with an idea. I wanted to make conservation accessible. I wanted to make it easy. I wanted to make it something that absolutely everyone could take part in. So how would I do that? What were my qualifications, right? I'm not a marine biologist. I'm not a politician, not yet. I'm not, an academic. I'm not a scholar. But what I am is I'm a father of 3 children. That is an achievement. You can clap for that one. Not really. what I am is, just like you, I'm a human being. And I deserve, just like every single one of you, deserve to live in a healthy planet. It's as simple as that. You didn't ask for your bodies to be polluted with microplastics or chemicals. You didn't ask for your food to be sprayed in pesticides. So what can you do? What can a single voice do? Well, I'm going to show you. I created a global framework, bridging the gaps in conservation by creating a more inclusive and equitable Blue Horizon, fostering cross-industry collaboration, pollinating isolated communities with skills, resources, and access. A lot of the times, has everyone heard that saying, give a man a fish? Does anyone know the rest of it? I want you to say it. Give a man a fish. Teach a man to fish. No, he won't if you don't give him a fishing rod. It's the truth. So what we need to give is not just advice, not just little things, let's just do that little give back. No, we need to equip society. We need to give them resources, access, all of these different things. Give him a fishing rod if you want him to fish for a lifetime. Yeah? So, this is my story. That's me in a sink. You can all say, ah. I heard that. So, my story, I was born in Leicester to a Ugandan political refugee father. My dad literally came as a refugee to England, and a Scottish mother. Growing up, I developed a deep connection with the water. But as a lot of us, we're not born by the coastline. I'm from a city that is actually the furthest place from the ocean you can get in the United Kingdom. Hence why I think I love it so much, because it's something I didn't have. But what I did find is my escapes into nature were really rare, but I cherished it. Out of necessity, out of, unawareness, and being, I think, ill-educated to an extent, I went into fashion, and I went into probably one of the worst industries you could go into. I went into fast fashion. Not many people realize that the textile industry is the second biggest polluter in the world, next to oil and gas. And oil and gas at least has served a purpose, right? It's kept the lights on for a while and drove us to a little place of destruction now. But what has fast fashion done for society? And I said that I love fashion, I love the planet, but yet my very daily actions were polluting it. So that caused me to actually leave, created my own sustainable brand, Vayu, which is organic, no pesticides, ethical. We actually became the second most ethical brand in the United Kingdom in 3 years. Just of saying, I'm not going to use pesticides. I don't want rivers to be dyed blue, green with these toxic inks. And I just started to think. And one of the things that I always lead with is that this world is full of so many intellectual people. So many. We're getting smarter. We're getting more degrees. We're getting all of these different things, right? But how many intelligent people are there? Because there's a big difference between being intellectual and being intelligent. Do you know who I think some of the most intelligent people in the world? Indigenous communities. I think children are actually most intelligent because they see that we are part of a bigger ecosystem. I think as adults, we can know all these facts, but it's one of these problems that when our awareness, when our consciousness goes wider than the four walls of this room, and we realize as a human being, we are just one little dot in a big ecosystem that works perfectly fine without us. And that one little dot of us has broken an entire system that has been developed over billions and billions of years. So it is one of these things that, how can I change this? Started Vayu, I then realized I'm not really doing much, I'm doing better. But this word sustainability, who thinks that it's thrown around too much? Yep. Yeah, you throw it around, there you go. No, sustainability, apparently we've got sustainable coal, right? Sustainable ocean plastics. Like all of these things, right? We've lost the context of what sustainability and true sustainability means. So I realized I need to do more than just not pollute the planet. I actually need to maybe get my hands dirty. I need to start helping the planet to recover. And the first thing I ever did is I got a litter picker and I went out to a local river and just started pulling plastic out of a river. It's an action that every single person in here can do. But how many times do we actually go and do that? We say, you know what, ocean plastics are bad, river plastics are bad. But yet, what we do following that doesn't correlate to how we think. So all I did is took a little bit of action. Clean the local river, plastic pollution was everywhere. And do you know what? One thing I found is, as soon as I started doing it, other people started to join at a very quick and alarming rate. Before we knew it, it went viral. Our methods expanded. This was no big media PR campaign. I literally made an Instagram account, and that was it. People from around the world started saying, wow, if this guy, me, right, glorified litter picker, if I can remove some plastic, so can they. It's as simple as that. From this, over the next 4.5 years, it went absolutely viral. We've now got 33 sites globally where communities are picking up plastics, where we're coming up with solutions. Do I have all the answers to ocean plastics? Not at all. What do you do with plastic that is created single use and it can't be recycled? What do we do with that? So we're still learning. We do create certain products. We do recycle a lot. But as you all may know, how much plastic actually gets recycled globally each year? 7 to 9%, I think, are the last figures. So it doesn't matter how much, we seem to think we're doing. The systems are broken, and that's what today is about, innovation. It's about thinking outside the box, not necessarily, the modern way of thinking. Something a bit different. We started to do it differently. We did it by hand, by kayak, by boat, by employment. You remember about the fishing rod and teaching the man to fish? No, we employed these people. We employed ex-fishermen. Fishermen across Asia that actually can't catch any fish because around the islands it's so depleted. And all they were catching is plastic in their nets. So we said, how can we pay them to catch plastic instead? Then we did it by paddleboard, by diving, lots of ghost nets, lots of nets on coral reefs. We did it by barriers and now advocacy. That's why I'm standing here today trying to give a presentation with my poor Romanian introduction. Yeah? So we have a people approach. We always work with isolated and disadvantaged communities. And what do I say when I say isolated? It's not just about ethnicity. It's not just about social class. But it's about geographical location. Everyone knows in this climate change narrative that the global south is going to be disproportionately affected by climate change. An example of this, a couple of years ago when Pakistan got flooded and 33 million people got displaced. That's 50% of their population, and that country only, I think, emits 2% of global emissions. So half their country is underwater, and they polluted 2% of globally. So we're starting to see, actually, if what we're doing here can affect the rest of the world, what the rest of the world is doing will affect right here in Romania. So this isn't a localized problem. This is a problem for all of us. But when we talk about that language, I don't think it's just a problem. I think it's a challenge. I think this is an opportunity. I don't want any person here to leave and think to themselves, that was so much information. We just need the government to ban plastics. We just need, to go all electric. I want everyone to go away from here and be inspired. And not just think it's someone else's problem, but what can you do? What can you do in your community? Because that's where it starts. It starts with us. We're the consumer. We're the purchaser. We're the buying power. Every single person, if you realized how powerful your voice is, you would honestly be speaking every day. You would never be quiet like I don't. I talk all the time. What do we do? Here's some examples now. In Indonesia, we started thinking, okay, once the plastic is out in the ocean, what's the chances of us actually recovering it? They're saying at the moment that about 70% of all plastic sinks. So what you're seeing on the surface is only 30% of the problem. And when you go across the world, you are seeing massive and massive amounts of pollution being washed upon beaches, let alone the microplastics. This is just what you can see. So an example here, we found a fishing net, and this was my can-do attitude. We found a fishing net, and I said, well, why don't we put that across this irrigation canal? So we put it across there, and I thought, let's see how much plastic we can collect. So that was within the first 12 hours off one canal, and there's 10,000 canals, right, across this area, and there's 18,000 islands that have these kind of systems. So imagine that was just in 12 hours. By day 2, when we left it, the plastic had gathered so much, it was actually starting to overflow the net. And that's when I realized we have a huge problem here. We have a massive problem. The ocean, as we all know, is one of the biggest carbon sinks in the world. It regulates our temperature, absorbs 90% of excess heat that we generate. 1 out of every 2 breaths, they say, comes from the ocean, not just the trees. So we started thinking, let's innovate, let's make a stronger barrier potentially. So this 240 kilos of plastic in 2 hours off a 200-meter section of beach. We have a problem with plastic pollution in our rivers, in our oceans. So what did we start doing? In Kenya, we started to run ocean literacy educational projects in schools, taking communities out to actually see the environment. How many communities live by the ocean and have never actually got the chance to go and see it because they're in a disadvantaged community? They don't have the money. So we've started to actually educate. We've now just passed 120 students this week through our ocean literacy program. In the UK, we're actually teaching young underserved communities to become pilots for conservation. No one ever thought pilots in the industry, right, would go with conservation. But yet, small aircraft all around the world actually help conservation efforts to stop poaching. They did the Great African Elephant Census with small aircraft and things like this. These are gliders that we use. So we actually use non-engine gliders for 70% of the course to reduce the carbon footprint, but to qualify young people, to give them not just a seat at our table, but to give them a table of their own. In Malawi, lots of plastic, highly polluted plastic in the water for a long time. Thought, what can we do with it? So we started trying to make bricks out of it. As you can see, these are all starting solutions. It has to start somewhere. When we got these bricks then tested, didn't come back very well, right? This is plastic that's been rotting and degrading in the environment for a long time. So how can we put it in stasis? Working with universities to come up with some sort of resin to go around it, an eco-resin that would hold it until we realize what can we do with this pollution. We created it to either be incinerated or landfilled in the first place. It's about coming up with out-the-box thinking. This is our beach ranger team in Africa. In Indonesia, we employ ex-fishermen to also plant mangroves, to go around these areas that they used to fish and start to actually restore these habitats. So they're still just getting paid, right? Either getting paid to destroy the planet or getting paid to heal the planet. It's economic growth in that respect. In London, we work with youth groups on blue skills and teach the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In Asia, we're protecting and releasing thousands of turtles each year. Why do we have to protect the turtles? Well, there's numerous things. A lot of time, communities eat turtles. They dig up the eggs and eat them. Lack of education sometimes. And then a lot of the time as well, these sites, animals go through them. And we're realizing the rate of turtles in the beaches that we're cleaning were declining. Because actually we're taking the plastic off, and now it's a clean beach, and a lot more wildlife's coming and digging them up. And now we're protecting thousands each year. That's my turtle. I released him. His name's Shiva. So what are we doing in a nutshell? We're empowering people and planet together, employing these communities to become agents of change through conservation. What's next? How are we going to do this? So we've scaled up 33 sites around the world, but how can we be more efficient? And what we've realized is there's no point in dragging a net just around the ocean, right? But actually, if we can switch off the plastic tap and stem the amount of pollution that's going into our oceans, then it has a fighting chance. So we've started looking into river barriers. This is one of our first river barriers that we ever put into a river in Indonesia, and it's had phenomenal results. So what our plan is, by 2030, is to stem the 10 most polluting rivers in the world with plastic barriers. These barriers require no solar power, no fossil fuel power, no power. They just sit in the water. They let the natural flow of the water bring the plastic into the barrier while letting marine life swim under. And then we employ communities to actually remove this plastic, and then we come up with innovative solutions of what we can do. So we're driving change by using nature's natural force. I think as humans, we always think that we know better, but the Earth has pioneered these systems for billions of years, and we are just a small dot on this system, and we just need to play our part. So, that is the end of my speech, and I believe I've done it on time, which is pretty good. So I just want to thank you for listening, showing what we're doing to you. It's a privilege and an honor. But most importantly, I really, really want people to go away from this conference inspired, not scared. Climate change isn't a problem, it's a challenge. It's an opportunity. And I believe every single person here, whether it's tech, whether it's a cleanup, whether it's a garden, whatever it may be, every single person has a voice here, and every single person's important, and you can have an effect. So, my name's Chris Desai. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. Har Har Mahadev. I don't think we have any. Do we have questions? Any questions? Or am I free to go?
Yes, I'm here,
oh,
and
no.
we have one question.
Go on.
Chris, right
Yes.
away.
Tell me. I want to pick
I
this one
will.
up.
So, we have a question.
Okay, tell me.
How healthy are the plastic bricks? Do they decompose into the soil or in general?
No, this is what I was just saying during the speech, that we're actually working with the university to create a resin around them, because plastic, when it is formed like that, it's attracted toxic chemicals a lot of time in the water. It binds to it. So we're actually trying to put it into stasis, and we're still working on that right now. So at the minute, no, not at all. It's not the final solution.
Okay, thank you. And you've mentioned a lot of countries around the world.
Yes.
And I will ask you to move closer to us, to the eastern part of Europe. Where would you start from here?
Where would I start from here? I think, to be honest, already the conversations I've had, there's a lot of people saying, can we start U-Ocean Romania? So if we're up for that, I am more than happy to start it. And I think by the conference next year, we'll show the impact we can do in this country, if you're up for it. I think they're up for it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are, of course.
Yeah?
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks so much.
Congratulations for your presentation.
Thank you.
And thank you for handing me the clipper. So, our next and actually last session for today focuses on the famous saying that I really adore: practice what you preach, because the topic of the session is transforming conversation into action. And it will feature the following panelists: Oliver Bolton, an advocate for sustainable consumer choices; Ladea Godina-Kosir, a leader in circular economy innovation; and Thomas Kolster, a pioneer in sustainable marketing and communication. And, of course, our moderator, Ciprian Stănescu. Welcome.
Now, thank you so much for staying. It's late, I know, but we're very lucky and happy to have you with us. And I think all of us would like to do what Thomas just did, right? It's real grass. Now, you will not be able to do that, especially for the people that are online. I'm very, very happy to announce that we have now a combined, for both stages, global audience of 1,136 people, or views, or viewers, or whatever. So it's very nice to have, and a lot of comments. Nobody was naked, no. Yeah, can we get the mic on for Thomas, please? Now, this is the simplest, easiest panel, which says, how do we go from talking to doing, basically? What are some of the things that were missing in doing that? I'm going to start with Ladea. When it comes to circular economy, it sounds simple, and sometimes it is. But it's not yet that prevalent. It's not that present if we just look at Europe. So how can we take more, or how can we accelerate circularity across more industries in Europe?
Yeah, I said, does it work?
No.
No, so that is, we have to wait.
But sometimes we do have to wait.
Okay, yeah. So that is the first rule. Be patient, be persistent, and repeat, repeat, repeat. That is boring because I'm impatient, I don't want to repeat, I'm not persistent, so I have to learn that by myself first. So you asked about that, yeah, what, as I mentioned already, and I would like to repeat this now, that maybe sometimes we are already implementing circular economy principles, but we are just not calling that circular economy, or we are not even aware of that. Because there is a big difference between that, where we have circular economy out of the choice, and where we have it out of the need. So if we take Global South, and we like to say this is less developed world, circular economy is very often present out of the need. So how the boys play football, they create a ball out of the waste, right? How they're treating water very carefully, because they have to do an extra mile to get drinking water. So all these are principles of circular economy, but they are not listed as something super fancy and developed. While in, let's say, Global North, when we are very spoiled, we are now redefining our economies in the way of circularity and getting, again, the awareness of the value of everything. So of the materials, of the energy, of human resources, of fresh air, and all that. So that is maybe just a little bit of food for thought, because I know that we are all tired now, and maybe simple messages can help at this point.
Nobody's tired. Is there anyone tired? No? We have some questions that we got on Slido and online for all of you. There's too many to go through all of them, but we'll try to answer all of the questions and send to you, and in the next weeks to get some answers from you to put on the website. There's a question for Thomas here. With so much advertising for social change and disinformation about issues related to climate change, how can a company or organization stand out? Any tips or tricks?
Thank you for that question, and thank you for staying around, especially in such a lovely, warm summer day in Bucharest. Stand out. One of the things I realized from the first book about a decade ago to today was that a decade ago it was very, very easy to stand around if you spoke for social issues, environmental issues, because you were one of few voices. And obviously at that time we saw brands like Dove and other mainstream brands sort of rise to prominence. I think the challenge today is much more difficult, because as a consumer you can feel confused because every sort of brand is pitching itself as some sort of Mother Teresa and Gandhi when you go into the supermarket. And so one of the things I asked myself with the second book was who then to trust, who is authentic, and how I sort of value that and look at that is the brands, the companies who help us create change, who enable change, are the ones who I can trust, because you take those words and turn them into something that I actionable can feel. And so I think companies have to move away from talking at us to understanding how they enable change in our lives. And I think that's a sort of little metric of authenticity for me, at least.
We also, I think a lot of us saw, not all of us, a recent video by a phone company, I will not name the name, about Mother Earth. At the same time, this is a company that I might have something like that. That
Apple.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. That is as a trusted brand. I mean, it's an empire to some extent. But at the same time, it faces challenges, lawsuits, and fines of billions and billions upon billions of pounds, dollars, and other currencies for not being, let's call it, ESG compliant. For not making sure that who makes the phone or elements of the phone are so. But at the same time, it doesn't feel that the trust has been broken. Nothing really has an impact besides the fines. Why do you think that happens? I'm not saying that we should, but why does it happen?
I think we tend to see with brands that are very strong. It's kind of like relationships. Brands are very, very simple. Branding is about relationship. And so if you have a very good friend who does something bad, you're in a better position to forgive them. And we see that with very loved brands. We saw Volkswagen, incredibly enough, after Dieselgate. 1 year after, sales were back on track because it was a loved brand. And I think we see the same with Apple. People forgive Apple. I absolutely hated that commercial when it came out. I didn't like the way they spoke about carbon neutrality. I didn't like the way that they took quite a different approach from what I would have thought Steve Jobs would have done that. And so I didn't really think they lived up to the leadership that we expect from a company like Apple. But people forgive brands that they love, and that's the danger facing most brands who aren't that loved, that when they do those missteps, it can carry quite heavy economic costs.
I'm going to pick on Oliver now, Ollie. and he has a brand called Earthly, Ollie Earthly. How can people love more this brand and support his work? What is it, like a free consultancy advice that you give to Ollie?
I mean, who doesn't love nature? You know, we have nature around us. We only had a very, very short amount of time to catch up, but if you, after what I would the three of us tell people what you do, I would say that one of the things that I see on the rise right now across the globe is actually this idea about sort of protecting, preserving nature, whether that is in your community, whether it's at your little backyard or whatever. So I think actually you have hopefully a prosperous future in front of you in terms of it's much easier to protect this stuff that we love than understanding the invisible effects of carbon emissions.
Now going to Ollie and his work to regenerate 1% or 5%, let's put 5%, it's better.
Yeah, at least 1%.
At least 1% of the planet by 2030.
Yeah.
That is a huge percent. It's really big.
Yeah, I mean, it's ambitious.
Like, what do you need to get that huge ambition rolling? And the previous question that I would ask is, it's a very courageous ambition. Where did you get the courage to do it, and how do you do it?
I think, to answer the second part of your question, I don't think we have any choice but to be bold and brave with our ambitions, given the situation that we're in and the urgency. And, a big part to get to the 1% is origination. So that's basically creating new nature-based projects. So that's a real focus for us, helping larger corporates, create these much, much larger multi-year projects. And that will be a key component of getting there. And another big component of that is a fund. So we're planning on launching a fund so we can co-invest in nature restoration and protection alongside some of our bigger corporate customers. And I think the third thing to add is, with the voluntary biodiversity credit that we've developed, this is another avenue to generate funding for projects like rewilding projects, which maybe aren't suitable for carbon finance. So, we're looking at multiple avenues to really get things moving and to accelerate funding to nature protection and restoration to hit that ambitious goal.
Yeah. What can regular people, not just companies, do to support your work, to buy your product?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's recognizing, supporting those companies that, are aware of their impacts on nature and are contributing towards nature protection and restoration. And so I think by switching our spending to these more nature-aligned businesses, I think that can be a really powerful way to contribute on a personal level.
Yeah. Now there's two questions that I wanted to not forget. Technology. There's one connected to technology and how technology is not necessarily a topic that is that present when it comes to sustainability. What are 2-3 types of technology that you think are not used enough when it comes to regeneration, circular economy, storytelling, etc.?
May I spoil the game?
Of course.
Okay, because when you started with the first question and then we came to the other one related to Apple, today we heard the story about Fairphone, right? So if I can just add something, because I think it's really important what we are talking about and to be really sensitive to the messages we deliver. So we are giving a lot of attention to Apple, and it is a huge brand, right? And on the other hand, we have Fairphone, the company that is very circular, because you asked me about that, how to move this circularity forward. And this is high tech, and this is something what we have in our pockets. And I think with brands, it's very important how we resonate with them, how they define our identity. And if I have in my pocket the newest iPhone, that I'm valued as someone, oh, she's great, she's successful, she can afford that. While if I put on the table the Fairphone, the story is different. People would say, oh, this phone is not so sexy, it's not so beautiful maybe, you know? So that's why I think that when we are talking about circular economy, about sustainability, about all this transformation, we should be very sensitive to the values and to the messages that we deliver through the brands we choose. So maybe to give more space to those who are not so recognized but have really good story and good business model behind. But Fairphone will never grow as fast as Apple because this is not part of their strategy. It is not about growth. It is about how to keep that phone for as long as possible. So here is this mindset shift, but also the business model shift, and I would encourage all of us to really give more space in media, on the stage, to the brands that exist, but we do not even know that we have the choice to find them. Sorry.
I love, you know, I just want to applaud that point. I think it's a very lovely point. Every time I see sustainability brand indexes, etc., what we usually see are these big global brands, and I think we tend to forget that the majority of businesses in Europe are small, medium-sized. They're the biggest part of the economy. They're the ones who employ the most people. So I definitely think we should applaud those unsung heroes, and Fairphone is one of them, right? Yeah, good point.
Thank you.
So going back to the technical question, if I may. I mean, it's not mine even. It's somebody's.
I mean, I'm happy to kick off. I mean, look, for my world, the nature tech movement is incredibly exciting, but for me, it's understanding exactly what is happening with our ecological health around the world. So as satellite technology improves and we have a higher resolution, we'll better see really clear, you know, almost live data on the ground of forest fires, species migrating, of things working and things not working, and we'll be able to take quick, you know, action to fix, you know, or prevent problems happening. So I think technology can really, you know, helping us understand and helping us take positive action towards our planet can be a great driver for that.
I think we forget the oldest computer in the world, which is this one up here. I think we a lot of time when it comes to sustainability solutions, it is about just smarter choices overall, and we forget to actually reflect on where this brings us. But I do see a change in narrative right now, in the sense that typically we see portrayals of the future as going back. You know, we hear a lot about this. Let's get inspired by indigenous people. Let's get inspired by nature. But I think the reality, as far as I see when I travel around the world, is that it's probably a little bit more high tech. It's probably a little bit more Stanley Kubrick, to be honest. And I think we need to get used to that reality, that we will see technology being much more immersed into our lives and obviously helping us change those behaviors we're so terribly bad at changing. And we even do see that. Back to the terrible iPhone, right? But we do see how that is even built into technology today to help us use technology smarter, being more savvy around these things. So I think we also need, perception-wise, to think about how will we engage with robotics? How will we, you know, showering, for example. There's a Swedish shower startup called Loop. The amazing thing is that they circulate the water, they circulate the heat, so you don't actually have to do anything. You can enjoy a long shower. And so I think that is probably more true to what we will be seeing right now, without sounding like Elon Musk, a techno freak, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it's about balance, as you said. And even when we talk now about artificial intelligence, the intelligence, where does it start? And who is feeding this artificial intelligence? Hopefully still this intelligence, right? As long as we are feeding the artificial intelligence, it's great. But on the other hand, also to use the common sense, because I like to use very simple metaphor as well. If you use navigation in your phone and you ask, we will not name the brand, yeah? Where is the opera house in Bucharest? And I have no clue about Bucharest. And if I do the typo and it takes me somewhere else and I just follow, I will get lost because I trusted this technology. So I think it's very important that we still understand that this is a tool and that we use it as a tool not to replace our intelligence and our common sense as well as our emotions. So always with this technology, I would be in favor of being aware of positive and negative impact it can have.
What is one question that is not asked enough in your field?
I mean, I was going to say, I think because of the nascent stage of artificial intelligence, really truly understanding how it will influence our field, I think people are still trying to navigate and work that out. But I guess it ties into what you were saying. If we get to a point where artificial intelligence is, superior to our intelligence, where's that balance between our inputs and what we're trusting, them to do? And with nature, it's incredibly complex. I think there's a really interesting opportunity to use AI to help us predict how ecosystems will change with different inputs and to ultimately help us achieve much more positive outcomes for nature restoration on a shorter time frame, which is something we need to do.
There is one word, why.
Why?
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 Too often we forget to ask, why are we doing something? Why are we collecting the data? Why are we producing this thing? Why are we, So I think that if we ask this question more often, then we will come to solutions that are really beneficial and contribute to our well-being, but to the well-being of everyone on this planet. Because even with the data, we can see there is so much data, but how is this data transformed into useful information? And we have space technology. We can see a lot of things, but is it used for our better life? So that's why I'm very much in favor of why.
Besides obviously talking about growth, more seriously, I think where are the other people in the room? I think we tend to be in this climate bubble, sustainability bubble. I was at New York Climate Week not too long ago, and we really need more people in the room, fundamentally. A lot of the campaigns I see, unfortunately, target the people who are already agreeing with us. Fairphone being targeted at folks who are climate fanatics already. So we need to have all those other people here. And I think for next year, it's thinking about who of your colleagues can you agree that aren't agreeing with you? Is it bringing the CFO, the CMO? How do we expand this conversation? And also because it's a democratic exercise. By the end of the day, we need to be about inclusivity. We need to understand that because we know more, we have an obligation to bring others along on the journey. If I'm good at math, I'm not bullying those who don't understand math. And I think that's unfortunately happening right now in the climate movement. And that reminded me of a very beautiful poster I saw the other day in Copenhagen from the municipality of Copenhagen. They put up this poster, official poster that said, "It's okay to disagree." And I actually love that as a little reflection that sometimes, we're going to value that we aren't agreeing on the way forward. But that is the fundamental principles of democracy.
Yeah. What is one action that you believe anyone can start doing tomorrow that would contribute to the work that you all are doing?
So I already mentioned today that there are more versions of capital, right? But if we just choose three of them like this, financial capital, human capital, and natural capital, so I would be very much in favor of that we are aware of the asset we have in natural and human capital. So if we would wake up one day and we would say, okay, financial capital is there just to support that, that would really, really impact our decisions on the daily level. So that is maybe a wishful thinking, but yeah, I would be in favor of that because then we start rolling in the different direction.
I was going to say, linked to that, it's make your money matter. So it's who do you bank with? Do they align with your values? If you have a pension, where's it invested? Is it invested in the types of companies that you want to be supporting? And I think switching to those providers that align with your interests and the things you care about can make a big difference.
Yeah, I think we have so many people watching online and in the room today with so diverse backgrounds. And I feel, even when I look at my own story, working in advertising at a traditional agency and then taking the decision to step out and do something different. And when I travel across the world, I hear so many stories, whether it's children or whatever, that inspired people to make that change. And I think as citizens and as professionals, we need to rise up to that challenge and talk about that wrongdoing. And I think, as I said again, because we have all the knowledge, we have more responsibility to share, to push, to be vocal about it, because ultimately I fundamentally believe we are the majority of people on this planet democratically who want a peaceful planet, renewable, with a secure food system. So it should be a really, really easy future to sell.
We have about 3 minutes, so that gives me plenty of time to do something that is very classical to the social innovation solutions debates, which is I'm going to ask each of you to pick one of the others and ask a question. Because I'm not that good, so. So pick one of the two and ask a question, and the other way.
What is the future of advertising going to look like in 20, 30 years' time?
That was a good question, not to degrade, no, you're right. You know, I hope that we will see a merger of science, knowledge, transparency, and communication in a much better way than it's being done today. I think advertising has had its two loose times, so it needs to be steered. The beast needs to be tamed. It's one of the biggest psychological experiments ever carried out on human mankind, so I think it needs to be. We need to use this one and ask ourselves, what do we need advertising for? When a regular kid can name 500 brands, maybe it's time to ask ourselves what we can use advertising for the better.
Okay, I will go. Yeah, it will be more personal. Being a change maker is sometimes very lonesome. So my question to you is very personal. When you are down, what you do so that you continue doing what you do?
So I have a little side project where I go and I meet with people who are restoring nature in the UK. I've got a YouTube channel, Wilding Earth, if anyone wants to check it out. And yeah, for me, it's like a hobby, and you know, that's a great. If I need some extra hope or a boost of going and seeing people, and I get to spend half a day with them, they give me a personal tour of their amazing nature restoration projects or rewilding projects, and I get to learn from them one-on-one, and meet and hang out with amazing people, and so like that gives me the injection and the boost of
to keep on going.
Yeah. If and I'm lucky, I don't really have too many moments. Surrounding myself with the hopeful stuff that's happening in our space really helps keep me positive and motivate me moving forward.
Thank you.
I already look forward to checking out that channel. I have one question for you, since we talked about future and everything. I think in the sustainability movement, within circularity, etc., we tend to talk about these quite big words and how do we unpack them. So if we do fast forward 10 years from now, how would your perfect circular life look like? Just if we do like a little circular morning, how is that unfolding?
So I would say there is no perfection. We should not aim for something perfect. And I would say simplicity is what counts. So for me, as well as today, as in the future, there is no big difference in that, what I value, and what makes me feel good and what makes me feel purposeful. But what I would advise, because you inspired me very much, is also it's about leadership. We say someone should start with something. This is great because that is how an idea is introduced. But if we want the movement and also circular economy movement, we need the follower. And since you are barefoot, so I will be your first follower. I will take off my shoes. And I think if we do that, then we are on the right side.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that, but nevertheless, I'll do it later. Let's give a big round of applause with your hands or feet, however you want. This is a great photo op, so if we have a photographer here. Yeah. This was the last panel of today, but let's thank again, but not with applause, but with a promise to yourselves that you will try to do just a bit more, as we all, I think, should every now and then. And I'll welcome Sonia back on stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Oh, this looks very inspiring with grounding on the stage. Nice idea. Thank you. So thank you once again to our panelists. As we come to the end of this remarkable day, I want to take a moment and thank all of you, our speakers, our panelists, and of course you in the audience, for contributing to this important conversations. Your engagement and passion have truly made this summit a space for real dialogue and hopefully for lasting impact. So let today be a reminder that every choice matters, whether it's the products that we buy, the way we consume energy, or the businesses we support. We all have a part to play. Climate change isn't just an abstract concept. It's a daily reality that demands action at every level, from individual efforts to collective policies. And as you head home, I invite you to think about one change that you yourself can make, just one, that could contribute to a healthier planet. You know, it may seem small, but remember that we have this ripple effect. And ripple effects matter because it becomes a huge effect. So thank you once again for being here, for paying attention, for being a lovely audience. And I will hand over the stage to Ciprian Stănescu, President of Social Innovation Solutions, and Flavia Popa, Secretary General, BRD Group, Societe Generale, for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Sonia.
Thank you.
So it feels like 2 seconds ago we were here.
Exactly.
So I don't know what happened, but it was very fast. But I trust.
We hope it was the same for you.
So how was it?
Wow. Exactly. For me, it was intensive. I have a lot of words in my hand and head. But more than this, I like so many ideas from the speakers. I left with one: what is happening in Vegas remains in Vegas, but what is happening in National Opera, let's spread it. Don't let it here. You know, and it was like that idea: what is happening in Antarctica is not happening only there. It's all over. This is with the National Opera today. Let's spread the idea. Let's spread the news we found. I hope it was really okay for you all. I saw a lot of people outside speaking, exchanging business cards.
Change happens everywhere.
Yes, exactly. Sorry, you have a micro. So it was for us a blessing to have you here. Thank you for all of you that you are still here. We just said that we will not count the people that are outside or left, but also we will join the fact that you are still here. And let's meet and discuss tomorrow also, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, a bit about our partners. Again, a huge thanks to our partners. We have here also Sean and MasterCard, with many other companies and institutions at central and local, but also European level, and also the many organizational partners that in the coming days having their own events, which some of you are participating in. As you might remember, we have some events that are happening tomorrow. If you have registered for the ESG Leaders Forum tomorrow morning at the Government Palace, we're very happy to welcome you. If you're not, then we're not going to be able to welcome you. But there's many other events happening tomorrow and the day after, but also across the next weeks and months. Now, before going away, I think there's a short movie that we can watch. Yes? Okay, let's watch it in a couple of seconds, and then we come back with great news.
And again, on behalf of BRD Group Societe Generale, thank you for being part of this event, and see you all the time in the future. Thank you.
Not bad, not bad. Thank you for a great day. But before we leave, where are you going? Can I have the last slide? There's a slide about the future, if I may have. But before the tech team puts the last slide, in the next minutes, you are all invited, and hopefully you can also join us for the Climate Change Summit Awards, which are happening at the green stage. So do we have the slide or not? No slide.
Meanwhile, I will let you with a question, because if you have a superpower, if you could have a superpower, what will be that? And somebody, I heard somebody today saying that will put all the politicians in the same room until the moment they will reach to a conclusion and sign everything should be signed in order to go on.
Good. Now, this was a slide that I wanted to share with you. We're very happy to see you next year, October 25th, 2025. It's going to be almost a full week of events happening across Central and Eastern Europe, and in particular in Romania. Now, thanking again Flavia and her team and everyone else, let's jump and run, because the Climate Change Summit Awards is about to begin in the green room. Thank you so much.
Natura este cea care ne face să simțim.
Good evening, everyone. The mic doesn't work. Good evening, everyone. No, still doesn't work. Good evening, everyone. I feel like school professor. No, it doesn't really work. Great to have you with us. Very happy and very enthusiastic after this first day of the many days that are about to happen in Bucharest and many other cities. I want to start by as I was saying with Flavia on the stage, both of us, to thank you very much for being here. It's 6:10. We were here at 8:30 or 9, so it's a great a privilege for us to have so many of you here with us today. We've had a full day, 2 stages, and I'm very happy to announce that we have had a combined global audience for these 2 stages of 1.3 million, which is, right? And that's great. Yes, that's it. That doesn't just make this, again, the most viewed event made in Romania, especially on a topic like this, but it shows us the need at the global level for more conversation, more inspiration, and obviously more action. We're here to talk about action today. We had a panel on the blue stage looking at moving from conversation to action, and we are now at action. I'm very happy, proud, and honored to thank my team from Social Innovation Solutions, and they're everywhere around here, but also our partners from BRD, Ocean, and Glitch, who are an amazing communication company that has made this beautiful and has made this go everywhere these couple of months. And also, I have a personal thank you to Roxana, our executive director, for showing everyone that sustainability is not just a mission for NGOs, but in her parallel lives, she's been, as you might know, sustainability manager for the Coldplay concerts, and showing us not just what sustainability is for an NGO, but also what it is for the entertainment industry. But besides that, Roxana and the rest of the team have put up an amazing work in the past months and in the past years to take us not just here, but also in other cities in the next days. Excuse me. Tomorrow we have, and the day after, we have about 30 events happening across Romania, but also in other countries like Slovenia and Hungary. And we're very happy to have announced on stage what you will all be doing next year in October 20 to 25th. We come back to the Climate Change Summit. Roxana?
Hello.
Hello.
Climate Change Summit is beyond an event. It's an initiative. So starting this year, we have created Climate Change Summit Awards. It's a moment where we just stop and celebrate. We put on the spotlight SMEs and young people who have amazing ideas, and trust me, I've seen over 160 eligible applications, and are pretty amazing. We're going to see tonight on this stage only 12 of them on 6 categories. Us as CIS have a history of supporting youth and SMEs, because this is where you see the change. In the past 7 years, we have supported almost 8,000 young people and granted over 250 euros for incubation and fellowship programs.
1,000 euros.
1,000 euros. And this is going to be the next step for Climate Change Summit Awards. We want to develop it into a larger initiative starting next year, to have a bigger educational support for those young people who have a lot of ideas, educational and financial support. So, this wouldn't have been possible without having our partners on the side.
So it's a great pleasure to invite on stage, I've been doing this all day, to ask Flavia Popa, Secretary General of BRD, to share a few words with us. Let's move somewhere sideways.
It's a special privilege to stay in front of you, especially at this moment in the night, because in the evening, in fact, it's not yet night, because we really trust that, we really believe that young generation and startups can be the blood of the, the body that is revigorating in Romania, in climate, in everything. So young generation, it's for us, let's say, a focus for a long time. This is why we created all the platforms in culture. This is why we contributed for years and years in all the innovation labs, hackathons, and in this way I'm just saying the name of one of our partners along the time. This is why we created the competition of robotics, and we have champions all over the world. This is why we are here tonight, to celebrate, to put the light on the young generation, on the young startups, of course, and at the end of the day, to help growing together, because without them, we cannot grow. It's a win-win for all of us. This is why for me, and I will finish, for me and my colleagues, in this evening we will not have only 12 winners. We'll have the winners of all these people that have contributed with ideas. We are really blessed to have them in this kind of, because you said it's not an event, it's like more than it's an initiative. And I can't wait to see them here on the stage. Thank you again for being part of this great initiative. And don't forget, spread the news all over about what you heard today. Thank you so much.
So what you're going to see on this stage tonight are going to be 12 amazing people out of the 160 applicants that have applied for the 6 categories: energy, mobility and construction, circular economy, food and agriculture, environmental education, biodiversity and CEE award. Now, they are going to present on stage for 2 minutes. What are the house rules? Some of them are going to pitch for the first time in their lives. So, in case it's going to be a tough experience for them, please give them a round of applause. But at the same time, after the 2 minutes are going to end, and you're going to see a timer behind me, please start applaud, because they will have to stop. Otherwise, we're going to spend the whole night together here, and we're just going to enjoy the wine afterwards in the lobby. Okay, so the young category is going to get a financial award of 2,000 euros from Climate Change Summit, but for all of them, I totally encourage you, if you have something, a type of resource that you think is going to be useful for them, consultancy hours, do you have some time to invest in their idea? If you have money, please do talk to them in the lobby, because beyond financial resources, they need another type of resources. So this is going to be a pitch for that tonight. The first category is going to be energy, mobility, and construction. And I would like to invite Daniela Davidescu, who is the Strategy and Transformation Director at Avans, Romania.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm from Avans, Romania. I'm representing the leader, the global leader in sustainability, sustainable mobility. And I'm very pleased to be here tonight and to be partner in this very nice event. It is my pleasure to introduce the winning project. So for the SME, the project is Romanian first mobile sustainability app that empowers users to optimize household energy management through personalized efficiency plans with real-time energy.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, thank you, Climate Change Summit. My name is Alexandru Mureșan. I'm the CEO of Renergia. So, 10 years of PhD and I can not manage a pointer. So, let's travel a little bit back in history. And I think that we all can agree that as humanity, we are very bad at predicting crises. However, we have developed a tremendous skill to solve them. That's why we are here. No Climate Change Summit, it's about solve the climate change crisis. So, we are activating in an energy domain, and we are tackling energy waste. It's quite difficult to quantify the energy waste because energy is invisible, no? But it costs us a lot of money, billions, and it also have a harmful effect on the planet. Basically, we are an innovative startup, as I told you. We are an innovative startup from Technical University of Cluj-Napoca. It all started at a PhD thesis, and we are developing products in the energy efficiency domain. We have developed the first sustainability app from Romania, and now we are developing also an interactive energy management platform that we talked with you. It will explain to you the energy stats and so on. At the beginning, it started as a PhD thesis. Now we have a strong team. We have together more than 800 scientific papers, 200 books together. Our efforts were recognized worldwide. We have won the best newcomer in Europe, in Central Eastern Europe last year. What we need, we have already clients. We are not pre-money anymore, but we need solid partnership. We need funding in order to accelerate our project. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So the second project, it's for young category. It's redefining Romania's carbon accounting by deploying consumption as opposed to production-based modeling, ultimately providing a clear understanding of emissions and their social economic impact for effective climate policy. The winner is Călin Ștefan Aramă.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Ștefan Aramă. I graduated from the University of Oxford last year, and this year I mastered in energy economics at UCL. Here we all understand that climate disaster does. The way we currently count emissions is strictly constrained to our national territories, and it treats each economic activity in isolation. We must go further than that. I seek to quantify how private production and consumption choices ramify into polluting emissions across the globe and across economic industries. We must understand where does the final demand for pollution ultimately come from. We must understand if it can be economically replaced. We must understand if it can be technologically abated. My solution leverages the EU-funded Exaiobase 3 dataset, which contains 49 million data points yearly that comprehensively map global inter-industry value networks and supply chains. I then derive my own model from this dataset by applying state-of-the-art input-output calculations and structural decomposition analysis to it. Now for the good part, thankfully, firms keep accurate accounts of their upstream, downstream, and final demand flows. If we input this information into the model, it will generate a comprehensive global account of the firm's climate impact that crosses territorial boundaries, that accounts for far-reaching indirect emissions, and that highlights supply-side vulnerabilities. The logic of my research is closely aligned to the impending EU regulation, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, the CBAM. My model can offer firms insights into how the regulation may put pressure on their supply chains and value networks years before it is implementing. This would allow them to become early adopters and gain a competitive advantage. Thirdly, my model can generate the average emissions profile of an industry, at home or abroad. Then firms can learn and compare themselves to this detailed benchmark. I've been Stefano Rama, thank you very much. I look forward to meeting you at the networking lunch or over on LinkedIn. Thank you.
I think events are the perfect metaphor for the future. It doesn't matter how much you prepare. Well, of course, it's getting better, but still you have a technical glitch. Now it's my pleasure to invite Corina Dospino Imre to present the next category, which is circular economy. She's Sustainability Director at Auchan, a strategic partner for Climate Change Summit.
Thank you, Roxana. Hello again, everyone. It's a true pleasure for me to present this category, especially because this is today, actually, it's a highly important moment for us, because we're not only here with our partners from CIS and BRD in the Climate Change Summit, but also today we are launching an amazing circular economy project with Bucharest Fashion Week. And our pre-loved products, textile products, are actually upcycled by 5 Romanian designers. And this is going to be available for you to see it at Galateca until Thursday evening. So, because we're talking about action, and this is a great example of how we have taken action, I'm really happy tonight to present the Circular Economy Awards, and some applause for the following winners. So, the Circular Economy Award for the SME goes to Respray Solutions for developing the world's first refillable spray deodorant solution, reducing CO2 emissions, and promoting sustainable packaging. Congrats.
Okay, can you hear me? In Europe, people throw away more than 2 billion deodorant cans every year. These cans, in most cases, are incinerated because the overpressure that remains inside them makes the recycling problematic. This is like 6 Eiffel Towers of aluminium wasted every year, just to be burnt and made all over again the next year. Respray created the world's first in-store refill solution for pressurized spray packaging. This solution consists of a refillable can and a refill station that we install into drugstores and supermarkets, where customers themselves can refill their own cans. Our pilot has been running for 1.5 years in 3 Rossmann stores in Budapest. Thanks to our amazing results, we are currently installing 30 more stations all over Hungary. These stations can accommodate up to 20 different product slots per station. We rent out these product slots to already existing brands that would like to introduce new, sustainable, and innovative products to the market. I am Dominik Horváth, project coordinator of Respray, and I've been with the team for 1 year. After some experience with multinational companies, it was really inspiring to join a startup which has a substantial positive effect on the environment. We would love to collaborate if you are an investor looking for clean tech startups with great scaling opportunities, a retail chain that would like to be among the most sustainable and innovative on the market, or a brand that is open for the circular transition. In any case, my team and I are excited to onboard you. We are on a mission to bring sustainability into cosmetics and household industries by scaling our solution in as many countries as we can. Our vision is to bring the world closer to sustainability by offering solutions to customers that enable them to reduce their own environmental footprint with minimal compromises. feel free to reach out to us via our website, respaysolutions.com, and help us reduce those 6 Eiffel Towers to only 1. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And now for our wonderful youth award, we have Maria Alexandra Ivana from Pie to Pie. She's producing eco-friendly drinking straws from wheat and rye, harvested the whole process sustainably and with plastic-free packaging. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alexandra Ivana, and I'm founder of Pie din Pie, the first Romanian producer of wheat eco-friendly drinking straws. I have to use this. Okay. The problem we aim to address with Pie din Pie is the widespread use of plastic drinking straws, which pose a significant environmental threat. Even though the usage of plastic straws was forbidden in the European Union, in Romania specifically, the gap in the market for sustainable straws determined a lot of enterprises in the hospitality field to turn back to the plastic straws. Therefore, Pie din Pie seeks to fill this gap, contributing to creating a greener tomorrow by offering a sustainable solution to the plastic straw problem. We would love to replace the plastic straws with eco-friendly biodegradable straws made from wheat stalks without neglecting the customer needs regarding their drinking experience. This concept is scalable and adaptable, and we believe that by implementing it widely, we can make a significant impact on the environmental protection. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Thank you, thank you. To implement and scale, to scale Pie din Pie, we will need support in areas like partnerships, marketing and awareness, funding, and logistics. A little bit about us. We are, in fact, a family business. Back. A little bit about us. We are, in fact, a family business dedicated to sustainable agriculture and environmental protection. On our 80 hectares on the sunny hills of Dobroja, around 200 kilometers from Bucharest, we grow wheat and rye and develop organic products to replace plastic. Thank you. Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
We are very proud that Pie din Pie is one of the participants in Transformator, which is one of the educational programs. Now we are going fast to the next category, which is presented by Bayer. It's food and agriculture. And it's my pleasure to invite Boalem Saidi, country group head, Romania, Bulgaria, and Moldova, Bayer Crop Science.
Mulțumesc, Roxana. Bună seara. Eu sunt Boalem Saidi la Bayer. I wanted just to use a few words in Romanian in order to impress you. It's a real honor for me to be here in order to be presenting this category of food and agriculture. It's really close to my heart. It's all about how can we produce more food in the next decades. We will be about 10 billion people on this planet. How to produce more food without starving the planet. It's all about this. So at Bayer, our purpose or mission, it's very simple. It's very clear. It's health for all and hunger for none. That's very clear. We strive to contribute to produce about 50% more food in the next decades. It's to restore the nature and to scale regenerative agriculture. These goals are not just aspirations, but commitment that drive our daily work. You know, in the world of facing rapid population growth, climate change, ensuring sustainable and affordable food is more challenging than ever. I told you, we need to produce 50% more food than today in the next decade. We believe that innovation and entrepreneurship are absolutely key to addressing these global issues. This is why we are very proud to support the initiative like Food and Agriculture Awards. The ideas, solutions presented by startups and young innovators in this category are really vital. This brings fresh perspective and groundbreaking approaches that can transform industry and help meet future challenges. So, Bayer encourages and celebrates this initiative by recognizing that future of food and agriculture depends on creativity and determination of the next generation. Now it's time to move to the awarded people. I have the list here. Before giving the name, I would like to summarize the key elements of this initiative. Making nutritious, sustainable snacks accessible to mass market by upcycling spent grain and juice pulp, resulting in products that are high in fibers and proteins, low in sugar, and environmentally friendly, all while being available in more than 50 locations across Romania. It's my real pleasure and honor to welcome for the SAB part, Favre. Please, big round of applause. Favre? Welcome. Yeah, that's you, absolutely.
Yeah, never here. So we start. Okay. Hi, everybody. At FAVE, we help people of all ages have nutritious foods and be kinder to our environment by upcycling resources such as spent grains into tasty bakery products. Every year, more than 40 million tons of spent grain are produced during the process of brewing beer, and most of it is wasted. When discarded, 1 ton is responsible for production of greenhouse gases equivalent to 700 kilograms of CO2, in addition to the resources it already consumed from seed to product and the impact it had. This is a squandering of resources and opportunity. Why not use a resource that has sought after properties in the food industry and proven health benefits? It is abundant and can be reintroduced in the food circuit using available technology. Why not answer to the more and more customers who demand sustainable practices and products from their favorite brands? At FAVE, we developed, this is the correct slide, sorry. At FAVE, we developed a scalable method to use this ignored resource as our hero ingredient in tasty baked products. FAVE products have better or equal or better nutritional values than their peers, have a long shelf life, and with our recipe, for every ton of snacks we produce, we stop around half a ton of CO2 reaching our atmosphere. I am Alex, and I built FAVE in 2018 from an idea to a small business with products in over 50 locations. I'm looking for an investing partner who have the drive and experience to take this to the next step. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, moving to the next award in the youth category. It's another very exciting project. Connecting consumers with local farmers to promote seasonal eating, enhance sustainability, and reduce food waste through a user-friendly platform featuring local produce, seasonal recipes, and educational resources. It's my great pleasure to welcome Smart Market app, Lara Erjavec. Big applause for Lara.
Thank you. Hello everyone, so please think about the food you ate today. What if I told you that each meal could help fight climate change? Sounds futuristic? Well, it's not. It's the revolution we are building with Smart Market. We are tackling one of the biggest issues of our time, an outdated food system that wastes millions of tons of food, while small local farmers struggle to get their produce into your hands. At the same time, we want fresh, local food, but can't easily access it. There's also lack of awareness around seasonal eating, and here's Smart Market to change that. Smart Market, actually FarmLink, is a mobile app that connects you directly with the local farmers, promoting fresh, local food, reducing food waste, and supporting sustainable seasonal eating. Provide transparency and efficiency to the food you buy, that you exactly know where it's from and how it's grown. To scale Smart Market, we need to expand partnership with local farmers, secure technical expertise, and funding will help us bring our vision to life through a seamless app experience with AI recommendations that promote local society, and reduce food waste. I am Lara Erjavec, a passionate advocate for sustainability with a background in environmental and health sciences. Currently, I am finishing my master's degree. I have led winning projects on circular economy, and now I am focused on making Smart Market a reality. If you believe in a future where food is more than just a product, where it's part of the solution to climate change, I invite you to join us. Let's connect, and together we can redefine how we eat and how we care for the earth. Thank you.
How amazing is that? Now, I think we should give another round of applause for all the people that were on stage until this moment. It gives us a lot of hope that there are a lot of solutions on the market, even if when we have started this competition, we were like, are there any solutions that we are going to have on that stage? And yes, we had a beautiful surprise. Now, the next category is presented by the founding partner of this summit, BRD Group Societe Generale, and I would like to invite Andrei Voicu.
So, good evening. I'm working with BRD, and Flavia is my boss, so please remember what she said earlier and in the morning about BRD's involvement in education and sustainability and environmental protection. In short, we are very proud to support all kinds of initiatives in this area, so we are very proud to present you the winners of environmental education section. Yeah, Flavia said that, but in more words. Therefore, the SME that won the Environmental Education Award today is Asociația Creștem România Împreună, or We Grow Romania Together, for the user-friendly platform incentivizing sustainable behaviors and environmental protection by encouraging activities like using public transport and tree planting. So, please.
Well, I waited
for 2 years in order to step on a grass scene, and now I received this. My name is Mihai Mihu, and for the next 2 minutes, I will present you something called EcoTrack. Environment, everyone. Environment. It's pretty hard to pronounce, right? Environmental, pretty hard as well. But how about acting? It's much more delicate. Well, when we started to develop our application called EcoTrack, we discovered a huge gap between awareness, because most of us, and much more outside, knows about climate change, about the environment, and so on, but just a little, and hopefully most of us, act as well. Why? Because lack of motivation, because lack of information, because looking of short-term results, and so on. So we prepare something called EcoTrack. Yes, EcoTrack. See, this is the huge gap that I told you about. And EcoTrack, which is an app which tracks our sustainability activities and rewards them. Starting with voluntary actions, going to mobile and green mobility. This means walking, biking, and in the future, traveling or commuting by train or by trams. We are able to track your mobility, your green mobility, and reward them with what we called what you save, the quantity of CO2 that you save. More than this, we propose challenges, we propose sport contests and competitions, and as well real contests. But, okay, thank you. Thank you. It's our small step in trying to educate. What we hear today, what I heard today, are very sophisticated terms, but I think the environment situation is about common sense. So, thank you. If you are looking, look for us. We are looking for partnerships, even we are talking about local governments, communities. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Mulțumesc tare mult. And, of course, for questions, I will be outside. Thank you.
So, talking about the grass, our award winner for individuals, it's Behave, Bianca Ioana Ichim, youth, for her initiative on permaculture, which harnesses the champagne, sorry for the pronunciation, method for passive heating via composting to extend the growing season for vegetables, cultivate microclimates, and promote community engagement through workshops and ecotourism opportunities. Sorry. So we have Bianca. Okay.
I'm not sure what should I do. All right, so here I am Bianca, and I am a proud member of Behave Association, and I'm here to tell you in very brief words something about what we do. And, well, me and my teammates at Behave, we are very much concerned about the things we all know why we're here. I shouldn't tell you about this, but I'm going to tell you what we want to do through our Permaculture School project. It's actually a project that aims to just provide the people with the tools and the framework to actually take the power in their own hands and realize that the crisis we are facing today, it's not something that we should just zoom out of because it's too big to address. It's something that we should all contribute to our capabilities as much as we can to change it. And our project here, it's actually a concept at the moment. We are currently working on very small-scale projects, but this is our dream project, our blueprint for a greener tomorrow, if you want. And what we want to do is to create a school, a permaculture school, where we can work with all the experience we gathered in the past years, with all the small-scale projects we've been doing, to create hope. Thank you. I'm sorry. I am for sure not the communication one in my team. But I'm here actually to ask you to follow us, to see our activity, to get to know us better, to research us a bit, and to support us in everything we do. If you feel like you can help us, we are here to actually just get people to believe in our dream as much as we do. Thank you.
You gotta love the rule breakers. Those who don't stop when they have to, and the others say stop. And I think there are some rule breakers here in the room. So just a note for those who are going to present on stage. You can see the slides in front of you. Okay. And a note for you, please stay for the food and for the wine that we're going to have in the end. And after the presentations, just have your phones with you, because I have a mission for all of us for all of you in the room. And now I would like to invite the next person for the category biodiversity is Alex Gavan, environmentalist and high-altitude climber and founder Centura Verde Civic Platform and Asprete Lives Project. Alex, I invite you on stage.
Hi, good evening. So, biodiversity. Starting the 70s, we kind of lost to now 73% of all the populations within the vertebrate animals. And this is the last conclusion of a freshly report from WWF from last week. 70%. Fortunately, we live in Europe, and for sure EU, it's definitely a trendsetter when we speak about tackling climate change and all these kind of related things. But just think a bit of how big is Europe and how big is the world. It's good we are trendsetters. It's good, and definitely the direction we are going is the right one. But I personally have lots of doubts that the speed we are having is the right one. It's not enough to have the right direction. We also need the speed. Why? Because everything those people spoke today in the Climate Change Summit, and you'll see also tomorrow, and the data shows us that simply the next 100 years of on the planet is not a given. So yes, I love strategy. I love strategizing. I love all the EU plans that do for climate change, but I really do believe that strategy and strategizing are much, much better with the kind of people that are celebrating tonight who are doing the action grassroots. So it's my pleasure to present you the award winner for the SMEs and NGO category for the biodiversity. And these people are using precision technology, precision drone technology, and by the way, I'm in love with drones, and biodegradable bioprojectiles to plant seedlings aiming to scale efficient reforestation for climate change mitigation. So a big round of applause for Seed Pods.
Thank you, thank you. Test, test. All right, so first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for putting together this lovely conference, this lovely summit. We enjoyed ourselves, highly informative. Thank you for it very much. And also, we are honored for this nomination. Thank you. So, let me tell a brief story. Approximately 8,000 years ago, our ancestors initiated the depletion of nearly half of our planetary forest. They needed the resources, but this, without their knowledge, created a debt that now needs to be paid. Hundreds of millions of trees in Romania, billions of trees at the European level. The problem, there are not enough professional tree planters on the entire continent. It's a very complex work because since the Industrial Revolution, tree planting was never automated. Our solution, a robot that replaces a human. 3D printed Kyber fiber costs minimum wage, can plant 500 trees per day, and they work based on a custom proprietary navigation system that uses the patterns that nature itself left in our forest. They launch biodegradable biocapsules that can implant from high altitude, and using this technology, we've become the first company in the world to successfully plant trees, live trees, under national and European legislation, 1 year old, from drones. I am blessed to have an amazing team. We are a team of highly enthusiastic scientists and engineers. Here you can see some of our early Leonardo prototypes. We have constructed a characteristic proof of concept, and our method works. It works right now. We are trying to implement an ambitious pilot this autumn to plant our first forest using this novel technology. And our goal is to automate this process from euros per tree to cents per tree, trees mass produced on an industrial line to mass deploy forests. To once and for all try to combat this problem that was never automated up until this point. I am Dr. Otaru, and on behalf of my research team, I'd like to thank you for your attention. Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Now, the youth section, it's about fencing a vital pond in Transylvania. I will add, it's not written here, but I know it's in Transylvania. And transforming a renovated schoolhouse into an educational hub for environmental research and conservation. The award goes to Madalina Marian from Angofa Wildlife Center. And because she had a last-minute thing, she cannot be with us now, but I believe in miracles, so she's with us now. So, please.
Good evening. Sorry, I wanted to see what my colleagues are presenting. It was much chiller on the chair. I am coming from Sighișoara. Sighișoara is in Transylvania, and it's in the Trnava Mare region, which is one of the 2,000 Natura sites, one of the big sites in the area. And the project I'm working for, it's the Angofa Wildlife Center that sets on two issues. It's environmental regeneration and education for nature in the area. Angofa Wildlife Center is at a former school of the Old Village Angofa, who is situated 2 kilometers away from Sighișoara, very close to Sighișoara, but in the same time you're like in the middle of nowhere, and it has amazing biodiversity. With this pond, we want to show that the water source, no matter how big, it can preserve amazing biodiversity, as we have a lot of protected species like yellow-bellied toads and crested newts that are threatened on under an EU level. And with this pond, with the school, we want to show the kids how amazing the biodiversity of the area is, what they can do to preserve it, why it's important to preserve it, because a lot of the kids don't really know what's this biodiversity, why do we have to protect it, what is good for us. And together with the school and with this pond, we are creating educational programs for the schools in the area. We already started, but in order to continue to grow big, because we want to be the biggest educational center from Transylvania, we need more funding and partnerships with other NGOs to help us advocate for environmental restoration and education for nature. Sorry, I really hate talking in public. Do I have? Oh, I have 12 more seconds. Oh. And I thought I would. Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Goodbye.
Now we are moving to the last category. We're almost there to drink all the wine and eat all the food. And for the CE category, it's my pleasure to invite my colleague, Andrei Georgescu, who is the International Programs Manager at Social Innovation Solutions, and is going to tell you what are the winners for the SME and youth categories.
Thank you, Roxana. Hi, everyone. Well, I find it fantastic that there's so many of you still here with a lot of energy to clap. And I know what you're thinking. Wow, it's a third good-looking, charismatic speaker from Social Innovation Solutions, right? I mean, what is it with these guys, right? Yeah, but this is just because we have international programs as well. So we're present in Croatia and Bulgaria and Serbia, and from next year in Slovenia at least. And so this is why I've been invited to award this CEE prize. Okay, and without further ado, for the SME category, I'd like to invite Robert from Fraxinea, who is a revolutionizing yoga accessory producer that use a different type of material, not a petrochemical material, to replace basically leather. So, Robert, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Robert, and I am here to present Fraxinea. We are working with mushroom materials to replace plastics. Microplastics are everywhere, from the depths of the ocean to the highest mountains, in the human lungs, and even in the brains of unborn babies. We are constantly ingesting and inhaling those particles. Plastic is killing us. We need new materials. Mushrooms are a perfect alternative for a large variety of plastics. Fungi can be propagated infinitely from a single cell, which is quite unique on Earth. Mushrooms are the source of a whole new class of materials. They can replace styrofoam packaging, insulations, PVC mats, vegan leathers, or the bonding agent in MDF boards. Future applications include the automotive, sports, building, or electronics industry. They can be materials for sustainable batteries, even replacing lithium with organic compounds. Companies are already producing mushroom materials at scale, but their methods keep the production slow and the materials expensive. They can grow only limited size of materials, for example, 1 meter by 2 meters. At Fraxinea, we developed a unique process, and we can grow materials several meters long that can be rolled up, which increases the production efficiency, meaning we can grow a lot of materials in a very small space. We are seeking a 120,000 euros investment to build up our pilot production facility and to protect our IP. Between our first and fourth year, we want to extend our production from 100 to 2,500 square meters of materials. We have 3 members on board. Emese is a textile designer, Gergő is a material specialist, and I am a business expert. We are building a technology that will change the materials of the future for a healthier, truly sustainable world. We invite you to follow us and join our journey to make mushrooms the material of the future. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, and we are at the final award of the evening. This is for the youth category of the CEE, and we have Nico, who is representing Textile Loop. It's an Industry 4.0 green tech company that is revolutionizing the textile industry by using a really advanced algorithm. So, Nico, you have the stage.
Thank you. So, good evening. Hello. I know you're all rushing for the cocktail party, so I'll be fast in this manner of fast fashion, I promise. So, the most common misconception is that this right here is a t-shirt. As perceived as a 3D volume we wear to embellish ourselves as a human species. But from the industry's point of view, this is a t-shirt. While you're wearing it, 50% of it is not being worn. It is being outputted to our planet for it to be worn or to wear it by our planet, or should I say, to bear the consequences of it. The industry, of course, will tell you that it's argumenting these quantities by lowering the work orders and expanding the positioning of the work orders, but that is not true, as the stock is left behind and procurement waste is living in the protocol. What we're building is this pan-European textile comms platform that's looking to connect all the stakeholders on the value chain's pipeline with each other for them to collaborate for more efficiency, transparency, and traceability. We will provide for live collaboration, for pre-optimization of any surpluses, and of course making textiles this entire closed-loop system. You can think of it as a marketplace where producers would be able to monetize their surpluses, buyers would be able to get direct access to the industry spill, and the entire industry gets its green transition. Currently, we have 10 companies online, 250 subscribers online, and our matchmaking algorithm has a count of double-digit awards. This is the team. Although computer scientists, I believe we are tailors that are patching up the industry's pipeline that's linear and converting waste into resource and building the infrastructure for the brands to just be able to pick up on it and go forward with what's called the Textile Industry 5.0 revolution. I'm here for any questions and answers, so thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nico, and thank you, everyone. See you downstairs.
Another round of applause for everybody that pitched today. Because how often do you stop and celebrate? Let's a show of hands. When something really important happens to you, do you always stop and celebrate? Do you do it? 1, 2. Okay, so just when something really happens. But what about choosing a moment in the day and celebrate? Do you do that? Okay, 3 people. So celebration is not about champagne and cake. It's important because it's important why we do this. It's a moment when we stop and we celebrate the commitment to ourselves and to the cause we are working, to the teams, to the companies, to the vision that we use to create the future. When we celebrate, we affirm something is important. And when we acknowledge progress and commitment, moving forward, it's important to look within the team as well. And Climate Change Summit Awards wouldn't have happened without a very important person that is part of the organizing team since the first edition. And this is a moment when I would like to acknowledge Roxana Chirițoiu. Huh?
What?
What? Well, we also have some surprises for you.
Thank you.
She is the one that coordinated Climate Change Summit Awards, and she made the impossible possible at some points.
Tonight was one of them. So let me tell you, about 1 hour ago, I was 26. Right now, I feel like this 1 hour took 10 years out of my life. I hope that didn't happen for you too. We had a lot of surprises, good ones, bad ones, but it's all part of the ride. This has been a long, long day, and I really want to thank you for being here with us. It's, what, 6, 7? I haven't looked at the clock yet. But I'm so grateful for that. We did a lot of clapping tonight, but I feel like there's one more person that you should clap for tonight, and that's each and every one of you for staying this long, for being with us for so long. So please give yourselves a big round of applause. Organizing the Climate Change Summit Awards was, safe to say, not easy. There were a few roadblocks along the way, but there were a few people who have been there and have made this possible. And it would mean the world to me if you joined me in thanking these people tonight. So please, please give a big round of applause to 3 categories of people. First, we knew from the start that our goal was to inspire. Our goal was to bring forward people who are doing great work in our part of the world, in Slovenia, in Bulgaria, in Croatia, in Hungary, in Romania. I would like to thank the over 160 people who applied to the Climate Change Summit Awards and decided to give us hope that it can be done, right here at home. Thank you. Second, it is hard to find experts with solid expertise in sustainability and background knowledge in Central and Eastern Europe. But you know what's harder? Finding those experts and them replying to my messages and them being able to spend a few hours going through all of these applications. So a big, big thank you to our jury. Third, the people behind the scenes, the Climate Change Summit team and our amazing interns, the people who called you, sent you emails, made sure that you were very, very well taken care of. Alex, Diana, thank you. And now, back to you. No, whoop, sorry, back to you. You've seen a lot of great ideas tonight, and I'm sure each and every one of you has something of value to offer. It can be funding, it can be office space, it can be media coverage, it can be mentorship. If you scan the code right behind me, you can become part of this big community of change makers who are helping each other, supporting each other. So please scan the code behind me. In the following days, you will also get to see the runners up on the website, and you will be able to get in contact with them as well. Last but not least, I want to encourage you to make the most out of tonight. We have with us people who have traveled a very long way to be here, and they are willing to connect, to start partnerships, to work together. So take advantage of that. And also take advantage of the wine. We have wine, did we mention that? This has been a long day after all. Thank you, all of you, and I will pass it on to Ciprian and Roxana for the last closing words. Thank you.
Should we get the people in? Should we get the winners?
No, because there are not all of them here.
Okay. Well, this was the first day, so there's a bit more than that coming up. Don't forget, for those of you that are registered, you're expected tomorrow morning at the Government Palace for the ESG Leaders Summit. We're expecting about 150, 200 business leaders from Romania. But there's also about 30 other events happening across Bucharest, but also in other cities and also in other countries in the following days. I want to thank again our partners, BRD, Ocean, MasterCard, and the many other partners that have offered various types of resources to making this happen. And before we go, we would really like we're very like to invite on stage the team. Yeah?
Yes, but before that, because I said it's going to be a moment when you'll need your phones, and because we have talked, you can take your phones too, because we have talked about celebration. My invitation for you is now to add a recurrent event in your calendar every single month, just to take a moment to celebrate something that happened in your personal or your professional life. Do it now. A recurrent event in your calendars just to celebrate. Because if we forget doing that, we're just going to live like that.
So all day, repeat every week.
Every week. Oh,
Calendar,
you're ambitious.
my calendar.
all SIS team members.
All system, no, it's my celebration, sorry.
And plus, you can also add the events for the next year. It's a whole week. Yes, you can take your days off. It's going to be 20 to 25th. Well, you might think that this is a coincidence. No, this is how we take decisions. We just see a lot of numbers that have a specific meaning, and then we say, okay, let's do a climate change summit for 6 days.
Yeah, let's go and with our educational programs to Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. Why not? But sometimes it is about that, and sometimes it is about high ambitions, because as I think Oliver Bolton was saying today, the time for small ambitions is over. We need to think big, because it's a bit late to think small. So, but before that, now I would very much like to invite you to sit down, take some photos if you want, but all the team, not anybody else. All the team, that's you as well, all the SIS team, all the volunteers, the Glitch team, the BRD team, and the Ocean team that's present. Would you please join me on stage to get a big round of applause from everybody else? So, if you're a team member,
Andrei.
this is the time to come.
Corina, Sara.
All the volunteers as well.
Daria,
By the way,
Andrei, Silvia, Miruna, Diana.
I'm sure that
Adelina.
when you were a bit young, or younger, you volunteered for something in your life, right?
Fabio.
Okay, Luca? We also have some very young volunteers, as you can see here. Yulia? Is there anyone missing?
Yes, a lot of them. Bogdan, Giuseppina. There are a lot of people still working.
Yeah, so everybody's still working because we have 2 more days of events, plus some other events along the side. But I would like to personally extend real congratulations and thanks to actually somebody that is not here. Again, okay. Bogdan and Giuseppina. They were some of the people that have put a lot of time, effort, passion, and sleepless nights for this, and I want to thank them again. But before inviting you all to dinner, let me tell you a very short story. Very short, very short. Yeah. A couple of years ago, the Social Innovation Solutions team was 3 people. Us and somebody else. And now we're over 20 people with activities across Central and Eastern Europe. And this happens because we trust each other. I started the summit with this idea of trust. When you find people you can trust, you can build amazing things. So thank you all for your trust, and thank you all for your trust. And now I think we can go to...
wine and food.
Thank you.
La 18 ani, frumusețea e că ai adunat destule cât să poți face lucruri mari. Iar noi la Oșan, de 18 ani împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete produse și varietate la prețuri wow. Susținem producătorii locali prin programul Filiere. Creăm farfurii și rețete rafinate. Fidelizăm cu o mulțime de oferte. Încurajăm din plin viața sportivă. Susținem și pedalăm în turul României. Contribuim la succesul campionilor. Livrăm rapid și în siguranță orice comandă. Descoperim România neîmblânzită și plantăm pentru un viitor cât mai verde. Inițiem soluții inovatoare și investim în programe pentru protejarea planetei. Prin toate ne străduim să facem lucrurile mereu cu responsabilitate și nu ne oprim aici. Pentru că Oșan creează, inovează, construiește, descoperă, angajează, investește, dar mai ales trăiește împreună cu tine de 18 ani. Împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete. Împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete produse și varietate la prețuri wow. Susținem producătorii locali prin programul Filiere. Creăm farfurii și rețete rafinate. Fidelizăm cu o mulțime de oferte. Încurajăm din plin viața sportivă. Susținem și pedalăm în turul României. Contribuim la succesul campionilor. Livrăm rapid și în siguranță orice comandă. Descoperim România neîmblânzită și plantăm pentru un viitor cât mai verde. Inițiem soluții inovatoare și investim în programe pentru protejarea planetei. Prin toate ne străduim să facem lucrurile mereu cu responsabilitate și nu ne oprim aici. Pentru că Oșan creează, inovează, construiește, descoperă, angajează, investește, dar mai ales trăiește împreună cu tine de 18 ani.
Hai să dăm mână cu mână pentru țară și mai bună, să învârtim hora reciclării, așa dăm o șansă schimbării. Cumpără și returnează
și apoi recuperează
încă o dată și încă o dată pentru o țară mai curată.
Hai și tu în hora reciclării. Returo. Împreună facem țara mai curată.
Natura este cea care ne face să simțim cu tot corpul, cu ochii, cu mâinile, cu toți sporii și din tot sufletul. Natura nu dispare când trăim în oraș. Doar noi uităm uneori de ea. Câteodată uităm atât de tare încât nu îi oferim singurul lucru de care are nevoie de la noi. Bunul simț.
We act to save the climate.
Heat waves and floods
It's
and
absolutely
droughts and
urgent.
hurricanes.
Everybody
So
knows.
it should feel overwhelming because it is overwhelming.
every single action counts. Let's assemble a better future together.
ALD Automotive and LeasePlan are coming together. Introducing Avens, a new leader for better mobility, making every move a step towards better, with more sustainable mobility for more people. Avens, better with every move.
These are just little things, oh, but they mean a lot. Always, cause it's the little things that mean an awful lot.
Natsuro este un ecosistem inovativ care purifică apa și o transformă într-o apă echilibrată pentru o viață bună. Ecosistemul de purificare a apei Natsuro produce și apă frițante, apă rece sau apă fierbinte, fiind perfect adaptabil în ceea ce privește volumul, atât pentru consumul casnic, cât și pentru un hotel, un restaurant sau pentru birou. Natsuro este soluția inovatoare, ecologică și sustenabilă a viitorului. Natsuro elimină în totalitate necesitatea achiziționării apei din comerț. Ecosistemul Natsuro este soluția care a fost adoptată și de anumite industrii care au nevoie de apă cu un grad de puritate foarte înalt pentru producția unor alimente de top. Azi aveți bucuria de a gusta și savura apa proaspăt purificată Natsuro, echilibrată și mineralizată, servită în recipientele noastre premium. Iar de mâine, dacă doriți, veți putea servi apa Natsuro direct în casa dumneavoastră, biroul sau compania pe care o dețineți. Natsuro Aqua. Apă echilibrată. Apă bună.
Radio.
When we started the Climate Change Summit back in 2022, we had a clear mission to bring together innovators, leaders, and change makers who could drive sustainable solutions to one of the greatest challenges of our time. Over the past 3 years, we've watched the summit grow year by year, person by person, solution by solution. And this year, we're taking it even further.
Why is this summit so important? Because it's not longer enough to just talk about the problem. Climate change is a global change that demands local action, action from each one of us.
It's time for climate action.
By empowering people with the knowledge and tools to push for stronger climate policies, we can ignite a movement that demands real action.
Sustainability at its core means meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability to future generations to meet theirs. It's about balance, protecting natural resources, building thriving communities, and ensuring long-term prosperity for all. But sustainability doesn't happen by chance. It demands collaboration, innovation, and a shared vision for a better future.
The future is the mirror of our actions.
Giving up cannot be an option. Climate innovation and sustainability need all of us. Join the green movement.
La 18 ani, frumusețea e că ai adunat destule cât să poți face lucruri mari. Iar noi la Oșan, de 18 ani împreună cu tine, realizăm atât de multe. Avem grijă să-ți oferim cele mai proaspete produse și varietate la prețuri wow. Susținem producătorii locali prin programul Filiere. Creăm farfurii și rețete rafinate. Fidelizăm cu o mulțime de oferte. Încurajăm din plin viața sportivă. Susținem și pedalăm în turul României. Contribuim la succesul campionilor. Livrăm rapid și în siguranță orice comandă. Descoperim România neîmblânzită și